This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Catalyst by Aurora Crane, narrated by J.F. Harding. Chapter 1. Will McMahon had dreamed of being a superhero since he'd been 6 years old, idealistic and young and thinking that his dad and his older brother were heroes. 22 years later, he hadn't been pushed into a vat of toxic waste, not for lack of trying, of course, and hadn't managed to gain any superpowers other ways. But he was still idealistic, and he still thought they were heroes. At times like this, when he was in full tactical gear as a tactical operations unit officer, on his way to arrest drug traffickers and making the world just that bit safer, he felt closer to reaching that status himself. The team sniper, Roy, humming Eye of the Tiger next to him, took some of the fantasy out of it, though. Will nudged him in the shoulder. "Could you pick something from this era? My ears are about to bleed." "Fuck off, McMahon. You want me to go in swinging my hips to Beyonce?" "What's wrong with Beyonce?" Diego asked. Will couldn't see his expression clearly through his mask and eye gear, but he was willing to bet a small fortune that he was giving them the judgmental look that he'd perfected when they'd gone through the academy together. Will still maintained the look had been for Roy, not for him. He'd been an exemplary student and had graduated top of the class. It had only been one time that he'd maybe deserved it. "I didn't say there was anything wrong with her, but she ain't exactly a battle theme song," Roy said gruffly. Will snorted. He braced himself with his heavy black boots as the Bearcat hit a pothole. His head hit the top of the vehicle, and he almost bit his tongue. The armored vehicle was pretty roomy, but Will was almost 6'6", and it hadn't been made for his height. He could already feel the ache between his shoulder blades from hunching for the 8 minutes they'd been driving. He adjusted his black gloves and the SIG MCX rifle resting against his chest. "ETA?" he asked Roy. He checked all the straps and buckles on his gear, making sure they were tight and wouldn't budge if they got into a scrap. They'd already done pre-checks before they'd gotten in, but it didn't hurt to go over it again. 3 minutes. Will nodded and then leaned down, scowling at the laces on his thick boots. How had they come undone? He'd done them up. He was sure he had. "You need your mom to help you with your shoes?" their medic Kane asked, smirking. Will flipped him off before double nodding and then tugging on them just to make sure. "Okay," he said, straightening. "Listen up." The 4 men in the confined space turned to him. Jeremy, who was driving, couldn't turn and look, but Will knew he was listening, and the humming stopped, giving him blessed silence. Well, as much silence as speeding down busy residential streets at peak hour could give. "It should be a simple season arrest," he continued. "We've done it a million times during training exercises and tactical operations. This will be no different. Sources say there should be 5 dealers inside and an undetermined amount of cocaine, but we're looking at a street value of more than $500,000. Get the dealers out on the sidewalk, and then we'll sweep the house for the drugs." None of it needed to be said. Will had been leading the team for 2 years. They'd been working together longer than that, and they were a well-oiled machine. But they didn't know where the 5 dealers would be in the building, what kind of heat they were packing, and what the resistance would be. If Will knew one thing, it was that shit could go foobar quicker than he could say fuck, and any kind of preparation made the danger that much more manageable. The lack of detailed information wasn't ideal, and Will preferred to avoid sending his team in with this kind of limited intel, but they'd been given limited notice, and if they waited too long, they would lose their window of opportunity. This kind of seizure was too good to risk it. "You all know the drill. Don't fire unless fired upon. If in doubt, find cover, and for fuck's sake, make sure you identify yourself clearly." "Stop looking at me," Diego muttered. "It was one time. Should we talk about the time you tripped coming out of the cat?" "I think you're mistaking me with someone else," Will said, grinning. At least that time hadn't been because of his laces. He'd missed a step, and the ground had been wet. It had been during a training exercise, which had been his only saving grace in that instance. "Just make sure you don't mumble into your beard." "He's jealous he can't grow one," Roy Stage whispered. Will nudged him a bit harder this time. It wasn't that he couldn't grow a beard, it just took a while, and the in-between stage was a little horrifying. It was easier all around to shave every few days rather than put himself or anyone else through that. They exploded into action the moment the Bearcat rolled to a stop, piling out of it in a rush of heavy footsteps and rustling gear. Will had less grace than the rest of them, but he was all arms and legs, and thought he should be given some leeway because of that. Nobody was laughing when they wanted him to reach the top shelf. The narrow suburban street was empty except for a couple walking their Labrador at the corner. Will hadn't brought a dog and handler for the operation, but it stopped to bark at them anyway. It set off a few more dogs in yards nearby. Kane led the way up the dark gray stepping stones to the small porch at the plain white front door. The house looked like all the rest on the street, cookie-cutter illusions of tranquility and peace, with perfectly mowed lawns and cleaned gutters. A perfect disguise for a drug operation. Hamish and Jeremy, lovingly nicknamed Peanut Butter and Jelly, mostly because they hated it, circled around the side of the house, heading for the back door in case anyone tried to make a run for it. They weren't expecting heavy resistance since it was a small operation, but it was important to prepare for all contingencies. Will was fast, but chases were always a pain in the ass because it meant avoiding civilians and trying not to get anyone, including himself, injured. Some of those jumps could be brutal on the joints. Kane and Diego moved to either side of the door, and Will approached it head-on, Roy behind him. He shifted his rifle out of the way and tested the stability of the door with his shoulder. It was flimsy and hollow. A well-placed front kick splintered the area around the lock, and it burst open, slamming against the opposite wall. Will stepped back swiftly, letting Diego and Kane go ahead first with their rifles lifted and pointing as they swiveled, checking for threats. 2 men were in the living area, lounging on the couch and smoking something that smelled distinctly like weed. It was clear they hadn't been expecting anyone, a big reason for Will and his team having chosen to move on this now. "Police! Don't move!" Will barked, aiming his rifle at them. They jumped to their feet, eyes wide and glazed over. "What the—" Will jerked his gun. "Face the wall. Now." When all they did was glance at each other, fucking hell, how stoned were they? Kane and Diego moved in, pushing at their shoulders to get them moving. Will ventured further into the house, with Roy at his back as they searched for the remaining 3 men on their radar. 2 of the bedrooms, the bathroom, and the laundry were empty, but the smell of drugs, smoke, and bad body odor was strong enough that it was getting through Will's mask. He was already dreaming about a shower later, preferably one that also included a hot, blonde ex-Spec Ops soldier. "Was intel wrong?" Roy asked as they cleared the next room, what looked like another bedroom. It happened sometimes, but they'd been pretty confident about it this time, enough that they'd given TOU about 5 minutes to get in the Bearcat and go. "One more room," Will said. He'd memorized the schematics during the first few minutes of travel. The last room was a split level. It was the biggest room in the house, big enough to cook up some hardcore drugs. Unless the 3 dealers had gone out the back, and Peanut Butter and Jelly had picked them up, this is where he and Roy were going to find them. Will opened the door quietly, with just enough room to toss 2 flashbangs through, one left and one right, before he rushed inside. He was tackled to the ground in the next instant. He grappled with his attacker, trying to get him off. A hit to his knee twisted it, jarring it. Motherfucker. Will managed to get an elbow into the fray and jammed it into ribs, a satisfying crack sounding in his ear. The guy grunted and curled in on himself instinctually. Will used the momentum to roll away. He pulled the gun at his ankle out as he rolled and fired the second that he came up on one knee, grazing the man's arm. It stunned him long enough to allow Will to haul him up, slam him against the wall, and cuff him. "You all right?" Will glanced to where Roy had the only other man in the room on the ground, hands cuffed behind his back. His face was pressed flat against the floor, but it wasn't hindering his ability to spit obscenities at them. Will had to hand it to him. Some were pretty creative, but if that kind of language disturbed him, he'd gone into the wrong career. "Just another day," Will replied casually. He yanked his own man from the wall by his elbow and shoved him through the open doorway. "Walk." "Fuck off." "Did you kiss your mother with that mouth?" Will asked. He pulled his mask down as they hit the front lawn, breathing in the fresh afternoon air. "I kiss yours." "Yeah," Will said. He took the guy to the sidewalk and nudged him towards where Kane and Diego had the original 2. They were sitting on the curb, hands cuffed behind their backs. "Well, Dad, sit down and wait for your ride. Maybe they'll let her visit you for conjugal rights." A small crowd had gathered, likely because of the sound of gunfire. Peanut Butter and Jelly were keeping them at bay, holding out a hand and speaking to the people as they gawked. "Thought there were 5 guys," Diego asked, glancing between the perps they'd lined up. They'd gone quiet, their shoulders hunched in as much as they could with their hands behind their backs like that, and seemed perfectly docile. Even the mouthier asshole that Will had brought out was quiet now. That's what usually happened once they realized the predicament they were in, and that they were basically fucked. The chances of bail for this were slim, and court would chew them up and spit them out. Once Will and his team were involved, guilt was already a given. "No one else was in the house," Roy said. "I figure he either knew we were coming and got the fuck out of Dodge before we could get here, or he saw us coming." "Saved himself and left his buddies to take the fall?" Kane wondered. "Likely. Or he wasn't here in the first place," Will pointed out. Intel had said 5, but the guy could have left well before anyone had assembled, or they'd counted wrong. He'd look over the paperwork when they got back and find out who exactly the 5 men were, and whether they would need to put out a search for the 5th. Probably. Driving around the city searching for a needle in a haystack was his favorite job. The media showed up a few minutes later. It figured they'd get there before any uniformed police could. The nearest precinct would have been given as much notice as Will and his guys had, and they were a fuckload slower than his team. His team's entire job revolved around a stop-start mentality, and their ability to go from 0 to 1,000 in a split second of violence. It had taken them longer to get here than it had to clear the building. "We'll let them know. They can sort it out," Roy said. Will blew out a breath and glanced around. More people were gathering, and Diego went over to help Peanut Butter and Jelly control them. The uniformed officers would take over once they got here, but until then, it was up to them to keep order. This was the part that made Will jittery, the part where they all stood around with their dicks in their hands while they waited. The media circus was both a blessing and a curse. It was good for public opinion, but Will wasn't a fan of having cameras everywhere. He tried his best to stay out of the way, which was difficult at the best of times, considering he towered over most people, as he and his men coordinated how to get the 4 criminals transported to a jail cell. A lockup van was on its way, and once they were securely inside, Will and Roy would do a final sweep of the house and get the drugs ready for transport. "Do you think if we asked, we could have copies of some of those media shots?" Kane asked. "My ass looks great in this uniform." Will coughed to disguise his laugh. "What the fuck do you want a picture of your ass for?" Roy asked. "Don't be jealous that yours is sagging," Kane replied. "Stop looking at my ass." Will knew if there weren't so many people loitering around, Roy would have flipped him off. Or shot him. Even odds. "Will's is better." Will winked at him. He slapped Roy on the shoulder as he passed, and went over to check on crowd control. If they could get out of here in the next 3 hours, it would be a miracle. Other than one of the 5 they had wanted to pick up getting away, and the bruise that he could feel forming on his knee, it had been a successful hunt. He was ready for other departments to do their thing, so they could head back to HQ, and he could shower. He had plans with Peyton, his best friend and regular bed partner, that didn't involve a crime scene. Peyton was seeing Quinn at his brother's birthday dinner, which meant Peyton would be frustrated and horny, with a touch of anger just sharp enough that the sex would be hot. Sebastian Devlin loved being a defense lawyer. He loved the thrill of it, loved having the odds against him and beating them. Having inside information helped, but it's not how he won his cases. It only solidified why he had become a defense lawyer in the first place. What he didn't love was when it was 9:30 at night, and he still had at least 6 more hours of work to get through, and his coffee had gone cold. The effort to get up and walk across the lobby to the staff room to make a fresh cup seemed insurmountable. But he also knew that without the caffeine boost, he wasn't going to make it through the evening, and he would fall asleep at his desk again and struggle to make it through the following day. The last time he'd done that, his paralegal, and one of his closest and oldest friends, Caleb, had given him the side-eye for a week and hidden the good chocolate. Sebastian would prefer not to have a repeat of those awful 7 days. He was almost willing to risk it, though. He was tired, and the staff room seemed light years away. He jerked into a half-standing position, palms braced on the desk, when his office door swung open. He relaxed when he recognized the man in the doorway. Hunter. Just Hunter. Sebastian didn't know his last name. He had no idea if that was even his real first name, but it was appropriate for who he was. A man who hunted the evil in the world. Sebastian had met him early on in his law career, almost 7 years ago, when Hunter had offered him the ability to know for sure if a client was guilty or not. In exchange for his help when Hunter required his services, he had jumped in with both feet without checking how far down the bottom was. He'd been going through a rough patch just after. And after a case he'd been sure about had blown up in his face when he realized that he'd let a killer out, and that killer had struck again. So, he'd signed a deal with the devil, without properly checking the fine print. A rookie move, but he'd been a rookie at the time, ripe for the plucking. While some days Sebastian wasn't sure if maybe he'd been too hasty to get into bed with Hunter, figuratively speaking, he also knew that there were a lot of innocent people still free because he'd sold his soul to a man who walked in the shadows. Sebastian was sure he didn't know half of what Hunter did in whatever line of work he was in. But he had ways of getting information to Sebastian that he would have had no hope of finding on his own. All he'd had to do was defend and manipulate certain situations in Hunter's favor whenever the man requested. No questions asked. That was the hardest part. He had so many questions, and Hunter refused to answer any of them. I knew you'd still be here. Sebastian relaxed back down into his chair and took his glasses off. And if I hadn't been, I knew you would be. That was a little unfair. It wasn't that late, and he wasn't the only person still working. Sometimes Lewis across the hallway stayed up until the wee hours as well. Sebastian only knew that because they passed each other on the way to the staff room for coffee at ungodly hours. A single nod was all they needed. They both understood that conversation was for the weak. Coffee was all that mattered. What do you want, Hunter? It's a little late for a social call. Fuck, Sebastian needed another coffee. Hunter had never visited him for any reason other than work. Hunter stepped further into the room and closed the door behind him before approaching. Once he was in the dim light of the lamp on Sebastian's desk, Sebastian caught sight of a takeaway coffee cup. He hoped to all that was holy that it was for him, because if Hunter tried to drink it in Sebastian's company, someone was going to be seriously injured. When Hunter pulled a thick folder from the inside of his jacket and handed it over, along with the coffee, Sebastian knew he was going to pay dearly for every sip he took. He looked mournfully at the stacks of files already lying over his desk. He did not need another one, and especially not one of the caliber that Hunter always gave him. If Hunter was here personally, it meant it was big, and Sebastian didn't have time for big. He took a sip of the coffee first, letting the hot liquid scald his throat and spread the caffeine through him, warming him from the inside before he flipped open the file. Warren Boiler, Sebastian read the top of the profile. Is that someone I should know? No. Sebastian waited, then sighed. Who is he? He prompted. Maybe he needed to pour a little extra in his coffee. A little Irish coffee never hurt anyone. Caleb had driven them in today, and then abandoned him when he refused to leave at a normal time, so he had to take an Uber home anyway. Hunter settled himself onto the couch. Tactical Operations conducted a surprise raid this afternoon and picked him up. What raid? Sebastian frowned. He skimmed the page, but it was all generic information about the man. 28, only a few years younger than Sebastian himself, and nothing particularly interesting caught his eye. If you turned on the TV at all in the last 5 hours, you would know about it. Do you see a TV in here? Sebastian said defensively. He was neck-deep in cases, and all the media information he needed for them was already available. He didn't have any other reason to bother spending precious free time reading scandalous propaganda. He had even less time for mindless TV. Let me guess. You want him out? I did pick you for a reason, Sebastian. I like a man with brains. Sebastian pulled his laptop towards himself and slipped his glasses back on as he pressed the spacebar to take it out of sleep mode. Was he caught in possession of anything? No, but there was a substantial amount of drugs in the house with him. Sebastian found an article and quickly speed-read it. He shot Hunter a look. There are 4 of them, and you want me to defend the one that mouthed off to an officer? Everything you need to know is in that file. Of course. Minimal information. Sebastian's favorite. Hunter checked the sleek black sports watch on his wrist. I want this wrapped up quickly, Sebastian. By Friday. That's 2 days from now. Yes, I'm aware of how the calendar works. I don't have time, Hunter, Sebastian said with irritation. The corner of Hunter's mouth tipped up. His dark green eyes looked like an almost fluorescent gas under the dim light. It made him look even more dangerous than normal. Make time. Hunter paused at the doorway. I would consider this one a personal favor. Sebastian blinked as the door closed behind him. What the fuck? Personal? Sebastian groaned loudly and leaned back in his chair, tipping his head back. An hour later, he was fed up with how little information he could find and the amount of ass-kissing he was going to have to do to keep it out of court and get it out of his hands by Friday. Fuck it. He was going out for a drink. Everything could wait. 5 hours was Peyton's limit. He could only sit opposite Quinn with his gorgeous fucking face right fucking there for so long before he went mad. And it had been 5 hours and 2 minutes, to be precise. Will had messaged him half an hour ago, confirming that he was done for the day and was on his way home. Peyton was more than ready to join him. He said goodbye to his parents and his brothers, wished his brother Riley another happy birthday, and even managed a curt nod for Quinn before he grabbed his jacket and got out of there. He was at his car door, thinking he'd gotten away scot-free when he heard, "Peyton, wait," and his entire body flushed with heat. Damn. Peyton took a deep breath before he turned to face Quinn, plastering on the best fake smile he could muster. Quinn, did I leave something behind? Looking at Quinn always made him feel like he was running 1,000,000 degrees hotter. He wanted to run his fingers through that messy brown hair and feel his 5 o'clock shadow beneath his palms. He wanted to feel those lips against his skin, get his own hands all over that lean, solid body. Quinn was taller than him, closer to 6 feet than Peyton's 5'9", and he wanted to know what it felt like to tuck his head under Quinn's chin. Quinn didn't respond, frowning as he searched Peyton's face. Peyton might have a smear of cake on his face, but he didn't think so. Peyton, if I've said something to upset you. He trailed off as he slid his hands into his jean pockets. The movement stretched his light blue button-down shirt across his chest, and Peyton had to force himself to look up into Quinn's gray eyes. I didn't mean to, and I apologize. Peyton wished he could scoff at that, but he knew that Quinn meant every word. Upset isn't the word I would use. You make me so fucking crazy, and every time I see you, I want to kiss you, was a more appropriate and detailed description of just what Quinn did to him. And maybe if it was just Peyton dealing with his attraction to the older detective, then maybe he could have gotten over it years ago. But he could see the same want in Quinn's eyes that Peyton knew he had. Quinn wanted him too, but he held himself back, and Peyton didn't know why. He'd first met Quinn 6 years ago at Riley's 24th birthday dinner. Riley and Quinn had been partners back then before Riley's promotion. Quinn had been seated next to him, and they'd spent the entire night focused solely on each other. Peyton had known from then on that he was ruined forever. Quinn was the sexiest man he'd ever laid eyes on, but it had been more than that. He'd been funny, attentive, and warm. He had hit all the right notes for Peyton, as though he'd been designed and brought to life especially for him. Peyton had left for basic army training at Kapuka less than a month later, with stars in his eyes and hope for the future, for his career and for a possibility of forever with a man who had made him want things that he never had before. He'd saved himself for Quinn as he spent the next year in training. And then everything had turned to ash in a fire of his own making. And what word would you use? Quinn asked. Do you really want to know? Peyton asked. He stepped closer to Quinn and trailed a finger down his chest. His knees went weak at the touch, everything in him screaming to take more, to hold on, and never let go. Do you want to know what I'm thinking right now? Quinn visibly swallowed. He took gentle hold of Peyton's hand, and heat washed over Peyton. But Quinn merely removed the hand from his body and let it go. I don't want to step on any toes, and I'm trying to do the right thing, but you're making it hard. Peyton had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. Well, I'm sorry to inconvenience you, he said curtly, even though he had no idea how he was doing that. If Quinn was trying to say that he didn't want to bend Peyton over the hood of his car as much as Peyton wanted him to, he was a goddamn liar. You're not an inconvenience. Then what am I? A temptation. Peyton let out a frustrated breath. What does that mean? You want it, Quinn? Then fucking be a man and take it. You and I both know I can. No, I don't know that. Riley? Is that what this is about? He has nothing to do with you and me, and if he has a problem, he can talk to me about it. As if Riley couldn't see the way they looked at each other. His older brother was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. He was one of the best detectives in Sydney for a reason, and the attraction between Quinn and Peyton could be seen from Mars. Did Quinn think he was subtle? There is no you and me, Quinn said quietly. Peyton invaded Quinn's space, their chests brushing against each other in a way that made Peyton's nipples harden, made all of him harden. And if I want there to be? Quinn's hand settled on Peyton's hip, and it was so hot it felt like it was scalding him. The choice you're trying to make right now should be enough for me to say no, Quinn whispered. But I can't. I don't want you to say no, Peyton whispered, swaying impossibly close. Quinn's lips were right there, and Peyton needed to touch them more than he needed his next breath. He'd spent all evening watching them, watching him, and every inch of Peyton ached with need. Quinn bent slowly until his lips hovered over Peyton's. We shouldn't do this. Yes, we should, Peyton said. Please. Please. Quinn pulled back at the last second before their lips could touch, and Peyton's heart sank. Something flickered across Quinn's gaze as he took a healthy step away from Peyton. Have a good night, Peyton. Peyton didn't respond to that, because the words he had in his mind for Quinn weren't anything good, and they certainly weren't about wishing kindness on the man. He could feel heat behind his eyes, tears prickling at the corners. Peyton sat in his car, staring at nothing, for a long time before he started it and roared out of the driveway. Fuck Quinn, and everything he had ever teased Peyton with and then refused to follow through on. Peyton almost hated him. Except that he could never hate Quinn. Everything Peyton felt for him went too deep for mere hate. Will nursed his empty glass as he waited for Peyton to come back with more drinks. Having some drinks and dancing at a club was their favorite way to unwind, when they had time. While they'd stopped pretending years ago that they were looking for anyone to take home, since their casual sex arrangement worked for them and meant they didn't need to spend their weekends trolling for random hookups. It didn't mean they didn't like going out. Sometimes it heightened things later, when they made themselves wait before they went home to fuck. A few drinks, an up-close and personal dance, and they were ripping each other's clothes off when they got home. Peyton had been in a foul mood when he'd gotten home, and Will had sucked him off in the shower, but it hadn't helped much. It had eased some of the tension, but Will knew it was still there. Honestly, he wasn't sure what Quinn's problem was. They both wanted each other, so why didn't they do something about it? Peyton had asked Will once if it bothered him, and maybe it should. They'd been exclusive fuck buddies for years. But thinking of Peyton with Quinn had never been a turnoff. The thought of it had spurred on some of their hottest sessions together. Will figured Quinn had to have his reasons, whatever they were. He would have appreciated it if Quinn had let Peyton know what they were, so he could move on. But he didn't know Quinn well enough to approach him directly. Their relationship was purely professional. A guy that looks like you shouldn't be sitting alone. A voice to his immediate left said. Will smirked in amusement as he looked up and then almost swallowed his tongue. Well, hello there. Dark blue eyes that reminded him a bit of Peyton, though Peyton's were a little darker, were framed by sleek black glasses and long, thick lashes. His bow-shaped lips were drawn up in a smug smirk. It should have been off-putting or smarmy. But coupled with the plain silver barbell piercing in his left eyebrow, it was making Will's dick stand up and take notice. He was bulkier than Will, which wasn't hard to accomplish since Will was toned but lanky and filled his suit out in all the right places. He was wearing form-fitting black slacks with shining dress shoes. No suit jacket, which was absolutely fine with Will, considering that he had rolled up his sleeves to reveal smooth, tan forearms. The look was kryptonite to any human being with a pulse. It was too bad that Will's only plans included getting Peyton home and naked, because damn, this guy was fucking sexy. Will couldn't even remember if he'd been into piercings before. He was now. Piercings, glasses, exposed forearms. Will might as well have stamped fantasy issue on the guy's forehead. Name's Sebastian. Will's smirk widened as he took the hand that Sebastian offered. Will. Is his seat taken? Well, it's... Peyton returned then, with 2 glasses of whiskey. His eyebrows raised at Sebastian as he slid the glasses onto the table. Peyton, this is Sebastian, Will said, smiling playfully. Hi, Sebastian, Peyton said in the same tone. He glanced between them curiously as he sat on the tall stool next to Will. He reached a hand over and placed it in Will's lap, no doubt feeling the growing hardness in his jeans. Sebastian put one hand in his pocket, smiling sheepishly. Pleasure. Have a nice night, you two. No, stay, Peyton said. He gave Will's dick a gentle squeeze, and Will swallowed, heat rushing over him. He put his hand over Peyton's but didn't move it. Have a seat. Peyton used his free hand to gesture at the empty seat opposite them. Sebastian stared at Peyton as he did. Will couldn't blame him. Peyton was stunning. All sultry eyes and delicate features. His shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair was pulled up in a messy bun, with wisps of it falling over his temples and forehead. The low lighting of the club only made his midnight blue eyes look darker, and his cheeks were still flushed from their earlier dancing. You can share my drink, Will said. He took a sip of his drink and then pushed it across. He made a show of arching his neck back and swallowing, so Sebastian could see he'd drunk some himself. Sebastian picked it up gingerly and swirled the amber liquid. Thanks. What is it? Are you allergic to anything? Will asked. No. Then just drink it. Peyton smiled behind his glass as he took a sip of his own. Will stroked the back of his hand and then shifted it so Peyton's fingers were wrapped more firmly around the bulge in his jeans. Good? Peyton asked. The smile Sebastian graced them with was far too sexy to be legal. Will bet the guy rarely had to work for it. Smooth, like honey. It wasn't the only thing that was smooth like honey. Will shared a look with Peyton, and he knew the heat in Peyton's eyes was mirroring his own. Is Will short for William? Sebastian asked. What else would it be short for? Will asked. Wilfred, Sebastian said. Wilder. He handed Will his drink back. Wilbur, Peyton added. That was a pig, right? I don't know, Will said, almost choking on his drink. Willard, Sebastian continued. Will laughed. Willard? That's worse than Wilbur. It was a pig, Will, you uncultured swine, Peyton said. As opposed to a cultured one named Wilbur? I'm making you watch it when we get home. Watch what? Most of the time he could follow whatever Peyton was talking about. This time he was lost. Charlotte's Web is an iconic children's movie and book, Sebastian said. You haven't seen or read it? I've heard of Charlotte's Web, Will said. Who the hell is Wilbur? Peyton snorted out a laugh and Will elbowed him in the side. It only made him laugh harder. I had a weird childhood, Will said wryly. His younger brother had showed a talent for tennis at a young age, and so Will had spent his childhood being carted from one tennis court to another. It had meant a lack of Saturday morning cartoons or Friday night movie time, but it had paid off, since Harry was now a pro tennis player and somewhere in the world right now on the tennis circuit. Will spoke to him once a week, but he traveled so much it was hard to keep track of him. How long ago was that? Sebastian asked, raising the eyebrow with the piercing. Will bet he got the piercing just so that move looked more impressive. Are you asking me my age? Will asked, faking horror. Are you a cop? He narrowed his eyes playfully. Peyton laughed again, and Will thought he'd given the game away, but Sebastian didn't seem to pick up on the cue. Instead, the corner of his mouth lifted and he said, Definitely not. Just want to make sure you're legal. I'm here, aren't I? Will lifted his glass, shaking it lightly for emphasis. You might want to check with Peyton, though. He's 3 years younger than me. I don't think it's fair to drag me into this, Peyton said. Why do you care if we're legal? Do you have some plans for us? The look he gave was pure sin. Will shifted on his stool and adjusted himself. He hadn't been subtle, and Sebastian glanced down, even though, unless he was Superman, he couldn't see through the table. Sebastian opened his mouth to say something but paused, frowning. He pulled his phone from his pocket and then grimaced. I need to take this, he said apologetically. Are you coming back? Peyton asked. Do you want me to? Will exchanged a look with Peyton. He knew Peyton almost as well as he knew himself. If you want to, Will said. Then, yes. Sebastian winked at them and held up his phone. I shouldn't be long. Take your time, Peyton murmured. Will craned his head as he watched Sebastian walk away. The way his pants tightened around his ass was a nice sight. It was a shame when he disappeared into the crowd, one hand holding his phone, the other pressed to his opposite ear. Peyton crowded into his space. He curled his legs around the footrest and pushed himself up so he could drape his arms over Will's shoulders. He leaned in until his lips hovered over Will's. What are we doing? I have no idea. What he wanted to do was lean forward just enough to get a taste. He slid his hands down Peyton's sides and hooked one hand in the waistband of his jeans, using it to pull him even closer. Peyton was almost unbalanced, but he had impressive upper body strength and held himself steady. But Will trailed off, unsure how to explain. Sebastian was magnetic, and he and Peyton had both been pulled into his orbit the moment they'd each laid eyes on him. Yeah. Peyton brushed his lips across Will's. You want to take him home. I want us to take him home, Will corrected. He pulled up a section of Peyton's shirt so he could feel the warm skin underneath. It was firm under his grip, with a hint of perspiration from their dancing earlier. Peyton ran his tongue across Will's bottom lip before nipping it gently. We've never done that before. They hadn't. Will had never slept with anyone but Peyton in his entire life, and he was fairly sure it was the same for Peyton. He knew Peyton had been holding out for Quinn, but then Quinn had done a 180, and everything had changed. He remembered when Peyton had come home, a little broken, a lot upset, and they'd spent their first night together. It had changed everything for Will, too. Will brushed some wisps of hair from Peyton's forehead. We don't have to. We can go home, just the two of us. Parker is gone for the night, he said. Parker was Peyton's twin and lived in the third bedroom of their apartment. We can fuck on the couch, in the kitchen, wherever you want. Or, he nuzzled his nose into Peyton's cheek. Or we can take him home with us. If he wants to. He wants to, Peyton said. No one could resist you. I think you have that backwards. Will knew the appeal was definitely about Peyton more than him. Will had a nice face, and that was all he really had going for himself. His height was more a deterrent than people thought. The reality wasn't as sexy as the fantasy. He was all arms and legs and bony elbows in weird places. The interest only really sparked when he told them what he did for a living, which was a total turnoff for him. Peyton saw him and still wanted him. It wasn't like that for anyone else. Peyton smiled and then kissed him. Will cupped Peyton's jaw and tilted his head, immediately giving Peyton what he wanted. He swept into Peyton's mouth, enjoying the sweet taste of the whiskey. When he was at risk of climbing into Peyton's lap and giving the entire club a show, he pulled back. Peyton licked his slick lips. Okay. Okay? Peyton smiled, and it was full of sin. It sounds like fun. Will slipped off the stool and stood to his full height, using a hand around Peyton's jaw to bring him to his feet as well. He bent and kissed Peyton again, because kissing him was an experience all by itself. It could get uncomfortable from this angle, since Peyton was a good 7 or 8 inches shorter than him, but Will was relaxed enough from the alcohol he had already had that it would take a while. Am I interrupting? Sebastian's smile was filthy, and Will's fingers tightened around Peyton with aching need. He wanted to get his mouth and hands all over this man. "We were just thinking that we'd call it a night," Peyton said. He crooked his finger, and Sebastian moved forward like a puppet on a string. Peyton smoothed his hand up Sebastian's chest and flicked the collar playfully. He pulled on it, forcing Sebastian even closer until he was almost between the two of them. "Alone?" Sebastian breathed out. Will leaned closer, the tip of his nose touching Sebastian's. "That's up to you." His eyes flicked over Sebastian's shoulder as Peyton shifted so his chest was flush against Sebastian's back, bracketing him in. Will hesitated as he tilted his chin. Unless he counted a weird encounter with a girl in his 6th grade class who'd had a crush on him and ambushed him in the school corridor, which he didn't. He hadn't kissed anyone except Peyton before. "What are you waiting for?" Sebastian asked. Will's gaze met Peyton's. He lifted his hand to Sebastian's shoulder, and Peyton took hold of it, their fingers sliding together. Will closed the distance. The first touch of his lips against Sebastian's was electric. He let out a small moan as they slowly explored. He tasted like a strange mix of strong alcohol and coffee. Peyton's fingers tightened around his, and he squeezed back. He gripped and pushed his hips forward, kneading the friction. Sebastian's breath hitched as Will's hardness pressed against his hip, and he rotated, adding pressure. Damn. Will needed to get them both somewhere they could get naked. Right fucking now. Sebastian pulled back with a gasp. "The only drink I've had is the one you gave me, and my car is just around the corner." That was some prime real estate. Will doubted that many of the people in the club had driven there, and if they had, their car was likely a good 20-minute walk away at least. "You want us to get into a car with a random stranger?" Will teased, his lips brushing against Sebastian's on every word. "There are 2 of you and only 1 of me. If I was planning something egregious, I miscalculated terribly." Peyton chuckled. He kissed his way up the side of Sebastian's neck before taking his earlobe between his teeth. "And why do we want to get into your car?" "We all want the same thing, and I'm not into quick bathroom fucks." Something flickered in his dark blue eyes, but it was gone so quick, Will was sure he'd imagined it. "What a coincidence," Peyton said. "Neither are we." Will couldn't take any more. "Let's go," he said, as he took their hands in a tight grip and pulled them through the crowd. Chapter 2. Peyton's self-control snapped like a rubber band once they were in the elevator of their apartment building. He pushed Will up against the wall and kissed him, cupping his face in his hands as he rolled their hips against each other. Sebastian's lips pressed against his neck as hands settled on his hips, and a warm body pressed against his back. Will moaned into Peyton's mouth, and then his hands were sliding between Peyton and Sebastian, cupping Peyton's ass and squeezing. Peyton was tempted to smash the emergency button and stop the elevator so they could just fuck here. The only thing that was stopping him was that the condoms and lube were in their apartment, unless he had some in his wallet. He doubted it. He didn't pick up, so he didn't carry them on him. The elevator doors opened, and hands gently steered them out of the elevator as he and Will continued their desperate kiss. "What number?" Sebastian asked in Peyton's ear. Peyton turned and paused with their lips a hair's breadth away from each other. He hadn't kissed Sebastian yet, though he'd almost come in his pants watching Will kiss him. "Peyton," Sebastian prompted, "are we finishing this out here, or should we go inside?" Peyton licked his bottom lip. Would he be able to taste Will on Sebastian's lips, or had it faded during the trip here? Will's deep chuckle against the opposite ear made a shiver run down Peyton's spine. "This way," he said. It took Will 3 times as long as normal to get the door open, because Peyton had his arms around his waist as he tugged at his belt, unbuckling it while Sebastian marked up his neck. Peyton could get used to having a helping hand to drive Will crazy. Peyton was almost at the point where he was about to say fuck it and undress all 3 of them right there in the hallway and give their neighbors a show. The elderly couple across the hall, Ruth and Mick, would probably like it. Ruth, at least. Peyton wasn't sure about Mick, but he was willing to put it to the test. The keys clattered to the floor as Will swung the door open, and Peyton and Sebastian simultaneously pushed him inside. Will hastily tugged at Sebastian's tie, pulling it out of its knot as Peyton started on the buttons of Sebastian's shirt. Once it was open, he tugged at the arms and pulled it free, discarding it. They turned and lifted Will's shirt over his head, and then they were distracted by getting their mouths all over Will's chest. Peyton's hands moved down to finish undoing Will's pants as he flicked his tongue over a nipple. He kissed up towards Will's collarbone at the same time Sebastian did, and then suddenly they were kissing, their tongues battling urgently. Peyton slanted his mouth, his hands pulled at the top button of his jeans, and the sound of a zipper being pulled down was loud beneath their heavy breathing. Sebastian kissed differently than Will, with more finesse and deliberate strokes of his tongue. Will was enthusiastic and fun, the joy in his core shining through in his technique. Sebastian trailed his lips across Peyton's jaw and then down to latch onto his neck. Peyton gasped and turned his head to give him more room. His eyes locked onto Will's, and his heart skipped a beat. Will couldn't see it, but everything about him was stunning. From his slightly crooked nose to his heart-shaped lips and the twinkle in his eyes that just lived there, because he was pure goodness and heart. Peyton would never tire of looking at him, especially like this, flushed and turned on, and ready to be wrecked. Peyton curled a hand around Will's hip and jerked him forward, their lips meeting in a rush of heat. A hand snaked under his t-shirt, and fingers ran across his hard abdomen, making his stomach clench and goosebumps spread across his skin. Someone else's hand. Fuck, there were so many sensations overwhelming him, he had no idea whose hand was where. Slid into his open pants and wrapped their fingers around his dick. A single firm tug from the head to the base had him gasping into Will's mouth. Will pulled his mouth from Peyton, and then Sebastian's lips were on Will's. Peyton's entire body thrummed with need as he watched them. Fuck, they were hot. Every glimpse of tongue as they made out was like a live wire straight to Peyton's dick. "My room," Peyton whispered as he kissed the sensitive skin below Will's ear and then rolled his lobe between his teeth. "It's closer." By mere meters, but closer was closer. They only made it halfway down the short hallway. In the process of tugging Will's pants down, now that they'd managed to undo his belt properly, Will and Peyton stumbled into the wall. Peyton braced himself with one hand on the wall beside Will's head as Will laughed. Sebastian kissed Peyton's neck. Peyton arched his head with a moan. Will bent and kissed the corner of Peyton's mouth. He licked across Peyton's lips and then into his mouth with a teasing caress. Peyton tilted his chin, giving him better access. They finally focused enough to get Will's pants and underwear off. He kicked them away as Peyton and Sebastian slid to their knees. Peyton ran his hand up Will's thigh and then took hold of his hard dick, pumping it slowly, feeling it thicken further in his palm. He licked his lips, his mouth salivating. He loved everything about Will's dick, the way it fit perfectly in his hand, the way the long length nudged the back of his throat. There was something calming in the way he knew everything about Will's body. He moved his hand around to massage Will's ass cheek before gripping it tightly to hold him as he took Will's dick down his throat in one wet slide. He groaned around the silky thickness. The taste was all man and Will, and it made him throb in his pants. A hand settled against the back of his head, then gently gripped his hair to move him up and down. Peyton reached out, his hand meeting a hard, warm chest. He trailed his fingers down, running through the fine hairs until he reached the waistband of Sebastian's slacks. They were already open, and his hand slid inside easily. The leaking pre-cum made it easier to get a good grip, and eased his way. Peyton pulled off Will's cock and turned for a kiss from Sebastian, sharing the taste of Will with him. Sebastian kissed across his jaw, paying special attention to the sensitive skin on the underside. "I can taste him on your tongue. Want the real thing?" Sebastian smirked. "Thought you'd never ask." He licked Will's mushroom head and sucked just the tip into his mouth, taking his time as he slowly lowered his head, taking more of him in. Will gasped, throwing his head back against the wall. He put one hand in Sebastian's hair, threading his fingers through it, the other in Peyton's. Sebastian lifted his head, and Peyton met him there. They licked either side of Will's dick, their tongues sliding against each other every time they met at Will's cockhead. Sebastian moved down and took Will's balls into his mouth as Peyton took Will's head into his, swirling his tongue around it and flicking the slit. "Oh my God," Will gasped out. "You two look... fuck." His legs trembled under Peyton's hand. The blissed-out look on his face made Peyton feel warm all over. He and Sebastian continued to share Will's dick between them, pausing occasionally to kiss and lick each other. Peyton didn't stop slowly stroking Sebastian's dick at the same time, keeping it hard and heavy in his hand. Every desperate jerk of Sebastian's hips when he squeezed the head only made Peyton throb harder in his own pants. Peyton took Sebastian's earlobe into his mouth, rolling it between his teeth. "How's your gag reflex?" Will's hand tightened in Peyton's hair, making Peyton grin. Sebastian looked up at Will, and then took him even further down his throat. Will's dick wasn't as thick as Peyton's, but it was longer, and if Sebastian did have a gag reflex, it was going to test it. "Oh, Jesus," Will muttered. He smoothed Sebastian's hair from his forehead, caressing his skin as their eyes met. Peyton nibbled on the curve of Will's hip, right where he knew it would drive him wild. Will bucked into Sebastian's mouth, sliding even deeper, making Sebastian choke. Peyton rested his hand beside Will's on the back of Sebastian's head and pulled him up just a little, giving him a chance to breathe. The pressure was light enough that he could say no if he wanted to, could pull away. Instead, he leaned into the touch and let them use his throat. "You like choking on his dick? Like the way it feels blocking your throat?" Peyton whispered. He was still stroking Sebastian through his pants, and by the way he was leaking all over Peyton's hands, Peyton already knew the answer. "Feels good, doesn't it?" Sebastian rocked his hips and moaned. Peyton could see his throat working around Will's length, and holy fucking shit, that was hot. Together, Peyton and Will lifted Sebastian's head until only the mushroomed head was in his mouth, and then moved it back down, causing him to choke again. Then back up and down again, until tears were leaking from the corners of his eyes, and Will was groaning and coming down his throat, his hips spasming. He pulled Sebastian off Will completely and kissed him, tasting the sticky sweetness of Will's release on his tongue. "Are you close?" he whispered against Sebastian's tongue. "Yes." As if to prove it, he pushed harder into Peyton's hands. Peyton smirked, pressing one more kiss to Sebastian's soft lips before he pulled his hand from his pants. Sebastian's answering groan was full of frustration. "You want to come in your pants or Will's ass?" "Well, when you put it that way." Peyton braced one hand on the wall as he pushed himself to his feet. He crowded Will against the wall and kissed him, pressing his dick against Will's hip and rocking himself on it, using the pressure to ease the ache somewhat. Sebastian kissed his shoulder and then pushed Peyton's jeans down. He cupped a cheek and massaged it, two of his fingers teasing Peyton's hole. Peyton rocked back and forth, increasing the pressure from both sides. "Let's take this somewhere more comfortable," Sebastian said, licking at the small mark he'd left on Peyton's skin. "I think that's what we were trying to do," Will said with a laugh. They hadn't been too far off the mark. Peyton's bedroom door was only a few steps from them. Peyton walked Will backwards through the doorway and then pushed him down onto the bed. Will lifted himself onto his elbows as he scrambled backwards, giving Peyton room to kneel between his legs. Peyton crawled over Will's body and kissed him until they were both breathing heavily. He stretched out beside Will, pressing firmly against him, and beckoned Sebastian closer. Sebastian bit his lip as he got to his knees on the edge of the bed. Peyton smoothed his hand down Sebastian's back as Sebastian settled, his thighs bracketing Will's hips. Peyton lifted himself to his knees and bit down on the curve of Sebastian's neck. Will shivered, almost as though he were the one being bit. I want you between us, Peyton said hoarsely. I want you to fuck him while I fuck you. It took everything in Sebastian not to come from those words alone. He'd been on edge from the moment he'd realized that the two men were at the club together and were interested in taking Sebastian home with both of them. I can work with that, Sebastian said, trying not to swallow his tongue. Peyton grinned, his white teeth gleaming in the dim lighting. Good. Sebastian's breath left him as he was pushed, and he found himself suddenly on his back. Peyton loomed over him, his shoulder-length hair bracketing his stunning face. He carefully took Sebastian's glasses off his face and smiled. Can you still see me? I need them all the time, but my long-distance vision is worse. Don't worry. I can see you just fine. There was a slight blur to his figure, but nothing that would impede his ability to see either of them or appreciate how incredibly hot they were. Do you wear contacts? Peyton wondered. He handed the glasses off to Will, but Sebastian didn't see what he did with them, too focused on Peyton. Sometimes. He didn't have a preference. It depended on whether he remembered or not in the morning for the most part, and he found that wearing them increased his chances of picking up when he went out. There was something about them that people liked, and Sebastian was nothing if not an opportunist. Sebastian ran his hand up Peyton's chest, his fingers tracing over the tattoo over his heart. It was some kind of insignia, with what he knew was Latin written in a banner and a small dagger behind it. Something about it was familiar, but Sebastian wasn't entirely sure why. A university motto? Military, perhaps? He didn't have time to contemplate it long as Peyton was leaning down and kissing the side of his neck, sending a jolt of pleasure rushing down Sebastian's spine. Sebastian threaded his fingers through Peyton's hair and held lightly as Peyton brushed kisses across his throat, over his collarbone, and further down to stop at a nipple. He flicked it with his tongue, getting it wet. Then he moved to the opposite one, taking his time and sending Sebastian into overdrive. His fingers made their way down Sebastian's stomach, raking through the hair around his dick, and then wrapping around Sebastian's leaking cock. He gave it 2 quick tugs, and then a slow one, then 2 quick, and another slow. Sebastian could feel his orgasm building, and his toes curled. Peyton let go, and Sebastian groaned in frustration. Damn it. Only one other person had ever worked him over this much before. No, not tonight. He wouldn't be haunted tonight. Peyton moved away, and then Will was straddling him, looking down at him with that lopsided grin that had caught Sebastian's attention at the club. He rotated his hips, and Sebastian had no choice but to hold on to them, while Will slid their dicks against each other. Fuck, he was gorgeous. It had been a long time, what felt like a lifetime, since he'd approached someone first, and it was paying off so well he didn't know why he didn't do it more often. Except he knew. Choosing was a risk he wasn't interested in tangling with. But there had been something about Will, that friendly, open face that was rare in a person these days. Sebastian hadn't been able to resist. The bed dipped slightly as Peyton rejoined them, walking on his knees with supplies in hand. He dropped them on Sebastian's chest and leaned down, giving him a kiss that made his toes curl and his hips thrust harder against Will's. If they kept this up, he was going to come before anything even happened. I'm going to get him nice and slick for you, Peyton murmured against his lips. And then he's going to ride you while I fuck you. Fucking hell. Sebastian's entire body shuddered. Peyton lifted his head, and Will was right there, taking over, his tongue playful as he twirled around Sebastian's. He jerked in surprise when Peyton pressed slick fingers against his rim. A thumb rubbed his taint, and Peyton pushed one finger in, slowly sliding it in and out, getting him used to it. Thought you said you weren't going to get him ready for me, Sebastian ground out, pushing down on his finger, silently urging for more. I will, Peyton said. He added a second finger and rotated them, brushing against Sebastian's prostate. Sebastian gasped and arched, his dick sliding against Will's. But it would be remiss of me to be neglectful of you. He removed his fingers, leaving Sebastian's ass clenching, begging for more. Of either of you, Peyton murmured. Will let out a long, drawn-out moan as he buried his face against the sheets beside Sebastian's head. "Oh, Jesus," he said, voice muffled. Sebastian grinned, sliding a hand down Will's side. His eyes met the heat in Peyton's dark blue gaze. Peyton's arm moved as he fucked Will with his fingers. Will's hand moved against Sebastian's, and they tangled together. Will turned his head, their eyes locking. And then they were kissing, a furious mess of tongue and teeth and desperation. Peyton worked them both over, plunging his fingers into Will and pumping them in and out before going back to Sebastian's ass. He went back and forth, over and over, until they were squirming, and Sebastian was sure he was 2 seconds away from blowing his load. "Put a condom on him, Will," Peyton said, "and pass me one." Sebastian swallowed and tried to remember how to breathe, as Will rolled the condom onto him at a pace he was sure was designed to kill him from anticipation. And then finally, Will lifted himself up and then lowered down, one hand gripping Sebastian's dick to hold it steady while he sank onto it. Sebastian bit his lip as he groaned, counting back from 50 to stop himself from coming as Peyton pushed inside him at the same time. The double sensations were almost too much. Overstimulation in the best kind of way. Will leaned back, twining his arms around Peyton's neck. Will's chest was on full display, the glistening sweat making Sebastian's mouth water. He reached up, splaying his fingers across Will's hard, flat stomach. One hand moved down to grasp his dick and leisurely stroked it. It wasn't fully hard again yet, but it was on its way. Peyton bent and bit down on Will's shoulder, leaving red marks as he moved across Will's skin and up his neck. Will lifted off him at the same time that Peyton pulled out, perfectly in sync as they drove Sebastian out of his mind. He planted his feet more firmly on the mattress, trying to thrust up, trying to take back some semblance of control. Peyton chuckled and lifted Sebastian's legs over his shoulders, effectively destroying that control. He had no choice but to hold on, as they both fucked him until he was a babbling mess, so desperate for release for them that he didn't know what to do with it. Will fisted his cock and started jerking himself, and he looked so fucking godlike that Sebastian's orgasm snuck up on him like a tidal wave, and he came, with a loud groan, a garbled mess of words he had no hope of deciphering, spilling from his lips. Peyton fucked him harder, pistoning in and out of him as he sought his own release, his grip on Sebastian's calves tightening. "Come all over him, Will," Peyton whispered harshly in Will's ear. Sebastian's spent dick twitched, and his muscles tensed, echoes of pleasure flowing over him like tiny aftershocks. Will's ass clenched around Sebastian's cock as he moaned, his eyes squeezing shut. He coated Sebastian's chest and stomach in his release. He collapsed forward onto it and lazily kissed Sebastian. Peyton sped up even further, hammering into Sebastian with long, hard thrusts that had Sebastian seeing stars and his dick making a fair effort to come back to life for the occasion. Peyton bent forward, resting his forehead against Will's back as he gave one last violent thrust into Sebastian. "Ah, fuck," he gasped. "Fuck." Sebastian's chest heaved as they all stayed in position, their mingled, heavy breathing a loud symphony in the air. Sebastian couldn't remember the last time he'd had such mind-blowing sex. Well, he could remember. He just tried not to. This was going up there on the list. Twice. Sebastian woke to an unfamiliar ceiling and 2 warm bodies bracketing him, making him feel like he was trapped in a sauna. He thought at first that was what had woken him, considering he'd never been in bed with 2 men before. It was an easy conclusion to come to. The heat alone was borderline stifling. But then the sound of his phone hit his ears, and he realized that it was ringing. The second he moved, Peyton was upright, one hand gripping painfully on Sebastian's elbow, and the other reaching under his pillow for something. Before Sebastian could ask what the fuck he was doing, Peyton relaxed, blinking in a way that was too adorable to be real. "Seb?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. It's just my phone," Sebastian said. He crawled over Will, who didn't wake and instead mumbled something about banana bread, and turned over onto his stomach and found his discarded pants on the floor. It was still dark out, which meant it was stupid early, and the call was important. It wasn't like he had a big lineup of people who had his number. Even less that would use it outside of sociable hours. All the breath left him when he saw the blocked across his screen. He already knew it wasn't some random telemarketer call. There was only one person it could be. Hunter. He checked the time in the top right corner of his phone. 4:25 a.m. Not, "I'm going to murder you in your sleep early," but close. Sebastian sat and leaned his back against the side of the bed. He rubbed the spot between his eyes as he contemplated not answering it, even though he knew that wasn't an option. Hunter would find him, one way or another. Hunter didn't wait for Sebastian to say anything. "How is my case?" Sebastian rubbed his eye. "What?" "Warren. Have you got it sorted yet?" "I think you already know the answer to that. It hasn't changed since I updated you last night. The fuck, Hunter?" "Clock is ticking." Sebastian blew out a breath. "I still need sleep." A hand landed on his shoulder, and he jerked in surprise. Peyton looked down at him with concern. Will had moved, his body curled around Peyton's back. Seeking out body heat, maybe. Sebastian had already guessed that Will was a cuddler even before he'd gotten the guy naked. Everything about him screamed wholesome boy next door. When Sebastian had picked him out in the club, he had expected a night of soft, pleasant sex. Not his favorite kind, but once in a while it was a nice change. And there'd been something about him that had drawn Sebastian in. He had not expected to find that the cutie at the table wasn't alone, or that both the men, who were very obviously into each other, would invite him back to their place. Peyton's head tilted in question. Sebastian just squeezed his hand and then got to his feet. He gathered his clothes, grateful that they'd been piled mostly together, so he didn't have to search far. He slipped his glasses on as he awkwardly balanced his phone between his shoulder and ear. He tugged on his underwear and then his pants, and left them undone as he shrugged on his shirt, transferring the phone between hands as he did. Peyton moved into view and took over. His fingers skimmed Sebastian's skin as he started from the bottom button and worked his way up. Sebastian found himself mesmerized. Peyton had long fingers, like a pianist. He wondered if he played any instruments. His eyes lifted and met Peyton's. His blue was darker than Sebastian's own, like a clear midnight sky. Sebastian wanted to kiss him. It had been a long time since he'd been in bed with someone and stayed the night. Even longer since he'd wanted to linger and wake up with them. "I want an update today, Sebastian." Sebastian wanted to snap back and tell him that he could fucking wait, but Hunter had said it was personal, and he knew that snapping back wouldn't end well for him. "And if I don't have one?" Sebastian asked. "Make sure you have one." Before Sebastian could conjure up a sufficient response to that, eloquence was gone, and all he could think of to retort with was, "Go fuck yourself." Hunter had hung up. Sebastian just knew he would think of the perfect response later, once he'd been properly caffeinated. "Everything okay?" Peyton asked. Fuck it. Sebastian leaned in and took the kiss that he wanted. He kept it light, and all it did was leave him wanting more. He looked back at the bed, and Will had moved again. His long legs were trapped in the sheets, and he'd pulled a pillow into his chest and had his arms wrapped around it. Sebastian had the strangest urge to slide back under the covers, to nestle back into all that warmth. "It was lovely to meet you both. Give him a kiss for me." There wasn't really any way to make leaving any less awkward with one-night stands. He was never going to see either of these two men again. The perk of living in a big city like Sydney was that you could take a different guy home every night and never run into them afterwards. Normally, that was a big plus for Sebastian. This time, he felt a pang of regret and almost offered his number. He bit his lip and slid his tie around his shoulders, letting it hang on either side. Peyton smirked. "Sure. Need me to walk you out?" "I think I can find the door." Sebastian hesitated in the doorway to the room. even glanced back to where Peyton was back in bed, spooning around Will. Will made a small sound, and Peyton pressed a kiss to the back of his neck before resting his forehead against the back of Will's head. Sebastian closed his eyes briefly and then headed out. There was way too much going on in his life for his head to be turned by not one but two sexy men. Before he could get to the front door, it opened on its own. Light from the hallway spilled into the room, a silhouette of a person in the middle. More light erupted when the figure turned on the light above Sebastian. It was the only reason Sebastian didn't trip over the arm that was stretched across the floor in front of him. He followed the arm to the rest of the body and stared in rising horror at the open, unseeing eyes of the corpse. A fucking corpse was lying on the tiles between the back of the couch and the dining table. The man who had just walked inside, who was the spitting image of Peyton because of course he was a fucking twin, screamed when he saw the body. He threw whatever was in his hand at Sebastian, and the corner of it just missed his glasses, hitting above his eyebrow, sending a sharp pain across half his face. "Ow! What the fuck?" Sebastian cursed. His eyebrow throbbed under the sting, a wetness sliding down his temple. When he pressed his fingers against it, they came back red. He was glad that it hadn't damaged his piercing, but what the fuck had the guy thrown at him? He spied the phone on the floor near his foot and scowled at it. "Don't move, murderer!" Peyton burst out of the bedroom in his sweatpants, Will close behind him. He slid abruptly to a stop when he spied the dead guy. Will ran right into his back. "Oh, Jesus," Peyton said eloquently. "It was him! Peyton, shoot him!" Peyton's twin yelled, pointing a hand at Sebastian. "It was not," Sebastian protested. "Shoot him? With what?" Peyton said, the corner of his mouth quirking. He crouched beside the body and pressed 2 fingers to his neck. "It wasn't him. I said goodbye to him like 2 seconds ago." He looked up, and this guy's cold. "That's fucking disgusting. Stop touching it," the twin said. "Parker, calm down," Will said. "Calm down? Calm down?" The twin, Parker, was practically screeching now. "Call the police!" "I am the police," Will reasoned. "We don't need a battering ram right now, Will," Parker growled. "Hey, watch it," Peyton warned. "Sit the fuck down before you hyperventilate." Wait, what? Police? Sebastian had gone home with a cop? Fucking hell. No. He avoided frequenting any places that were cop hangouts. His relationship with the police was tenuous at best because of his profession. He rubbed his forehead, already feeling a headache forming. "Anyone know him?" Will asked, studying the body's face. Parker was muttering to himself as he sat heavily on a dining chair, putting his head between his knees. Sebastian blanched as he took in the facial features of the corpse. He knew that face. He'd represented that face in court. He was a fucking client. Sebastian remembered the case. It hadn't even been a year ago. Why was someone he knew in the apartment of people he'd only met the night before? Was it connected to him, or merely coincidence? If it was connected, had he been followed? How else would they have known he was here? His knees wobbled, and he half stumbled backwards and collapsed into one of the dining chairs. There was a fucking dead body, one he knew, in the middle of the room. It hadn't been there when they'd gone to bed. Someone had gotten inside while they'd all been either fucking or sleeping. The thought made bile rise in his throat as his stomach churned uncomfortably. Whoever had dumped the body had been right in the apartment, mere feet from them. Sebastian wasn't a stranger to threats or even semi-dangerous situations, but this was a game he wasn't interested in playing. "We do need to call it in," Will said. "How long do you think he's been here?" "Hard to say," Peyton said. The ease with which he was discussing not only a dead person, but the way he was scrutinizing the body in a detached manner was disconcerting. It was clearly not his first rodeo, and Sebastian wondered just what kind of people he'd spent the night with. A cop and... who else? Who was Peyton? "I'll call Quinn," Peyton said, getting to his feet. He snagged what had to be his phone from the kitchen counter and flicked it open. Quinn. Sebastian's breath caught in his throat. There was no way. It wasn't a common name, but there was more than one out there. Probably even more than one in Sydney alone. But more than one that someone would call because of a murder? Sebastian really fucking hoped this was all just a bad dream. Please, for the love of all the good things in the world, tell me that my luck isn't that bad. Chapter 3. Quinn was half asleep when he rolled over and snatched up his ringing phone. He scratched his cheek as he answered. Detective Hughes. He yawned as he kicked off the mess he'd made of his sheets. He had no idea who was calling him, but he always erred on the side of caution. 99% of the time it was from the precinct, and it was his boss, Riley, or his partner, Grady. It's me. Quinn froze, and it took him a second to respond. Peyton. Hearing his voice while he was in bed was something his libido didn't need, especially after last night, when Quinn had almost betrayed every code he'd tried to live his life by. Kissing a man that was taken was a line he never thought he'd ever come close to crossing. Peyton jumbled his mind like only one other man ever had. I'm sorry to wake you. You didn't, Quinn lied. What's going on? Are you all right? He ran a hand through his sweaty hair as he sat up. What was the time? He peered at the clock on his nightstand. He had to squint, the bright green color mixing uncomfortably with the pitch black of the room. 4:45 in the morning. We've got a situation here. The tension in Peyton's voice made Quinn's heart drop. He was out of bed a second later and pulling out a clean pair of underwear from his wardrobe. What kind of situation? Where are you? He grabbed a coat hanger that had a full suit ensemble on it and threw it on his bed before sliding the pair of slacks from it and awkwardly hopping one-handed into them. I'm at home. I'm going to put you on speaker. Hold on. Speaker. Quinn did the same and dropped the phone on the bed. He slid his shirt on and did it up hastily. He wouldn't have been surprised if some of them were done up wrong. He ignored the tie and jacket and went in search of his shoes. Parker, if you're going to be sick, do it in the bathroom, Will was saying. Or the sink. Fuck off. What is going on? Quinn asked tersely. There's a dead body is what's going on, Parker screeched. Breathe, Parker, Peyton said. Head between your knees. Deep breaths. A body? Will, check all the windows and doors. Make sure everything is locked up tight. Do not answer the door for anyone but me. Do you understand? I know how to secure an area, Will said, his voice trailing off as he, Quinn assumed, went to do as he'd asked. Is anyone hurt? What Quinn really wanted to know was, Peyton, are you hurt? If anyone so much as laid a single finger on him, Quinn would bury them alive. Sort of. The tentative hesitation was not reassuring. Quinn snatched his phone up and took it off speaker as he grabbed his keys and headed out the front door. What the hell does that mean? Do I need to call an ambulance? No, it's fine. Parker threw his phone at Seb. It stopped bleeding already. Seb? A dead body and a stranger. Neither of those things was making Quinn's blood pressure go down. Peyton, take the phone off speaker. There was shuffling for a moment, and then Peyton came through clearer. What's wrong? Does Will keep cuffs at home? He slipped into his Toyota Camry and started it before he'd even closed the door. What? Why? Peyton asked, sounding a little choked up. Who is Seb? And what are they doing in your apartment? Quinn thought his line of thinking was pretty self-explanatory. Peyton was quiet for a second. No, he has nothing to do with this. He was with Will and me last night. Quinn's brain short-circuited. Surely he didn't mean... Together? Yes? There was a defensiveness in Peyton's tone now, and Quinn felt guilty for putting it there. Just stay put and don't touch anything, okay? He said, instead of the million things running through his brain that he wanted to blurt out. Will and Peyton had been together for years as far as Quinn knew. He wasn't entirely sure on the exact date when they got together, but he knew it was roughly in the year following Peyton's first deployment, when he'd come home a different person. A person that Quinn hadn't known how to get through to, when all he had wanted to do was give Peyton anything he needed. Before Quinn had been able to work out how he could do that, Peyton had found Will, and mere weeks later they'd moved in together. The first time Quinn had seen them together, it had been obvious they'd had an instant connection, and Quinn had missed his chance. And now they were inviting people into their bed? To what? Share? Fucking hell, it was too early for this. I'll be there soon. Call me if anything happens. Okay, Peyton hesitated. Hurry, please. Quinn put his sirens on the entire way. He'd barely knocked twice before Peyton opened the door, and Quinn had an armful of him and hair in his mouth. It was only when he wrapped his arms tight around Peyton that the fact he wasn't wearing a shirt registered. He was unbelievably soft under Quinn's palms. His fingers dug into the warm skin as he buried his nose in the top of his head. This was torture of the highest form. Are you okay? Yes, sorry. Parker is freaking out and it's... He trailed off, but Quinn understood. Peyton was a professional and could keep his cool under the highest of pressure. But he and Parker were twins, and their emotions fed off each other. Parker being off-kilter would put Peyton off-kilter. Quinn cupped Peyton's cheek. Are you hurt? Peyton shook his head mutely. Quinn tucked him back under his chin, one hand buried in his hair. He couldn't make himself let go. Not yet. He'd never had Peyton in his arms before, and despite the situation, he wanted to soak it in for just a little longer. The feeling of being stared at had him lifting his head. His body tensed in shock as he looked onto deep blue eyes and a handsome face that he never in a million years thought he would see in Peyton's apartment. Sebastian glanced down to Peyton and back up to Quinn's face, something undecipherable in his expression. That face had haunted Quinn's dreams for a long time, and he still couldn't read it. What was he doing here? Sebastian. His Sebastian had slept with Peyton and Will? Heat rushed over Quinn as white noise rushed through his ears, and his breath caught. Fucking hell. It would have been beautiful. A sadness settled under Quinn's ribcage. He felt like he'd entered some strange reality that was both a dream and a nightmare. Sebastian and Peyton together. His two biggest regrets. Together. Quinn? Peyton looked between them. Oh, this is... We know each other, Sebastian interrupted abruptly. Same circles. Well, opposite sides of the same circle. Our paths never cross for pleasantries. Quinn had learned over the years how not to flinch when Sebastian's acid came out, but it was a close call this time. Everything was too near the surface, bubbling just under his skin. Peyton's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and the question in his eyes could be seen from space. Quinn dropped his arms from around Peyton and cleared his throat. You said there was a body. Quinn had called his work partner Grady and his boss Riley on the way, and they wouldn't be far behind him. Grady had said he would call it in officially and get a team to go over the scene. Riley hadn't said anything. The moment Quinn had appraised him of the situation, he'd hung up. Quinn knew that meant, I'm on my way, in Riley speak. Yeah, it's over here, Peyton said. When Peyton took a step back, Quinn forgot how to breathe for a moment. An insignia tattoo was visible on Peyton's chest, over his heart, that Quinn knew signified his time as a commando in the Australian Army. But it was the marks of passion that held Quinn's attention. There were red marks down the side of his neck, across his shoulder, and all over his firm, hard chest. Bite marks. Some of them would have to be Will's, but some of them were likely Sebastian's. Quinn wanted to touch them, wanted to run his fingers and his tongue around them, put his own mark on top. His eyes met Sebastian's again, and while his face was a stony wall, Quinn could see the heat underneath. He liked Quinn seeing marks he'd put on someone else. On Peyton. God, what the fuck was happening? He frowned as he noticed the bruise forming at the corner of Sebastian's eyebrow, dried blood around it. "You're hurt." "Yeah, the twin hit me," Sebastian said. "He threw something at me." "The twin has a name," Parker said from where he was hunched over the sink. He sounded like he was seconds away from throwing up. "He threw his phone," Peyton supplied. "Let me see." There was nothing Quinn could do about the body, not until Grady, Riley, and forensics arrived. Triage was more important, and making sure that Sebastian was okay would always be important to Quinn. It was a switch he wasn't sure he'd ever be able to turn off. "I'm fine. Let me look anyway," Quinn said. He crowded Sebastian against his chair. Sebastian's expression was defiant as he tilted his chin to look up at Quinn, but there was a hint of vulnerability underneath all of it. The moment that Quinn's fingers skimmed across Sebastian's cheek, it occurred to him that this was the first time he'd touched him in 8 years. They'd been in each other's orbits all that time, but they'd always been so careful to keep their distance. Well, Sebastian had, and Quinn had had no choice but to follow his lead. The final accusation he'd thrown at Sebastian had been the one that ended their relationship, and Sebastian had never forgiven him. He fingered the cut across Sebastian's temple, surprised that he hadn't been shoved away yet. Instead, Sebastian's eyes fluttered closed, and everything in Quinn quieted and settled, like the calm before a storm. Quinn trailed up to the bruise forming just above the cut. Sebastian had been lucky it hadn't hit the eyebrow piercing and ripped the skin there. An eyebrow piercing. Sebastian had never worn it in court. At what point in their 8 years apart had he gotten it? Quinn couldn't help himself as he brushed his knuckles across Sebastian's cheek and traced the edge of his ear, the ends of Sebastian's hair tickling his fingers. His heart ached as Sebastian stayed perfectly still for him. Sebastian's lips parted a fraction, and Quinn had an urge to run his thumb across them. Peyton cleared his throat, and Quinn jerked his hand back like he'd been burned at the same time Sebastian's eyes flew open. He turned his head away from Quinn, dislodging his hold. "Something you two want to tell us?" Peyton asked. Quinn searched Peyton's face, but his poker expression was impenetrable. Quinn had learned the hard way not to play poker against him. He was an absolute shark, and Quinn didn't want to know how much Peyton's entire family would owe him if they played for real money. "Ancient history," Sebastian said. "Nothing worth talking about." Quinn flinched. "Go wash the blood off your face," he said quietly, stepping back so Sebastian could stand. "Can't handle a little blood?" He was wearing a smug smirk that Quinn was too familiar with. It was one the lawyer used in the courtroom when he knew he'd gotten them all right where he wanted them, when he'd had them chasing their tails for hours already and was now ready for the final strike that would leave them all with their pants down. "I want to look at it properly, make sure it doesn't need extra medical attention," Quinn lied. The cut was superficial. He just didn't like how seeing blood on Sebastian's face was making him feel, and he needed to find his balance again, which wouldn't happen with Sebastian and Peyton so close to him. "How hard did you throw that phone, Parker?" "I thought he just killed someone," Parker said angrily. "I was trying to hurt him." "What were you going to do if he was the murderer?" Will asked, emerging from the hallway. "If he'd come at you?" Will wasn't wearing a shirt either. Quinn had never thought about what Will looked like under his tactical gear. He was significantly taller than Peyton, but lankier, with a flat, toned stomach. He was also currently covered in similar bite marks as Peyton. Quinn didn't know if his sudden urge to touch those marks as well was a projection of his feelings for the other two, or whether he'd instantly gone certifiably insane the moment Peyton had opened his door. He was leaning towards insanity. He eyed Sebastian's shoulder, wondering if there were marks underneath his shirt. Images of what they might have looked like all tangled together forced their way into his mind, and he had to use every technique he had ever learned to focus and push them out. "Run away screaming. Duh." "You need some self-defense lessons," Peyton said, frowning at his twin. "For the next time someone dumps a body in my apartment?" Parker said sarcastically. His face lost what was left of the color in it. "I can't believe I just said that." He turned back around and emptied his stomach into the sink. Peyton rubbed his back in a soothing motion. Sebastian brushed past him, headed towards the bathroom, and Quinn's stomach clenched. He curled his fingers into his palms to stop himself from reaching out. Riley and Grady arrived shortly after the bathroom door snicked closed in the tense quiet. Riley's black hair was swept to the side, his ice blue eyes alert and looking like he was already sweeping and calculating the scene. His suit looked too impeccable for 5 a.m, but it always looked like that. Grady, on the other hand, looked like he'd pulled an all-nighter, even though Quinn knew he hadn't. His dark olive eyes were half-lidded, and his dark brown hair was sticking up in multiple directions like he'd been pulling on it. His shirt was askew, and his tie was nowhere to be seen. Quinn kept spares in his car because Grady always forgot them when they were called out early. Riley went straight for his brothers, checking them over. "Were either of you hurt?"
"I'm traumatized,"
Parker muttered.
"We're fine," Peyton said. "We didn't. He was here when we got up."
"Did anyone touch anything?" Grady asked as he crouched beside the corpse. He tilted his own head as he looked it over.
"Just me," Peyton said. Checked his pulse.
"It doesn't look like he was killed here," Grady said. "No blood splatter and no signs of a scuffle. A drop and run wouldn't have caused much of a disturbance, but how did they get inside? None of you noticed any weird noises?"
"I wasn't here," Parker said. "Chances were these 3 were—"
"We were asleep," Peyton interrupted, but Quinn knew what Parker was going to say. There was a high chance they'd been having sex at the time. 3? Riley looked sharply at Quinn, and Quinn could feel his cheeks heating despite the fact he had nothing to do with this. "Our guest is in the bathroom," Will said. Parker hit him with his phone because he thinks that's an effective tactic against murderers.
"It made him bleed, didn't it?"
Parker sputtered.
"He didn't do anything. And if you could not injure people we bring home, we'd appreciate it," Peyton said.
Riley pinched the bridge of his nose. Quinn bit his tongue to stop his question from coming out. Whether they frequently added someone to their bed wasn't any of Quinn's business. He had no right to the knowledge, and it had no bearing on the investigation that had just fallen into their laps. "Do you have any gloves on you?" Quinn asked. "Forensics will be here in 5, Grady said, pulling out a pair of latex gloves from his pocket and handing them over. Quinn snapped them on and was careful not to jostle the body too much as he patted him down, feeling for a wallet or something that could help identify him. He glanced up as Will crouched down beside him. His face was suddenly too close to the marks on Will's chest, his dusky nipples enticing in a way that Quinn hadn't expected. It had to be the supercharged energy in the room. That was the only explanation. Will was flirty but never serious, and Quinn had never thought about him that way, even when he knew that he was dating Peyton. Quinn had always steered clear of any thoughts of the two of them together. He looked away, trying to get his mind on track. He was a professional and usually far better at controlling wayward thoughts than this. "What do you think?" he asked. It was a diversionary tactic, but he didn't normally have a TOU officer with him when he was going over a scene, and it would be stupid not to use his expertise. Will slid his fingers around Quinn's wrist, causing goosebumps to rise up his arm. He hooked them into the glove and pulled it clean off. Quinn stared at Will, but Will had already put the glove on himself and was poking at the guy's head around some of the wounds. "I have more," Grady muttered. "These look nasty, but I don't think it's what killed him," Will said. "There's a dent in his head," Grady said in disbelief. "You think he died of natural causes?" Quinn found a wallet in the front pocket of the jeans. He pulled it out and flipped it open. Something fell out and landed on the tiled floor with a clink. A pocket watch. Quinn picked it up and studied it, flipping it back and forth. "Looks like an heirloom, maybe?" He squinted, trying to read whatever was etched on the side, but there was too much blood on it to make it out. The blood was interesting, however, because the rest of the man's clothing was clean. They'd need forensics to go over it, but also analyze the blood to see if it belonged to the victim or to someone else. Or both, potentially. "Do you have—" He turned, and Grady was already handing over an evidence bag. Quinn had left his house too hastily to grab anything, and he hadn't even thought about the gear he had stashed in the boot of his car. All he'd been thinking about was getting to Peyton. He dropped the pocket watch into the bag and handed it back. He flicked through the wallet and pulled out the ID. He read the name aloud. Mason Delgrade. Shit. He hadn't recognized the face since he wasn't one of theirs, but he knew the name. Who is he? Grady asked. He's an informant, Riley said. One of Gideon and Angela's. Should we call them? No. Once the body has been removed and the scene released, you can give them the information. There's nothing they'll glean here that we can't, Riley said. He isn't connected to Peyton, Parker, or Will, and he was killed somewhere else. I doubt we're going to find any useful information here. Yeah, Quinn had been thinking the same thing. But if Sebastian was a random one-night stand, then it didn't make any sense for it to be connected to him either, which meant they needed to work out why the body was left here, to determine who it had been left for, and their environment wasn't going to tell them that. They were on the 4th floor, and it was the apartment of an ex-Spec Ops officer and a Tactical Operations Unit officer. There was no way this was coincidental or random. The tension in the air went up tenfold when Sebastian came out of the bathroom. He froze upon seeing Grady and Riley. What the fuck are you doing here? Grady snarled, half pulling his gun from its holster. Quinn stood in a heartbeat and put a hand on Grady's, urging him to put it back. You're the guest? Riley said flatly. Sebastian warily stepped further into the room. You don't go on calls anymore, he said slowly. What are you doing here? Riley pointed to himself. Sinclair. He pointed to Peyton. Sinclair. Sebastian blanched. His eyes were a little wild when he glanced at Peyton. We didn't exchange surnames. I think I'm going to be sick, Grady said, grimacing. Sink is taken, Parker said. Get a bucket. No one is going to be sick, Riley said roughly. Seb, He cut himself off and pursed his lips. We'll talk later, was all he finished with. Will, Parker, Peyton, pack a bag. None of you are staying here tonight. What? Parker protested. Why not? In a couple of hours you'll have the body out. Then I will bleach everything to within an inch of its life and everything will be fine. Whoever left him here knows where you live, Riley said calmly. They've proven they can get inside without any of you knowing, activities being conducted aside. No, Peyton, close your mouth. I don't want to hear it. You're not staying here. I won't repeat myself. They all paused when a weird sound filled the room. Sebastian cursed and pulled a phone out of his pocket. He flicked it off and put it back in. Am I being detained or am I free to go? Did you kill someone last night? Riley asked, raising a brow. Sebastian scowled. No, he eventually said tersely. I got my brains fucked out, though. Does that make me a suspect? Riley looked unimpressed. Quinn tried not to swallow his tongue. He didn't need that kind of statement to fuel the images his mind had already conjured. Quinn will call you to arrange a time for you to come down to the station. We'll need to interview you, Riley said. Yeah, I know the drill. Not your first rodeo, Grady drawled. Color me surprised that you've been a murder suspect before. He's not a suspect, Quinn said, shooting Grady a warning look. How did you get here? He asked Sebastian. My car. He wouldn't look at Quinn, and his jaw was clenched so hard Quinn wouldn't be surprised if he chipped a tooth. Quinn wanted to take him into his arms. The cut on his temple was red and angry, emphasized more now that it was clean, and the bruise looked painful. The slight bags under his eyes showed a lack of sleep, something Quinn was not going to think about, and he looked very much like he was at the end of his tether. Just because Sebastian hadn't ever let him close again didn't mean Quinn had forgotten what it was like. Didn't mean that Quinn had stopped wanting to take away anything that hurt him. Let me walk you out. Sebastian was silent until the elevator doors closed. I didn't know you knew them. Sebastian laughed, a dry, sarcastic sound. Didn't know you were in love with one of them. I'm not. This was not a conversation Quinn wanted to have. It wasn't one he had ever expected to have. Right? Guess I wouldn't know what that looks like on you, would I? Quinn closed his eyes and counted to 5. "Peyton and I are complicated." "That one sounds familiar." "Stop it," Quinn said quietly. "Please." He knew he deserved everything that Sebastian had ever thrown at him, but he wished they could call a ceasefire, even if for only 5 minutes. Sebastian fell silent, but it wasn't comforting. If anything, it made Quinn feel worse. He followed Sebastian to his car, like a man walking to the gallows. He wished he knew the right words to make this better. They didn't see each other often enough for the wounds to be gaping wide, but this morning they felt sharp, poised to slice them both open. Quinn paused, clearing his throat. Sebastian pulled his keys out of his pocket and held tightly to them. "You need what?" "Your number." "A number to call you on." Once upon a time, he'd had his number memorized. Quinn wondered if it was the same one. "To organize." "I know why." "Your phone?" Quinn bit his lip as Sebastian programmed his number into Quinn's phone. He opened his mouth to say something, didn't know what to say, and closed it again. Sebastian opened his car and stopped. "If you—" Quinn waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't. Sebastian let out a breath and shook his head. "Never mind. See you around, Quinn." Sebastian's car disappeared around the corner, and 8 years of regret crashed against Quinn like a freight train. What they could have had, what he'd so colossally fucked up. He looked up to the 4th-floor window of Peyton and Will's apartment. His life was full of regrets, it seemed. Peyton couldn't keep his eyes off the front door, only half concentrating on what Riley was saying to him. Quinn and Seb knew each other. More than that, Peyton was sure that whatever history they had was intimate. 2 men didn't look at each other like that, didn't touch each other like that, without a prior intimacy. Or longing, he guessed, like his situation. He wanted to know which one it was. Maybe it should have bothered him, given the torch he held for the detective, but Peyton was just intrigued, and maybe feeling a little hot under the collar. He wasn't even wearing a collar. "Talk about 6 degrees of separation," Will muttered, pressing his shoulder against Peyton's and rubbing his lower back. Peyton shared a look with him. "Tell me about it." "Are you two listening to me?" Riley asked tersely. "Yes," they both replied. A clear lie. Peyton had learned to tune him out since he was a teenager. Riley had been adopted into the family before Peyton had even been born. He'd never known a life without him as a brother. So naturally, he'd learned to ignore him early on, just like he ignored Danny and Kellen. Lucas never tried to lecture him, and Parker normally didn't have to, because he was always right beside him when they got into trouble. Having 5 brothers was not as exciting as it sounded. Or maybe it was, depending on what kind of excitement someone was looking for. "I'm serious. Neither of you are staying here tonight." "The apartment will be released before then," Peyton tried to reason. It's not like they would keep the apartment contained the entire day. There wasn't any blood anywhere. Nothing was broken. Why did they have to go somewhere else? They could look after themselves. "I don't care." Peyton knew that voice. He'd daydreamed about throwing darts at that voice. "Where? Your apartment isn't fit for guests." It was gorgeous and well-stocked, but it was a studio apartment, and his couch was not the comfortable sleeping kind. "Kellen's house is a construction site, and I'm not going to Mom and Dad's." He loved his parents more than life itself, but he'd worked hard to establish himself, which wasn't easy considering how successful all his older brothers were. He had succeeded in the field he'd chosen, and it had been very much a be-careful-what-you-wish-for situation. He'd quit his job in the military just last year. And the last thing he wanted to do was complete the 180 and be back with his parents. He knew it would only be temporary, and it was ridiculous for that to mean anything. But everything in him screamed that it would be the final nail in his coffin, and he didn't need help with his nightmares. "We could stay at a hotel," Will suggested. "No," Riley said. "They aren't secure enough." "What are you expecting? That one of us is next? That's horror movie level paranoia," Peyton said. "Besides, we're not exactly helpless.
I was Special Forces, and I know that doesn't mean much to you, but it means I know how to look after myself."
"Speak for yourself," Parker grumbled. "I don't have combat experience. I'm a primary school teacher."
"And Will is a cop," Peyton continued, ignoring his twin, "just like you. Are you saying you can't handle yourself?"
"There's a dead body in your lounge, Peyton," Riley said flatly. "Don't try to argue semantics with me right now."
"Oh my God, I'm gonna be sick again," Parker said mournfully. He turned and dry-heaved into the sink. Quinn came back inside by himself, and Peyton's eyes locked onto his. Peyton's lips parted as he searched for some sign of something. He had no idea what he was looking for. Something in Quinn had changed around Sebastian, in a way that Peyton had never seen before.
"Danny has a big enough house, and it's basically Fort Knox," Riley said, pulling Peyton from his thoughts. "You can stay there."
"I think you have to ask him before you just invite people to stay there," Parker muttered.
"It doesn't count when it's family."
"I could stay with my brother," Will said, gracefully bowing out of their argument.
"Nice try, but Aubrey works nights and Harry isn't in the country."
"The way you keep tabs on people is creepy," Will told Riley, sounding put out. "And who cares when Aubrey works?"
"Don't be obtuse, William," Riley said. "This was clearly targeted."
"At who?"
3 people live here, and we have a guest." "Yes, I'm aware."
Riley's voice was dry and disapproving. "I'm sorry, but I don't vet every person that I sleep with," Peyton said, resisting the urge to flip his brother off. The number of people he'd slept with was exactly 2 now, but Riley didn't know that, and Peyton wasn't interested in having a deep and meaningful conversation about it. Was I supposed to ask if he was familiar with our ridiculously large family? Should I have asked for a chart? He clicked his fingers. Maybe I should carry the family tree in my pocket just in case.
"Don't be a smartass."
"What do you want from me?"
"I thought your instincts were better than that, baby Sinclair," Grady drawled. "You should have steered clear the second you saw him."
Peyton's eyes met Quinn's. "My instincts said he was hot, and he knows what to do with his mouth."
Quinn coughed and looked away, a tinge of red spreading across his cheeks.
"It's none of your business who we sleep with," Peyton said. "He didn't kill anyone. We didn't kill anyone, okay?"
Riley ran a hand through his hair. "All of you will need to come down to the station to give your statements, and we haven't sorted out your accommodation issue."
"I have to shower and get ready for work," Parker said. "I have a classroom of small people that require my undivided attention. Am I allowed to shower here, or do I have to go elsewhere?"
Riley fished out a set of keys on a key ring and took one off it. "Use mine. I want everyone out of here when the techs get here. They'll need to sweep the entire area."
Parker rolled his eyes but snatched the keys. "Fine. Whatever."
"I need to get to work too," Will said with a shrug. "I could come in an hour or 2. We don't have anything big planned today, but they all knew how quickly Will's day could change, in a split second, and frequently did.
"I don't start my shift until this afternoon," Peyton said.
It wasn't a lifelong dream of his and was vastly different from working as a sniper in the Australian Army, but working as a bartender for Will's brother Aubrey paid the bills. It did mean a lot of late nights and weird sleeping patterns, though.
"And I don't need to shower, so I can come down whenever."
He, Will, and Sebastian had each showered, not together, since the shower unfortunately wasn't big enough, before they'd all collapsed into bed and gone to sleep, wrapped around each other. If he could grab his toothbrush and toothpaste, he could do a dry brush in the car. "Parker, Will, if either of you see anything out of the ordinary, you contact one of us immediately. Do you understand me?" Riley said. "Pick someone appropriate to stay with for at least a few days. This isn't a negotiation. You're not staying here." His voice brooked no argument.
"We'll stay with Quinn," Peyton blurted out.
Quinn's lips parted in shock, and Peyton silently urged him to please agree. He couldn't stay with his family. Couldn't give them another reason to think that he couldn't find his own way. "Quinn," Riley said. "Do you even have room for 3 people?" Grady asked, raising an eyebrow.
There are 2 spare rooms, Quinn said, wariness edging into his voice. Peyton furrowed his brows. There were 3 of them, though. Oh, not me, Parker said. I have some people I can stay with. He held up a hand when Riley opened his mouth. Who are perfectly safe, I promise. Riley didn't look like he believed him, but he let him get away with it. To be a fly on the wall when they had a private conversation later. It looked like Riley was building up a list of people he wanted to have a word with. Peyton was just glad he wasn't on that list. Yet, anyway. It's not a bad idea, Quinn said reluctantly. I live out of town, and they're less likely to try anything if Peyton or Will are the target at a detective's house. Peyton mouthed, "Thank you," and Quinn just nodded in response. The cavalry finally arrived after that, and Peyton was saved from any more awkward conversations. Sebastian threw his glasses on his desk and leaned back in his chair. He hadn't been able to find out anything about what Mason Delgrade had been doing since Sebastian had defended him in court. It was like he'd disappeared off the radar the moment he'd gotten out of jail. It didn't make any sense. Neither did someone he knew winding up dead in a hookup's apartment. Mason had been a client of his 11 months ago. Sebastian had been unsure about taking the case because it had looked bad. Possession with intent to distribute, and sometimes that was harder to defend in court than murder was. He'd sold another part of his soul to Hunter to get the information he needed to prove that Mason was actually innocent. Innocent in this case had been a slippery slope. Mason was far from innocent, but he had been innocent for the charges laid against him in that instance. And that was all Sebastian had cared about. The nuances had been tricky, and in the end, it had been a setup. Old acquaintances were pissed off that their favorite distributor no longer worked in the business. Mason had thanked Sebastian profusely when he'd gotten off and said he was going to do something good with his life now that he had the opportunity. What had that meant? Where had he gone after that? What had caused him to end up dead and dumped in an apartment like meat? He bit his thumbnail as he tried to work out what his next move needed to be. If it had been anyone else, his first suggestion would have been lawyer up. But no one had accused him of anything yet. Yet being the operative word. Sebastian knew he was innocent. He also knew that being innocent meant less than nothing. His entire career was about trying to ensure that innocent people didn't get put away for something they didn't do. He didn't think that Quinn would just try to pin it on him for no reason, even despite their rocky past. But Grady was an asshole, and he'd never made a secret of hating Sebastian and every other lawyer in existence. If he could nail Sebastian on any of this, he would do it. Fuck. Sebastian needed a coffee. He looked at the empty mug beside his laptop. Another coffee. He moved his fingers up and massaged his closed eyes. There was an underlying tenderness to them that told him if he didn't slow down for a moment, he was going to get a headache. Not ideal when he had too many cases on his desk and 2 court appearances that day, one of them in just 4 hours. It should be illegal to schedule court dates on a Thursday. It should be illegal to schedule anything on a Thursday. Thursday was Friday Eve and Mimosa Day. He needed those in preparation for dealing with Friday. His office door was flung open, and he jerked into an upright position, trying to look like he wasn't 2 seconds away from falling asleep at his desk. He relaxed back into his chair when he registered it was just Hunter. And he had come bearing coffee. Thank fuck. I'm here for an update on my case. It hasn't even been 24 hours, Sebastian said dryly as he took the offered takeout coffee cup. Hunter settled on the couch and leaned back, spreading his legs. This is a priority. When is Warren getting out? Sebastian wanted to know why it was a priority, but he knew that Hunter wasn't going to tell him. I have a meeting with the prosecutor at 12 to discuss a plea bargain. Chances are he'll be out by this afternoon. Chances. You're choosing now to question my abilities? Hunter arched an eyebrow and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. When you were reading the reports on the raid he was caught in, did you catch the name of the arresting officer? Sebastian suddenly didn't want to respond. Hunter had that glint in his eyes that he knew he didn't like. Officer McMahon, he said reluctantly. Why? William McMahon, to be more precise, Hunter said. Sebastian could feel the color draining from his face. There was no way. William was a common name. Hunter leaned back again, and Sebastian couldn't miss the smug tilt of his mouth. Why don't you tell me about your adventure earlier today? Sebastian bit the inside of his cheek. Fuck. How do you know about that? You're an important asset to me, Sebastian. When your name crosses a detective's desk, I make it my business. That's not creepy at all, Sebastian said, as he cradled his coffee cup. Do I need to watch out for you peeking at me through my window while I'm showering? I'd put up curtains, just in case. I could have used that heads up years ago. He took a sip of his coffee, letting the hot liquid scald his throat and spread the caffeine through him, warming him from the inside. What were you doing in that apartment, Sebastian? The fact that you even know where I was makes me wonder how you don't know why as well, Sebastian said mildly. That mouth is going to get you in trouble one day. Did McMahon approach you in the club? Why? You think he might have approached me on purpose? He'd been accused of using cops that way before, sleeping with them for information, and that was a trip down memory lane he refused to ever travel, but never the other way around. He doesn't seem the type, and I approached him anyway, so that theory is out. He'd had no fucking clue he'd walked right into a cop's lap, but that was on him, not Will. What do you know about William? Hunter questioned. Sebastian had no idea why he was asking. It sounded like Hunter knew more than he did. I only found out he was a cop when I tripped over Mason. And now, from you, I've just learned he's tactical operations. Unless you want the size of his dick, I don't know what you're looking for. Caleb, Sebastian's best friend, colleague, and the man who single-handedly kept him in line, burst into the office, halfway out of his jacket, files trapped under his arm, and 2 coffee mugs and a holder balanced precariously with his free hand. Sebastian and Hunter watched with amusement as Caleb kept everything steady. He smoothly dropped the files onto Sebastian's desk and threw his jacket over the back of the couch beside Hunter's hand. Don't help me, either of you, Caleb said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. I think you were doing just fine, Hunter said. Caleb eyed the coffee cup already in Sebastian's hand and then put the 2 cups he had on the edge of the desk out of Sebastian's reach. Sebastian thought that was just rude. He was perfectly capable of drinking them both before either of them could get cold. It was like Caleb didn't even know him. Caleb pointed at the files he'd brought with him. 2 of those need a signature. One is for your first court visit today, and the last one is a new case that Cora said to say you're welcome for. Great, Sebastian muttered. He had no idea if she hated or loved him, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Hunter cleared his throat. Are you 2 done? Caleb shrugged and shoved his hands into the pockets of his slacks. For now. What's going on? It always worries me when you're here. You should be worried, Hunter said. Sebastian has really put his foot in it this time. That is a gross exaggeration. Sebastian picked up a nearby ruler and used it to stretch out further and slowly coax the tray of coffee towards himself. What does that mean? Caleb asked. He moved the tray further away without looking. And how is that different from every other day of his life? Sebastian sat back in his chair with a huff. It was so hard to find good help and good caffeine suppliers. Excuse me, whose side are you on? He's on a murder investigation suspect list. Well, at least that answered the question he'd had earlier. Okay, but I bet I'm way at the bottom, Sebastian said. If he was being seriously looked at, he would have been in cuffs already, or Quinn and Grady would have forced him to go straight down to the station without letting him walk away. Sure, Hunter agreed, but the list only has 1 person on it, so that quantifier isn't in your favor. Of course it did. The body was only found 2 hours ago. Give them some time, Sebastian said defensively. Caleb pursed his lips and perched himself on the corner of Sebastian's desk. A dead body? It sounded like a statement, but Sebastian knew it was a question. No, a drunk one, Sebastian said facetiously. Why would it be a murder investigation if someone wasn't dead? What are you doing about it? Caleb asked, looking at Hunter, having apparently decided to ignore Sebastian now.
I'm not going to be able to bury this one.
Then what good are you?
Caleb said acerbically. If Sebastian knew how to keep it in his pants, he wouldn't be in this mess in the first place.
Sebastian thought that was an unfair statement. This was the first time he'd gone home with someone in over 6 months. Hey, You picked up someone last night? Caleb interrupted. I thought you were just going for a drink.
Hunter held up 2 fingers. 2 people.
Seriously?
Caleb sounded impressed, and Sebastian was done with this conversation.
It wasn't intent. What does that have to do with murder? Caleb frowned. Did one of them end up dead?
No. Do they know you have a connection to the victim? Hunter asked.
Oh, can I speak now? Sebastian said sarcastically.
As long as you only open your mouth to answer the question.
No, they don't. Sebastian scratched behind his ear and then picked up his glasses, fiddling with them instead of slipping them back on. There's a lot of history with the detectives assigned to the case, and I knew if they knew, I'd be arrested on the spot. It was more complicated than that. Just looking at Quinn and Peyton standing together had turned everything on its head. Sebastian felt like he was still trying to regain his equilibrium. Oh, Jesus Christ, please tell me it wasn't Donahue and Hughes, Caleb said. Sebastian wished he could say it wasn't. He wished it more than anything. Add Riley Sinclair into the mix, and he'd been fucked from the start. And not in the way he'd enjoyed the night before. Your luck fucking sucks, Seb. He didn't need anyone to tell him that. It had sucked most of his life. Maybe it had all started the day his father had abandoned him when he'd been 9 years old and left him alone to raise his 2 younger siblings without letting their toxic mother infect their happiness with her poison.
Is this the cop you were involved with when you were at university? Hunter asked.
I'm not answering that because I really don't want to know how you even know that. Had Hunter plucked out his entire history? He and Quinn had been over for almost a year when Hunter had cornered him and offered him a deal that he hadn't been smart enough at the time to refuse.
Information is my job, was all Hunter said.
Whatever we were, it's been over for a long time. Sebastian had thought they'd been building a life together, or the possibility of one. He'd been wrong.
Ex-boyfriend and current hookups all in one room. I bet that was fun, Hunter said.
Don't forget about the dead body, Caleb said unhelpfully.
Well, your luck is worse than you think, Hunter drawled.
I'm so glad you're here and helping me feel better, Sebastian said. Is this bad luck part of the reason you can't wave your magic wand and make it go away? Caleb asked. Precisely. I thought solving problems was your specialty, Caleb said, his face a mixture of judgment and challenge.
Normally, yes.
Hunter looked right at Sebastian, and for the first time in his life, Sebastian wanted to turn away from it.
There are over 5 million people in Sydney, and you chose those 2?
I'm assuming you've seen what they look like. He was hoping at some point that this conversation was going to end.
Turned by a couple of pretty faces, Sebastian?
Sebastian glared. My plan was to get laid, not get married. They were hot, they were into me, we went home. It doesn't always have to be more complicated than that. Do you have pictures of them? Caleb asked Hunter curiously. No, he doesn't, Sebastian growled. He didn't care if Hunter did. This was not the time for show and tell. And Will and Peyton weren't ogling material. Not for Caleb, anyway. How do you know all this? Caleb asked.
One of the cops makes thorough notes, Hunter said, shrugging.
That had to have been Quinn. Grady didn't seem the diligent type. Sebastian pulled his laptop close and wiggled his mouse to get the screen to turn on. It didn't sound like they needed him to participate in the conversation, and he had a lot of work to do. And you just look through police databases all the time? Caleb asked.
How is it do you think I get my information?
I try not to think about it. Can we move on, please? Sebastian said testily. He was beyond done with everything about this. Why are the 2 people he slept with relevant? Hunter's eyes were dark and intent as he said,
Let's start with William McMahon, ignoring the fact that he's the older brother of Harry McMahon.
Wait, The famous tennis player? Caleb asked.
Yes, Hunter confirmed. William is a tactical operations unit officer with an impressive career record, considering he's only 28 years old and he leads his own team. He's also being closely looked at by Canberra to become an instructor for their specialized training courses.
Why? Caleb asked,
his brows furrowed.
Sebastian wondered if they'd notice if he just slowly sunk in his chair until he slid off and disappeared under the desk.
He's young, he's idealistic, his personality is a great match, and he's talented.
Okay, well, that's not so bad. At least you didn't go home with an asshole cop, Caleb said, giving Sebastian an encouraging look. Sebastian appreciated he was trying to find a silver lining here, but he still wasn't even sure why they needed a silver lining. This sudden interest in his sex life was disconcerting. Hunter seemed more concerned about them than the fact someone that Sebastian had defended less than a year ago had turned up dead.
Oh, I'm not finished, Hunter said.
Sebastian groaned and dropped his forehead onto the desk with a thud. He had so much work to get done, and this gossip session was not doing him any favors. There's more? Seb, why can't you just go home like a normal person and not find yourself embroiled in a murder? It was on my bucket list, Sebastian deadpanned.
Peyton Sinclair was quite interesting to research, Hunter said.
Interesting how? Sebastian said flatly.
Interesting that anything to do with him was hard to find.
Even for you?
Military firewalls are far more difficult to get through, and he's buried deep.
I don't want to know, Sebastian said. He would prefer his day not get worse, because it wasn't even 8 a.m. and he already wanted to throw himself off a bridge.
He's an ex-Special Forces soldier, an Army commando to be exact. Highly decorated sniper with a kill count that would make you cry.
Sebastian just groaned louder and squeezed his eyes shut. Kill count? Why was this happening to him? He just wanted to get laid. Fuck, is that what that insignia meant? He should have looked more closely at it. Was being distracted by 2 men intent on wrecking him reason enough for not paying attention? He decided not to ask.
That's the good part.
I think I need to sit down, Caleb said.
You are sitting down, Sebastian mumbled. His older brother is Riley Sinclair, senior sergeant detective.
I knew that already, Sebastian said, walking out to find not just Quinn, but fucking Grady and Riley in the same room had given him heart palpitations. Sebastian had been friends with Riley a long time, almost since his long-ago ill-timed meeting with a baby-faced detective that had shredded him from the inside. Riley had been a big part of Sebastian's eventual fallout with Quinn, and while his friendship with Riley hadn't ended, it was something they had kept hidden because there had been enough nails in the coffin at the time. It was habit now for them to keep hiding their friendship, even though neither of them had ever thought that Sebastian would be connected to Quinn once more, no matter how loosely. Sebastian just knew that Riley was going to call him about this, or maybe he would visit him in person. That would be loads of fun.
Stop interrupting me.
Fuck off, Hunter.
His father is Superintendent Simon Sinclair. You know, the big guy at the top.
I fucking know what a superintendent is, and he knew who Riley's and by extension Peyton's father was. Bloody hell, Sebastian, Caleb said, groaning. I didn't know who they were, Sebastian protested. He hadn't asked for fucking credentials when he'd picked who he wanted to get naked. Nothing in the guy's stance had said law enforcement, and Sebastian was usually pretty good at picking up on it. And Peyton certainly hadn't said military sniper. There had been a brief thought about possibly military, based on the tattoo Peyton had on his chest, but he hadn't recognized it. It could have been anything, including just a cool tattoo, and he'd been highly distracted. Besides all that, why is this important? They're very impressive, good for them. Why are we caring about that? Sebastian wasn't going to think about the fact that their resumes were making them hotter to him instead of putting a do not touch stamp on them.
We care because it means that they won't let this go. This is personal for him and for Quinn Hughes, before we even add an X with a grudge to that list, and any number of other people in law enforcement and the military that you can think of. You pick the 2 people in Sydney that have enough high-level connections that they can bury you without breaking a sweat, and there's nothing I could do about it.
Great, Caleb said. Fucking hell, Seb. I didn't kill anyone. Sebastian sputtered, sitting upright again. Quinn doesn't have a grudge against me. Try the other fucking way around. And there's nothing to bury. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm more concerned about why Mason was killed and why his body was found anywhere near me. I'm looking into it. Hunter stood and straightened his jacket. In the meantime, watch your six. Why do I need to when you keep such good tabs on me? Sebastian said sarcastically. He was getting a headache. He needed a holiday. A 10-year holiday. I can't always be watching. Are you going now? Caleb asked, pushing himself off the desk. Such a shame. You're always such a joy. He went to open the door, but Hunter placed a hand on it, palm flat above Caleb's head. Were you there? Hunter asked. At Seb's threesome? No, I'm not as hardcore, and I saw enough of his naked ass in college. Fuck off, Sebastian said testily. Caleb winked, and Sebastian resisted the urge to throw a stapler at him. You don't already know that? Caleb asked. You weren't mentioned in any reports. That means you weren't at the apartment. That doesn't mean you weren't at the club. I wasn't. So... They both knew that Hunter didn't ask random questions. You weren't part of Mason Delgrade's case, but if you were seen with Sebastian at the club, you may be considered to be involved now. He brushed a strand of hair from Caleb's forehead. Be careful. Caleb blinked in surprise. Both of you get out, Sebastian groaned. Maybe his luck was turning around, because after Caleb told him not to forget his meeting in half an hour, they both left him alone. The silence wasn't much of an improvement. Quinn had known when he joined the police academy, more years ago than he'd like to acknowledge, that police work involved paperwork. As a detective, that seemed to have increased triple-fold. Okay, Grady said from his desk opposite Quinn's. Daughter-in-law says it was the mom. Mom is saying, daughter-in-law did it, Quinn guessed. Bingo. Grady flipped his manila folder shut with an exaggerated slam of his palm. I say we lock them both up and throw away the key. Quinn smirked and shook his head. It was tempting, but would lead to a lot of questions that Grady would answer with excessive swearing. Amusing, but pointless. And then they'd have Riley's wrath, and Quinn had enough issues with headaches. He didn't need to add more to the list. It looks like a generic breaking and entering, Quinn said. Whoever did it grabbed what they could fit in their pockets and left. If it was an inside job, they would have been smarter about it. The likelihood of them finding the culprit, since the fingerprints found on the scene hadn't turned up a match, was slim. We'll put out an alert to all the pawn shops in case they take anything in to sell. Quinn shrugged. Not much else we can do without a description of the thief. Perfect. Who gets to call them? Grady glanced around before his eyes locked on their rookie. Henry was staring intently at his computer monitor, like he was trying to make it combust with his mind. Quinn had personal experience with that look. No, he said automatically. He'd been partners with Grady for too many years to not already know where he was going with this. It's a good learning experience, Grady said. He tried to make it sound perfectly reasonable, and if it had been anyone else, Quinn might have agreed. But Grady and reason didn't belong in the same sentence. Just call them yourself. He checked his watch and noted they still had at least half an hour before Parker showed up for his interview. It had been cowardly, but Quinn had left Grady to interview Peyton by himself. He'd needed time to gather his thoughts. Maybe if he had another 50 years, he might actually manage to gather them. Grady just grinned and headed right for Henry. Quinn sighed and went back to his report. Being in this precinct, surrounded by Grady, Greer, and Riley, was a trial by fire. Henry would stay afloat, or he wouldn't. Grady was an asshole, but he wasn't cruel. If it looked like Henry was struggling, Grady was the first person who would step up to help. The asshole behavior wasn't a front, but it was only a small facet of who he was. Greer was the one that walked around like the world owed him something, and was the last person Quinn would ever have paired with a rookie. Angela, another detective at the precinct, stopped at Quinn's desk and leaned her hip against it. She handed over the manila folder in her hand. This is everything we have on Delgrade. He wasn't a saint by any means, but he was trying to turn his life around, and he gave us some useful information. He didn't deserve that kind of ending. No one deserved that kind of ending.
Did he provide any information worth killing over? Quinn asked, flipping open the folder.
All information is worth killing over to the right person.
Touché. Anything stand out to you?
Not that I can think of, Ange said. Gideon, get over here.
God, woman, I divorced my wife so I didn't have to take orders anymore.
Gideon complained as he pushed his chair back and stood. As if any of us believe that, Ange said. Lucia left you because she's a smart woman.
The love of my life, Gideon agreed. She deserves bigger and better.
Quinn wasn't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Gideon and Lucia had been perfect for each other, and as far as he was aware, they were still deeply in love with each other. Perhaps not romantically, but the love they had was still as strong as it had always been. Whatever had happened between them, whatever reason they had split, wasn't any of his business. Ange likely knew, but they were partners, and partners shared everything. Can you think of anything Delgrade shared with us that might be worth murdering him over? Ange asked.
You mean other than the inside info for certain drug organizations that allowed us to arrest key players in the business? Gideon said. Nah, can't think of a thing.
Point taken, Quinn said dryly. Were you working on anything with him recently?
Not recently, no.
Quinn's attention diverted as Detective Greer walked into the bullpen, his head buried in his phone. He looked up, locked eyes with Quinn, and then flicked across to Gideon and Ange. Quinn braced himself when Greer came their way. You'd think I was the only one that did any work around here, seeing how much you all just stand around, Greer said.
We're talking about the slumber party we're having tonight, where we're going to paint each other's nails, watch chick flicks, and eat popcorn, Gideon said.
I'm bringing the wine and cheese, Ange said. I got chip duty, Quinn said. Greer sneered at them. There was a message left for you and Angela last night, he said. Something about a guy that needed to talk to you. Wow, Greer, thanks for that extremely useful message, Ange said, pursing her lips. She looked like she was 2 seconds away from punching him in the face. Quinn hoped he wasn't going to have to break up a fight, because today had been shitty enough, and if Greer got the shit kicked out of him, the guy would be in a foul mood and make sure everyone else knew about it. Someone named Manson? Mandy? No, Mason? Whatever. He said he had something to tell you. I told him to come back today to see you. Quinn's lips parted in surprise as Ange gave him a what-the-fuck look.
Unfortunately, he can't, Gideon said.
And why not? Because he's dead, Ange said. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? I was busy doing my job. It doesn't involve being your office bitch. I'm about to make you my...
Enough, Quinn said quietly. They all fell silent.
Did he call the station? He asked. He didn't know how else Greer would have gotten the message, except that Delgrade had been an informant. However, he would have had a number to call Gideon and Ange directly for the exact purpose of being able to tell them when he had important information. Since he had turned up dead, Quinn figured the information he'd wanted to give them had been pretty fucking important. No, he was here in person.
And you just, what, turned him away? Gideon said incredulously.
No, you fucking moron. I got the message and then I told him to come back.
Ange opened her mouth to say something else, and Quinn gave her a warning look.
Thank you for the message, Greer, Quinn said. We'll handle it from here. Whatever, Greer muttered. He walked away, his head already back in his phone. He is a useless piece of shit, Ange said. Quinn wouldn't have worded it quite that way, but he didn't disagree. Greer gave their badge a bad name. Grady was going to pitch a fit when he found out about this. It was a good thing he'd been busy coaching Henry through a phone call that by the looks of it was not going well, and hadn't heard any of that exchange. Quinn's desk phone rang, and Ange and Gideon walked off as he answered. He was almost willing to bet his own badge that they were contemplating ways to poison Greer's food. Hughes. Your 3:30 is here. Parker Sinclair? Send him in. Quinn gestured at Grady, and he nodded. Maybe they could get some answers, instead of more questions. Where were you the night of the murder? Grady asked as soon as Parker had slid into the chair opposite them in the interview room. Quinn closed his eyes briefly. Grady usually had better manners than this. Not much better, but better. Are you accusing me of killing someone? Parker asked, his mouth dropping open. No, Quinn said, shooting Grady a warning look.
We're just asking some questions so we can try to work out why our victim was found in your apartment. I'm a kindergarten teacher, Parker pointed out. You had a stalker during your time at university, Quinn said. It had been why he and Riley had been partners before Grady had joined the precinct. Because of Riley's connection to Parker, they hadn't been allowed to touch the case, but Riley had still ridden the detective who did have it hard. Quinn wasn't entirely sure what had happened, but the case had been closed, and Riley had relaxed. It had been around the same time that Quinn had been dealing with his painful breakup with Sebastian, so Quinn had only been half involved in anything that was going on. You think they might have escalated? A muscle in Parker's jaw twitched. No, they're long gone. Dead? Grady asked, glancing between them. No, just gone. I can guarantee you it has nothing to do with this and would never have resulted in a dead body. Okay, Quinn said simply. He'd known Parker long enough that he was fairly confident he could spot a lie, and he wasn't lying. The night of the murder? I was on a date. With? Grady asked. Are you going to interrogate them too? Parker asked sarcastically. Them? Quinn asked. More than one? Was this a Sinclair trait? He had some questions he wanted to ask Riley. A married couple, Joel and Sally Weston. I've been seeing them for a few months now. Define seeing them, Grady said. We're dating, I think. You think? Both of them? Quinn asked before Grady could snap. Is there a reason one of them could be jealous of any attention you were getting? Anything that might have caused them to threaten you? Parker snorted out a laugh. No. It's all very equal and mutually beneficial. How can it be equal if you're dating a couple that are married? Grady asked. Communication, Grady. You might want to try it sometime. Let's talk about your brother instead, Grady replied. Which one? Parker asked dryly. Has Peyton had any issues with anyone lately? Any threatening messages, weird phone calls? Not that he's told me, and he tells me everything. What about Will? Quinn asked. Will is a puppy, Parker said. Who would want to hurt him? Unless the body was like a weird courting thing, I doubt Will was the recipient. And what about their guest last night? Grady asked. He sounded far too gleeful, and Quinn wasn't looking forward to the direction the conversation was taking. Has Devlin been a frequent visitor? You mean the guy they had over last night? Sebastian, was it? I've never met him before in my life. My guess is that it was the first night. Will and Peyton have never brought someone home before. Do they often share the same man? Grady asked. Quinn rubbed his forehead. I don't think that's relevant, he said. Mostly he didn't want to know the answer, but it also wasn't relevant. Did you recognize the deceased at all? The dead guy? Yeah, no. Never seen him either. He definitely wasn't a visitor at our place. He's not their type. Or mine. A dead end? Wonderful. You'll call us if you think of anything else. Parker shrugged. Sure. How long do I have to stay away for? From your apartment, you mean? Quinn asked. At Parker's nod, he said, You might want to take that up with your brother. The Riley one, in case you need specifics. Joy of joys, Parker said, standing. It's been a pleasure, guys. Quinn held the door open for him and said, The married couple, the one you're seeing. Is that where you're staying? Yes. Can we get a phone number for them, so we can speak to them if we need to? About what? Parker asked suspiciously. Don't you dare big brother routine me. I'm not, Quinn said. Riley had the market on that anyway. It's merely a precaution. Parker pursed his lips. Fine. I'll text it to Peyton. Since he's staying with you, he can pass it along. He winked, and then he was gone. Quinn blew out a breath and sank back into his chair. That was a waste of time, Grady muttered. There are no cameras in the building, no witnesses, and no weird sounds reported or noticed. How does someone manage to get a body to the 4th floor of an apartment building and into a locked apartment without anyone noticing? Quinn mused. Maybe everyone in the building was having sex at the same time. Quinn wasn't amused by that answer. Grady shrugged at him. Q, no one notices anything anymore. Seriously, I miss the days where everyone had nosy neighbors. Grady and him both. Those neighbors had helped them solve many a case. I can't believe they slept with Sebastian.
Did you infect them? With what? Quinn flicked his tongue against the back of his top teeth. It was a coincidence, that's all. You doing okay? I'm fine. Quinn. Grady. My offer to shoot him still stands. I appreciate that. He tried explaining to Grady that what had happened between him and Sebastian, and what had gone wrong, had been entirely his fault. But Grady had never been rational about lawyers. Quinn didn't know why, and Grady had never shared. But Quinn was fine. He wasn't bothered that Peyton, Will, and Sebastian had slept together. He wished that was all it was. It was far more complicated than that. Just imagining them together, limbs tangled. Quinn coughed and shifted in his chair. Are we still waiting on the autopsy report? Grady asked. Yeah. Will and Sebastian couldn't come in today, so we can't do anything with that. Will had been called out on a job, and Sebastian hadn't been available, though Quinn didn't know why. He hadn't spoken to Sebastian, even though he'd called the number Sebastian had given him. It had been diverted to a rather irate receptionist instead. The conversation had been short, stiff, and had left a sour taste in Quinn's mouth. Quinn hated having nothing to go on. He wanted to know which of them was being targeted and why. He wanted to find whoever had done this, put them down, and make sure they couldn't lay a finger on any of those men. Quinn wished he could rule it out as a coincidence, but he wasn't sure he could. Well, 1 down, 2 to go. Process of elimination, Grady said. And that process left Will and Sebastian. It felt like the victim was almost a warning. But for whom? Chapter 4. Will had triple-checked the address on his GPS 3 times, sure that either it or Quinn had been fucking with him. The detective didn't seem the type, but maybe he was different at home. His home, which was apparently in the middle of nowhere. Will was currently driving on a dirt road. Was he still in Sydney? He had no idea. It didn't feel like it. If he wasn't positive that Quinn was the best kind of man that ever existed, he might have thought this was where he was going to be lured away to his death. When he turned the next corner and passed the rows of large pine trees, his eyes widened. Holy shit. Behind a 6-foot black timber post and rail fencing was a 2-story country house that looked like it had just come out of a Better Homes and Gardens magazine issue. Will checked his GPS again, but he was in the right place. Quinn lived here. He drove through the front gate and parked his black Jeep in the long stone driveway, leaving enough room for other cars to park if they needed to. He had no idea if Quinn and Peyton's cars were already parked in the garage or not, since it was closed. He got out and stretched his legs as he looked around. There was a lot of open space. A quaint path led down to a nearby wooden pier that spread across half of a small lake. Further beyond that was a small forest. It was like he'd walked into another dimension. He blinked up at the gorgeous house. A tiered pathway led up to the front porch, broken up by 2 sets of 3 stairs. On either side of the pathway were colorful garden beds that were flourishing since it was the start of spring. The wraparound porch was surreal, with white railings that contrasted well against the dark gray cladding. Curtains in the floor-to-ceiling windows hid the inside of the house. There was even a terrace on the balcony of the 2nd floor. The front door was as beautiful as the rest of the house, a deep mahogany brown with colored stained glass windows and 4 triangles to make a broken square. Will rapped his knuckles on it and then looked around at the landscaping. A lot of green grass, white stones, and bright flowers. It was too pretty to be real. When Quinn opened the door, Will's mind blanked out. The house was stunning, but Quinn in jeans and a beige sweater was... Will felt like he was having an out-of-body experience. It wasn't that Quinn wasn't attractive in his suit. It was a suit, enough said. But like this, relaxed in his element and wearing regular, everyday clothes, he was making every nerve in Will's body come to life. Fucking hell. No wonder Peyton had wanted to climb this man like a tree for so many years. How had Will never noticed before? Are you planning to stand on the porch forever, or are you coming in? Why do you live so far out of town? Was the only thing that Will could think of to say as he stepped inside. It's a family home, Quinn said. My grandmother gave it to me when she moved into town. That made more sense than anything Will had tried to think up. Peyton isn't here yet. He said his shift was moved because of filling in earlier,
so he'll be here for dinner." "Yeah, I got the same message," Will said. They should probably think about some kind of group chat while they were staying here. "Let me show you where the spare rooms are. I wasn't sure which one you'd both prefer, so I aired both of them out." Will squinted at Quinn. "Why wouldn't we use both?" "I'm hardly a prude, Will. You don't have to sleep in separate beds while you're in my home. I don't expect a couple to sleep apart." Will froze. "Oh my God. It couldn't be this easy. Or stupid. You think Peyton and I are together? That's why you've kept your distance all these years." Quinn's lips parted in surprise as he closed the front door. You're saying you're not? You two sleep together?" Will was just as confused as Quinn looked. "Yeah, for years now. But we're not dating or anything. We're not together. You live together. We're roommates. You're in love with each other. He's my best friend." Will could not believe they were having this conversation. All these years, Quinn had thought he and Peyton were dating? Quinn rubbed his forehead, looking pained. Will wondered if the pink to his cheeks was from the heat or the conversation. Both? "I don't understand." "I think Peyton needs to be here for this conversation. Because Will was not dealing with this on his own. That was highly unfair, and Peyton could shoulder some of the blame and some of the awkward conversation. "Yes, I think you're right," Quinn said. He still seemed a bit dazed, and Will wondered if he needed to sit down. "Come on, I'll show you this way." Will looked around as Quinn led him through the living room. It was a country cottage meets modern style, and it worked. It was fucking incredible. The black leather couches were worn but not ratty, with handmade crochet blankets draped over the backs of them. The cushions all over them were mismatched. A large deep blue rug covered most of the middle of the floor, with a large tree-trunk-looking coffee table in the center. A huge flat-screen TV was mounted to the opposite wall, bracketed on either side by shelves that held knickknacks and framed photos. Will would be coming back to look at those. In the center wall was a large fireplace with a dark brick hearth and mantel. A black metal grate surrounded the hearth. Everything was so clean, neat, and tidy. "This place is incredible." "Thanks," Quinn said. "I had a lot of it renovated and updated when Grandma moved out. I love her, but her style is a bit more eclectic than mine." Will couldn't imagine anyone related to Quinn being eclectic, but what did he know? None of his siblings were anything like him, and his mother was a firecracker. Quinn led the way into a huge open-plan kitchen dining area. It was as cozy as the lounge was. There was an old-style wooden table with chairs that had soft, pale green cushions tied to them. A fish tank with giant tropical fish stood next to a buffet cupboard that looked mostly filled with old books. The tank was huge, at least 150 liters. It was a thing of pure beauty. The stand it was on looked hand-built, and the decorations inside the clear, crisp water were colorful and bright, perfectly in tune with the aquatic life within. The U-style black marble benches were cluttered. A glass fruit bowl was filled with apples, oranges, and bananas. Baking supplies bunched at the end, like he'd forgotten to put them away. Dirty dishes were in the sink. A small whiteboard on the fridge held scrawled writing. Pictures were clamped to the fridge with random magnets. It looked like holiday trips. Quinn surrounded by females that looked roughly his age, and an older couple that were likely his parents. There was also an even older woman, who Will guessed was the eclectic grandmother. Based on her outfit? Yeah, okay. Will could understand what Quinn meant. He wondered if there were pictures somewhere of what the place used to look like. He'd like to see them. "Help yourself to anything you want in the fridge." "Thanks." Will hiked his backpack up on his shoulder and followed Quinn up a set of stairs and into a small hallway. He wasn't sure it could be called a hallway. A nook? There was a door at the end, and one in the middle to his left. It was open and revealed a large bathroom, with a shower that looked like it had been made for a team of Olympic swimmers, along with a wide vanity with 2 sinks. A huge spa that even Will would be able to stretch comfortably in was in the corner next to it. This place was unreal. He could fit like 3 of his entire apartment in the place, maybe more. The door at the end opened into a rumpus-style room that looked like a second living room. There were 3 closed doors leading from the room, 2 on one side and 1 on the other. "The layout of the house takes getting used to," Quinn said. He pointed to the one door.
That's my room. The other two are guest rooms. They don't have en-suites, but the bathroom is
in the hall, Will supplied. Yeah, I saw it. Should I eeny-meeny this? He asked, flicking his fingers between the two doors.
I changed the sheets for both, Quinn said. They're basically identical. They don't get used very often, so I've had the windows open. He shrugged. I don't really know what you might need. Just let me know if I've missed anything, and I can pick it up at the store tomorrow after work. Will bit his lip to stop from smiling. Was Quinn nervous? Was he actually rambling?
If you have a bed and food, I'll be just fine. Let me know how much you want me to chip in for groceries and stuff.
He opened the guest door and blinked. He turned his head to where Quinn was still watching him.
This is a guest room?
Is it not appropriate? If you want to stay with Audrey, we can try to get some protection for you and...
We don't need protection, Will said.
Was it not appropriate? It was nicer than Will's room at home. 4-poster bed, large bay window, thick light-blocking curtains, a desk and chair, a dark mahogany tallboy, and what looked like a walk-in wardrobe. Everything was all navy blue with cream walls and carpet. It was nicer than some of the hotels he'd stayed in for work.
I think it's overkill even having us here. I'm not going to make you use police resources because Riley has a big brother complex the size of the planet. I doubt Peyton would appreciate it either.
Quinn smiled wryly. No, I don't think he'd be happy about having a shadow. Not to mention, out of all of them, he was the least likely to need it. Peyton was a lethal weapon. Will paused in the doorway, one hand on the door handle.
Thanks, Quinn.
For what?
Letting us stay. Finding out what happened. Chasing the bad guys. Being you. I don't know. Just thanks.
Quinn was quiet for so long that Will turned around to check if he was still there. He was studying Will, like he was trying to work out a puzzle. Will had no idea why. He was an open book. You're welcome, Quinn said eventually. Will frowned as he closed the door behind himself with a snick. What the fuck had that been about? After Will had finished sitting on the bed, staring at nothing for 10 minutes, he ventured back out. He found Quinn in the kitchen, transferring vegetables from the crisper in his fridge to the bench. The baking supplies that had been cluttering the end were gone, and the dishes had been stacked neatly beside the sink instead of in it. It was such a normal, domestic thing to be doing that it floored Will for a second. He'd only ever really seen Quinn in professional settings. The few times he'd seen him and Peyton in the same room was when they all happened to be at the precinct that Quinn worked out of, and the switch to at home and relaxed was messing with his head a little. Quinn turned and smiled at him, and white noise rushed through Will's ears, everything fading around him. His heart thumped so loudly in his chest that he was sure that Quinn could hear it. Quinn was fucking breathtaking. Out of cop mode and at home, he was... Will swallowed hard and averted his eyes, trying to find somewhere, anywhere else to look. Developing any kind of anything, even something as simple as physical appreciation for the guy that Peyton was basically in love with, was a recipe for disaster. The worst idea that had ever existed, especially since the misunderstanding that had apparently been keeping them apart for so long was now gone. Are you allergic to anything?
Not that I know of, Will said.
There weren't any kitchen stools to sit on, and the table was just a little too far away for casual conversation, so Will kind of hunched a little and rested his elbows on the edge of the counter. The counters were higher than regular ones, at least, and he didn't feel like a total hunchback like this. It didn't feel awkward, so he hoped he didn't look awkward. Being all arms and legs could be such a pain in the ass sometimes. Do you like stir-fry? I don't have much else to work with, Quinn said apologetically. I'll go to the supermarket tomorrow after work and do a shop. If you want anything, just write it on the whiteboard on the fridge, he said, pointing to where a small list had already been started that said milk, eggs, bread. Staples, really. There was one more thing listed underneath, in different handwriting, but Will couldn't make it out. He squinted, trying to see. Quinn chuckled, and the sound reverberated through Will. What the fuck was happening to him? He needed to get this bullshit under control pronto. That's Grady's chicken scrawl, and it says lube. Well, that brought forth some images that Will hadn't ever considered before. He'd never once wondered what Quinn was like in bed, and now it was firmly entrenched in his mind, and he didn't appreciate it. He thinks it's funny. Beef or pork?"
"Lube?" Will said in surprise. They had beef and pork-flavored lube? The corner of Quinn's mouth lifted in a good-natured smirk.
"Meat, Will. I don't buy flavored lube."
Which begged the question, what kind of lube did he buy? Nope. Will wasn't going there. There was no reason to go there. That train of thought was officially closed. Either is fine. I don't have a preference. He stared down at his hands and tried to tell his brain to calm the fuck down. "Do you want some help?
Do you know how to chop vegetables?"
We didn't have cutlery growing up in my house, but I think I can muddle my way through. There was already a wooden chopping board sitting out.
"Try not to cut off any fingers," Quinn said, as he handed him a knife to use.
"I'll try," Will said cheekily. Quinn gave him an amused look as he passed by, so close that his shoulder brushed Will's back. A shiver ran across Will, and he almost swallowed his tongue. The only explanation he had for his response to Quinn was that he was tired. It had been a long day, an even longer night, and he'd woken up to a dead guy in his apartment. All of those things surely gave him a free pass to have weird reactions to someone he'd known for years. He was totally allowed. 1,000,000 free passes. Not cutting himself with the knife was an exercise in caution and concentration, since Quinn was doing his best to distract Will. Not on purpose, maybe, but the result was the same. He wanted to ask about the guy, what Quinn had found out, and what leads he was following up, but he'd learned a long time ago to leave work at work. If it were important, Quinn would have said something, and otherwise he could call tomorrow during work hours. He had an appointment to go to the station for their interviews and statements anyway. He could ask Quinn then. Having Will drag work home, too, especially when it wasn't even Will's home, would drive Quinn insane eventually. Will would prefer not to have been the cause of insanity for anyone, and this was Quinn's home, his haven. Will wouldn't bring the job into it unless Quinn did first, and Quinn didn't seem inclined. The stir-fry was simmering, and the rice on the stove was almost done by the time Peyton knocked on the door. Quinn left Will to stir the food while he let him in. Will looked up as they entered the room, and everything in him froze. He'd forgotten just how electric it was between the two of them. He'd been too distracted that morning to take much notice, but it was impossible to ignore now. The way they were so completely drawn to each other, even so far as being slightly turned toward one another as they walked, was like a gut punch, a slide of heat that rushed south. It wasn't intimidating, and it didn't make Will feel jealous or like he was standing out in the cold. It was hot, and Will couldn't stop staring. The words filtered into his brain, and he made a face. "Seriously, you two?" They paused and looked up, identical expressions of confusion directed at him. "What?" Peyton asked. "No talking shop. We weren't." "Oh, really?" Will drawled. "Pretty sure I heard the word autopsy." "I was just asking," Peyton said defensively, "because I was thinking about the wounds on the victim's head and—" "No," Will interrupted. "No. Is this information something that will help us right now?" "Well, no, but then we don't talk about it. Unless it's a life-or-death situation where this information will somehow save us, it can wait until work hours." Quinn inclined his head. "Fair enough." "Something smells good," Peyton said. He held up his duffel bag. "Where do I put this?" "Put it down anywhere," Will said, waving his hand. "We all need to talk first." Peyton glanced warily between them. Quinn's cheeks had gone red again. "Okay," Peyton said slowly as he let his bag slip from his shoulder and onto the floor with a thud. "What's going on?" Quinn flicked the stove off and moved the pot of rice to a cold burner. He gripped the edge of the counter and looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." Except there was no think about it. There had definitely been a misunderstanding. It wasn't anyone's fault, not really. Will knew that he and Peyton presented a certain way when they were together, and it wouldn't be hard to make the assumptions that Quinn had. He should have asked, but Will wasn't going to hold that against him. Peyton made people's brains fall out. It was a curse. "Are we not staying here? Because you—" "No, of course you can stay here," Quinn said. "It's about—" He licked his lips, and Will felt bad for putting him in this position. It was a weird place to be.
He thinks we're dating, Will said, helping out, which is why he hasn't put the moves on you.
Quinn looked torn between being grateful and being exasperated. Will sat down at the dining table and gave him a wry smile. It wasn't like he hadn't been telling the truth. Peyton froze.
What?
You have to know that from the outside, you and Will are like an old married couple, even back when you moved in together. And you moved in together so quickly.
Yeah, because sharing rent is cost-effective, Peyton said, raising an incredulous eyebrow. That's what you based it off?
Of course not. Peyton lifted his head, staring at the ceiling.
All this time you thought I was in a relationship? His face hardened. That's why you didn't kiss me yesterday. That's what this was about.
He let out a sharp laugh.
Well, I guess at least it makes more sense now.
Peyton.
Why didn't you ask? Why didn't you say something?
What was the point? Quinn said. He ran a hand through his hair. What did you want me to say? Leave him for me? I would never do that. Not to you or to Will. Peyton's nostrils flared, and he bit his bottom lip.
All this time. Quinn, I've wanted you from the moment I met you.
Why do you say that like you think it wasn't the same for me? Will wasn't sure if he should get up and leave or stay where he was in case he interrupted them. They were like two wild animals, and he didn't want to startle them, or stop the chance they could finally put things to rest and give each other a chance at something real.
Kiss me.
Quinn glanced at Will and then back at Peyton. Excuse me?
I think I've waited long enough, Quinn.
Should I leave? Will asked warily as he stood. It sounded like maybe the two of them needed their privacy now to sort out the rest of their issues, and Will didn't want to intrude.
No,
Peyton said sharply. He turned to Will, and his face softened.
No, please stay.
Will's lips parted in surprise, but he lowered himself back into his chair. Quinn couldn't tell if he was turned on or terrified. The air around them was thick with tension, and a hint of arousal that always seemed to follow them around when they were in the same room together. Tonight, there was something vulnerable and open surrounding the edges of it. It didn't help that Will was right there watching them. He and Peyton might not be dating, ever, which was something Quinn didn't want to think about because he felt like a fucking world-class moron for making an assumption and sticking to it for so many years, but they were still connected on a level that wouldn't suddenly disappear. The idea of kissing Peyton, of taking what he'd dreamed about for years, still felt like he was taking something away from Will. Quinn stiffened when Peyton rounded the bench and stood directly beside him, so close he could feel Peyton's body heat.
What are you afraid of?
Peyton asked quietly. A loaded question, one that Quinn wasn't sure he could answer. There were too many variables. I don't do casual, Quinn said. He wasn't sure he could handle having Peyton and then dealing with the loss, or the idea of Peyton regretting anything that involved the both of them. Quinn dealt with enough regret in his life. Adding something else to that list wasn't tenable.
You've never been casual to me, Peyton said.
He touched Quinn's cheek, and Quinn couldn't help but lean into it, his eyes fluttering closed briefly.
You haunt me. You always have.
Quinn swallowed around the lump in his throat. His gaze flitted to Will. He'd leaned back in his chair and spread his legs, watching them intently. Somehow, having him here only heightened everything, and Quinn couldn't even begin to understand why. Peyton pressed his palms against Quinn's stomach, and the warmth of them made Quinn feel like he was being burned. He'd always done his best to never get this close, to never tempt fate so thoroughly. He'd thought Peyton was taken, and he wasn't a homewrecker. He respected both Peyton and Will far too much to ever wish anything bad for them. He'd been happy for them both. It might have been mixed in with grief and regret, but he'd never wanted anything for Peyton but for him to be happy. Quinn tugged the side of Peyton's collar down and traced his finger around one of the red marks. Who did this?
Sebastian, I think,
Peyton said breathlessly. It didn't matter how long it had been. Quinn would always remember what Sebastian's lips felt like against his skin.
He knew what it would have done to Peyton. And Will. He doubted Sebastian had kept his mouth limited to just one of them. Quinn pushed his thumb against it, and Peyton moaned, his eyes fluttering closed as his head tipped backwards. No amount of rationalizing in the world could have stopped Quinn then. He bent and bit down on the curve of Peyton's neck, right over the spot. Pleasure rocked through him like a tidal wave, as though he were the one that had been bitten. Peyton gasped, and Quinn bit down harder, sucking on the sweet skin. He had almost expected it to taste like caramel, like the smell that always lingered whenever Peyton was in the vicinity. The fact that he was deepening the mark that was already there, that Sebastian of all people had created, caused his blood to heat. What would it be like if it had just been newly made, still spit-slick and shining? Did Will press his lips to the same spot? Had they taken turns marking up Peyton's fair skin? Quinn settled his hand on Peyton's hip and squeezed as he sucked and licked the bruised skin. "Kiss me, Quinn. Please," Peyton begged. Quinn pulled away, breathing heavily. He couldn't help but look over at Will. Why had Peyton wanted him to stay? Why did Quinn like it? Will's lips had parted, his cheeks flushed red, and the vein in his neck pulsed visibly. Watching them was turning Will on. Quinn's hand tightened on Peyton's neck as the revelation rocked through him. Will was turned on. Quinn bet he was hard in those pants. Not just because of Peyton, but because of him as well. "He's part of me," Peyton said, his voice barely a whisper. He was. Quinn would never dream of doing anything that would separate them, even if, he looked at Will again, even if it meant whatever this was. Quinn brushed his thumb over Peyton's cheek. He was so fucking beautiful that he took Quinn's breath away. He lifted his head and hovered his lips over Peyton's, their breath mingling. Peyton tried to close the gap, but Quinn moved just out of reach. "You're teasing me." "Yes." Quinn cradled Peyton's face in his hands, and Peyton's midnight blue eyes darkened. His hand dropped to clutch Quinn's hip. "That mouth," Quinn murmured. "I've dreamed about your mouth," he admitted. "It's yours," Peyton whispered. Peyton was going to drive him insane. He would dream about those words being whispered in his ear while he slept. He'd wake up hearing them. Quinn bent slowly and pressed his lips whisper-soft against Peyton's. Their mouths clung to one another in a gentle caress as they both stilled, like time itself had paused for them to savor the feel of one another. Heat rushed over Quinn like a slow burn just under the surface, starting small before it threatened to overwhelm him. He swore that he could feel his heart in his lips, every part of him centered on the sensation of Peyton against him. Peyton's lips parted a fraction, and Quinn ran his tongue across Peyton's bottom lip. He angled his head and deepened the kiss, sweeping into Peyton's mouth with an unhurried lick. He slid his hand up and around to cradle the back of Peyton's head, while his other slid down to press his palm over Peyton's rapidly beating heart. Peyton's tongue stroked against Quinn's as he explored. He didn't take the lead, but he didn't remain passive either, and it made Quinn's insides clench. It was perfect. So fucking perfect. Quinn tugged Peyton's t-shirt up, and Peyton helped by lifting his arms so Quinn could pull it over his head. Quinn skimmed his hands down Peyton's chest, his fingers gliding over the rigid muscles. His gaze caught and held on the red marks on Peyton's chest. Sebastian and Will's marks. Will. He'd gotten up from his chair, was gripping the back of it so hard his knuckles had gone white. "I should give you some privacy. I can get a hotel. Or put headphones on," Will said. Quinn hesitated. "Will, we're not." He didn't know what he was trying to say. He and Will had never been like that, an explosion of everything like Sebastian and Peyton were. He knew that asking him to leave was wrong, and that he couldn't. But he didn't know if he could include Will. Not like that. "I know. I get it. I want you both to have this," Will said. "I'm gonna..." He jerked his head towards the stairs that led to the bedrooms. "Head to bed." He smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting a fraction higher. "Have a good night." Please stay, Peyton said. Will paused. Peyton, this isn't like with Seb. Quinn doesn't want to share, and that's okay. That wasn't why Quinn hesitated. The thought of Peyton with Will or with Sebastian wasn't a problem. He just wasn't sure that he could give Will what he was giving to Peyton. Wasn't sure he could kiss him and mean it. And Will didn't deserve that. But neither did he deserve to be asked to leave when he and Peyton had been so important to each other for so long. Stay, Quinn said. Are you sure? I don't say anything that I don't mean. Not anymore. Not after he'd set something special aflame because he'd repeated lies, even when he hadn't been sure of their truth. Stay. Quinn rubbed his thumb over Peyton's bottom lip. We should take this to the bedroom. Peyton looked behind himself, where Will was dutifully following them up the stairs. The grip he had on Peyton's hand was firm, but not tight. He wasn't scared. He was turned on. It was the only reason Peyton felt okay dragging him into this. As much as Peyton had always wanted Quinn, as much as this was a dream come true, Will was far too entwined in his life, in his sex life as well as everything else, that he couldn't just ignore that or make it disappear, because Quinn had finally taken his head out of his ass. And Peyton knew that if Will really didn't want to be there, he wouldn't be. He was a sweetheart, but he'd always been good at saying no when he needed to. Mostly that was when Peyton wanted him to try a new food, and Will noped the fuck out of it because he didn't want a bar of it. But the principle was the same. How is this going to work? Quinn asked at the doorway to his room, glancing between them. Peyton knew that he had already asked a lot of Quinn just by inviting Will to stay. Sebastian had been on board with the two of them from the start, but Quinn was warier. It was different when feelings were involved. Quinn hadn't ever looked at Will like that, and vice versa, and Peyton wouldn't force either of them to do anything that they didn't want to. He just wanted them both in the same room. He wondered if maybe he was being too selfish. I'm just a spectator, Will said with a grin. A spectator, Quinn said. It was both a statement and a question. Yeah? Haven't you ever had sex in front of someone before? No. Well, today you can tick it off your list. Quinn still seemed hesitant, but the moment the door closed behind them, he pushed Peyton against it and kissed him, his movement sure and steady. The way that Quinn kissed was addictive. Peyton had never had a partner focus so completely on it. Will's kisses were fun and sent shivers down Peyton's spine, and Sebastian had kissed slowly, leisurely, like he had all the time in the world to drive a person insane. Quinn, though, each deliberate stroke of his tongue was like a direct line to every nerve in Peyton's body. Quinn took hold of his wrists and lifted them above Peyton's head, pressing them against the door. Keep them there, he ordered hoarsely. He bent his head and found a sensitive spot just above Peyton's collarbone that spread fire across Peyton's every nerve. The pressure against his wrists as Quinn held him against the door was only fueling the flames beneath his skin. Peyton knew that even though he was shorter and smaller than Quinn, he would come out on top in a physical altercation. He had experience and training that far outweighed anything Quinn had ever dealt with. Peyton had been in situations that required so much more than mere physical strength, and he knew how to use an opponent's size against him. There were no rules when it came to survival. The way Quinn was holding him wouldn't keep him trapped if Peyton didn't let it. But for Quinn, Peyton would do anything he asked. The obedience was something he gave willingly, no force required. I think you should get naked, Peyton said. He wanted to see Quinn, wanted to feel him skin to skin. Do you think so? Fuck yes. Undress for me. Peyton licked his lips. For us, he dared to say. Quinn let go of Peyton and stepped back. Keep your hands where they are, or I stop, he said. Okay, Peyton said, his voice barely a whisper. As if Peyton could move even if he'd wanted to. Knowing that he was about to see the reality of something he'd fantasized about for years, he wasn't moving an inch. Peyton's gaze flitted to Will. He was sitting in the small armchair in the corner, one palm pressed to his crotch. His bottom lip was pulled into his mouth, and Peyton knew it wouldn't be long before he opened his pants. Peyton couldn't wait to see it. No, Quinn said.
startling Peyton. "What?" Will paused. "No? Do you want me to leave? Because I can." "I don't want—" "You don't have to sit over there," Quinn said. "Come over to the bed." Will glanced at Peyton. "Are you sure?" "Yes, William. Come here." Will slowly stood and made his way over to them. "On the edge? I don't want to get in the way." "In the middle. Put your back against the headboard." Quinn's smile was lopsided. "If you're going to watch, you should get a good seat, right?" Quinn waited until Will had settled into place before he reached behind himself and pulled his shirt over his head. He threw it to the floor. Somewhere. Peyton had no idea. He didn't care. He couldn't stop staring. His pulse jumped at the sight of the tattoo covering Quinn's chest. He'd seen hints of it whenever the top few buttons of Quinn's shirt were open, but he'd never seen the full thing. It was a fucking gorgeous masterpiece. A black and white owl with spread wings that spanned almost the entire width of his chest, surrounded by large roses with intricate stems. "Can I touch?" he asked, licking his lips. Quinn nodded wordlessly, and Peyton pressed the tips of his fingers gingerly over the owl's impressive wingspan. Peyton ran his fingers reverently over the ink, almost expecting it to have texture. It didn't. All he could feel were the strong, warm muscles of Quinn's pecs and the bumps of his collarbone. He licked one of the roses above Quinn's nipple, tracing his tongue around each petal. He moved down, giving the pebbled nub a lick before starting on the owl's body. Quinn shivered, and Peyton grinned. "I think that's enough," Quinn said, his voice thick. He took hold of Peyton's hands and pressed them against the door on either side of Peyton's hips. "Leave them there." Peyton let out a whimper when Quinn deftly unbuckled Peyton's belt and tugged open his zipper before pushing his pants down his hips. They slid the rest of the way themselves, pooling at his feet. Peyton threw his head back and closed his eyes as he canted his hips forward, desperate for Quinn to put his hands on him. Quinn's fingers skimmed across Peyton's stomach from the scar on his hip to the head of his dick, where it was trying to poke out of the top of his underwear. The touch was electrifying, even through his briefs. Quinn walked his fingers around Peyton's other hip, towards the small of his back, and then down to the curve of his ass. When Peyton tried to buck his hips forward once more, Quinn moved backwards. "Stop teasing," Peyton gasped. "Touch me. Please, please." He needed Quinn to wrap his hand around his dick, needed some kind of relief from the pressure that was building inside him. Quinn didn't respond to his request. He stood and sealed his lips over Peyton's once more and took him apart from the inside until Peyton was squirming and begging. He could feel Quinn's smile against his lips, and it was infuriating. Now, patience, little Sinclair. Remember who's in charge." "Fuck. Don't call me that." Why was that hot? It shouldn't be hot. But he felt like he was on fire, burning up like an asteroid going through the atmosphere and falling to Earth. Will chuckled, and they turned to him. Peyton's pulse throbbed in his throat at the sight of his best friend. He had his hands fisted in the sheets as though he didn't want to touch himself yet, afraid of coming too soon. Fuck, that was hot too. "No," Quinn said, keeping his eyes on Will as he kissed across Peyton's jaw and down his throat before nipping at his collarbone. The hand on Peyton's ass spread out and cupped him, squeezing gently. The movement brought Peyton's dick in contact with Quinn's. Finally. Peyton couldn't have held back the low moan at the back of his throat, even if he'd wanted to. He was drowning in the most intense pleasure he'd ever experienced, and he never wanted it to end. "What should I call you?" Quinn asked. He kissed a line down the middle of Peyton's chest as he slowly slid to the carpet with more grace than should have been possible. "How about sir?" Peyton quipped. Quinn nipped his inner thigh and Peyton yelped, grabbing hold of Quinn's shoulders to steady himself. "Hey!" "Behave. Are you going to make me?" Quinn's eyes locked onto Peyton's as he skimmed his palms up Peyton's thighs and curled his fingers in the waistband of his black briefs. Peyton ran a hand through Quinn's hair. There was something supremely powerful about having a man like Quinn Hughes on his knees.
He had a feeling there weren't many people who could make the claim. Quinn lowered Peyton's briefs, and without looking away, licked up the underside of Peyton's dick. Peyton's grip wavered as he tried to keep eye contact. All he wanted to do was close his eyes and roll in the ecstasy that was pulsing through him. Quinn pressed his nose to the hair surrounding the base of Peyton's dick and breathed deeply. Peyton's knees went weak, and he would never admit to the sound that spilled from his lips. Quinn mouthed and sucked at the side of Peyton's dick and slowly slid up, his tongue lapping at Peyton's silky skin as he went. He reached Peyton's head and flicked his tongue across the slit, causing Peyton's entire body to twitch. "You're a fucking tease," Peyton accused. He should have known realistically that Quinn would take his time and drive him insane. Unlike his surly partner, Grady, Quinn was quiet and deliberate, a steady, calm presence in the chaos that surrounded him. Rushing anything wasn't in his makeup. Good things come to those who wait. He blew on the tip of Peyton's dick, and it twitched violently in response. "Sentiments, really?" Quinn grinned. "Should I stop?" "Don't you fucking dare." Peyton cried out, and his head slammed back against the door painfully as Quinn engulfed him, taking him right to the back of his throat and swallowing around his tip. "Fuck. Yeah." He clenched his hands in Quinn's hair, trying desperately not to use it as leverage to fuck into his mouth. Sebastian had loved being choked and had gotten off on it, but Will liked a more leisurely pace when he was blowing Peyton. Peyton had no idea if Quinn was into it or not, and he couldn't form the words to ask. Quinn remained still for longer than Peyton thought was possible, using his throat to do things to Peyton that should have been illegal. He backed off and slowly bobbed his head, pulling all the way off to Peyton's tip, before sliding back down to swallow him to the base again. Peyton groaned and turned his head. Will had his dick out now, giving it a slow slide with his palm. Peyton bit his lip, his knees wobbling. Quinn hummed, the vibration making Peyton's balls tighten. Fuck, he was getting close. Quinn's mouth needed to come with some kind of warning label. Between Quinn's tongue and the look in Will's eyes, Peyton had no hope of holding off for long. Quinn lifted Peyton's leg, putting his thigh over his shoulder. Peyton shifted, his fingers curling and scraping against the wood behind him as he tried to rebalance himself. He cried out as Quinn sucked his balls into his mouth, his tongue massaging them. Quinn played with them until Peyton was on the brink, and then pulled away. "No," Peyton groaned in frustration. No," Quinn whispered. He slid his arm under Peyton's knee and stood. It forced Peyton up the door, and he had no choice but to wrap his other leg around Quinn's waist to keep himself from slipping sideways. It should have been awkward, but it wasn't. Their bodies were so in sync that it was fluid and easy. "But I want you to come while I'm inside you. I want to feel it." Well, Peyton had no argument against that. "Do you want me to take you right here? Right against the door?" Quinn whispered. He kissed the curve of Peyton's neck, latching on gently with his teeth and dragging them up Peyton's sensitive skin. "Or my bed?" Fuck. The idea of Quinn fucking him right there, using those powerful arm muscles to hold him up, considering Peyton wasn't a lightweight, the strength alone was impressive, was tempting. "Bed," he said breathlessly as he arched his neck to give Quinn more room. Will was waiting on the bed for them, and Peyton wanted him closer. He wanted to be able to touch. Quinn hiked Peyton up his body, sliding his arms around Peyton's ass to keep him secure. He crawled onto the bed and then carefully lowered Peyton to the mattress. Quinn's smile was wicked as he gripped Peyton's hip and then flipped him over. Peyton shuddered as he bent his head forward and splayed his fingers across the cold sheets. The raw strength that Quinn possessed, hidden beneath suits that weren't tailored nearly enough, was turning Peyton inside out. He'd known that Quinn was in shape, but not like this. Being manhandled by Quinn was ticking boxes Peyton hadn't even known he had. His fingers hit Will's foot, and he slid his hand up and around to take hold of Will's ankle. Connected. It wasn't a complete circle, but it was close enough for Peyton. Fingers skimmed down his back, goosebumps erupting over his skin.
Quinn's fingers kept moving over his hips, across his ass, down his thighs, and then back up, worshipping him. His ass cheeks were roughly pulled apart, and a hot, wet tongue stroked over his hole. Peyton hadn't anticipated it. Quinn had moved too fast for him to even prepare for the streak of pleasure that lanced through him. Will moved, his ankles slipping from Peyton's grasp. Then he was kneeling in front of Peyton, lifting his head and teasing him with short, shallow kisses. "Good. So good," Peyton moaned. "So—" He cut off with a gasp, unable to properly explain just how fucking good it felt. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to curve his back and push his ass further into the air for more, while keeping his lips connected to Will. Quinn seemed more than happy to give him what he wanted, and Peyton was lost. He opened his mouth for Will, kissing him deeply, as Quinn's tongue made magic. He focused on the outer muscles for so long, too long. Peyton was sure he'd already gone half mad with need before pushing inside, loosening him. God, it was incredible. He'd never had anyone take so much time with foreplay. Will liked to play with his ass, but he fingered him while he did it. This was both the most amazing and most infuriatingly frustrating experience he'd ever had. Please, I need—" Peyton sucked in a desperate breath. "What do you need, baby?" Quinn murmured. "Fuck. Baby." He normally hated when people gave him pet names, or when they butchered his name with nicknames because it always felt wrong. But hearing Quinn call him baby was making his insides quiver and dance. Will caressed Peyton's neck and down his throat and then further, playing with his nipples. "You?" Peyton gasped, looking right at Will as Quinn squeezed his ass cheeks, massaging them. "I need you." He needed both of them. Quinn nipped Peyton's cheek and then soothed it with his tongue before moving away. "Can you get the lube and a condom for me, Will?" he asked. "They're in the top drawer, to your left." Peyton swallowed when Quinn took the lube from Will with one hand and ran the other up Will's opposite arm. He thumbed Will's chin. Will looked mesmerized, like a deer caught in headlights. Seeing Quinn's hands on Will was like pure ecstasy being injected into Peyton's veins. His dick pulsed, leaking steadily over the sheets under him. "Thank you," Quinn murmured. He settled behind Peyton once more, running his hands up his thighs and across his ass. Peyton's entire body shivered when he heard the cap on the lube being popped open. Yes. Fuck yes. Cold liquid dripped onto his ass, trailing down between his cheeks. He shivered from the temperature change and from anticipation. He was going to have Quinn inside him soon, something he had dreamed about for so long. Too long. His moan was embarrassingly loud when Quinn's first finger entered him. Quinn pressed a kiss to Peyton's lower back. "All right?" "Yes. Yeah. Perfect. So fucking perfect." He pushed back as Quinn added a second finger. "More. Please." He needed Quinn more than he needed his next breath. Needed him inside, outside, everywhere. Just needed him. Peyton kissed Will's chest, stopping at his nipples and getting them nice and wet before lifting his head. Will was watching him, his eyes dark and intent. "I want to suck your dick," Peyton whispered. "This isn't about me," Will said, his voice strained. Another soft kiss against his back caused more shivers to run through him. His entire body was a live wire, just waiting for a single touch from Quinn to ignite it. "Yes, it is," Peyton said. "You're part of this." Quinn pushed a third finger in beside the others. Peyton's eyes fluttered closed on a groan. Quinn's pace was steady as he slid in and out, gently stretching him. It was maddening. His dick was leaking and begging for more. His body was screaming for more. "Feed it to him, William," Quinn said. Will's lips parted, a red flush moving down his throat. He's gagging for you, and I'd like to see. It only seems fair that we both get a show." Will threaded his fingers through Peyton's hair, tickling his ears before he then clenched it in his palm, pinpricks of pain sliding across Peyton's scalp. Peyton reached down and took hold of his own dick, the need to touch himself, too much. The fingers inside him stilled, and he groaned.
"What are you?" "Let go," Quinn said.
"No." Peyton whimpered, even as he immediately let go and moved his hand back to clenching around the sheets.
"Do you want to come now or when I'm inside you? Are you planning to get inside me at any point, or—"
Peyton bit out. Quinn twisted his fingers, rubbing the tip of one against Peyton's prostate. Peyton cried out and would have slumped forward if it weren't for Will's hold on his hair. Quinn chuckled and stroked Peyton's prostate twice more, turning Peyton into a babbling, incoherent mess before he pulled his fingers completely out. Peyton was so close it wasn't going to take much to tip him over the edge. He knew all he'd need was one more good stroke. He clenched, feeling empty.
Please tell me you're going to fuck me now."
"I'm waiting for my show first," Quinn said. Peyton could hear him smirk. Will gripped the base of his dick and brushed it across Peyton's lips, spreading his pre-cum across them. Peyton licked out, tasting it on his tongue. He opened his mouth a fraction, and Will pushed inside, stretching his lips open further. A hand that had to be Quinn's slid across his throat and jaw. Peyton closed his eyes, enjoying the weight of Will across his tongue as he slid in and out of him with an eye-wateringly slow pace. He and Quinn were obviously trying to drive him insane. Quinn's hand moved to grasp Peyton's nape as he covered him with his body. He kissed Peyton's shoulder, his neck, his cheek, sweetness mixed with fire, and Peyton was definitely going to lose his mind. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as Quinn slid into him with almost no resistance because of the thorough way he'd opened him. The joint sensation of Quinn settling deep inside him, filling him so completely with his thick length, and Will throbbing in his mouth, was almost too much. The realization that he could feel fabric against his ass, that Quinn hadn't even removed his pants, that he had only opened them enough to get out his dick so he could fill Peyton with it, was what sent Peyton over the edge. Quinn moved, fucking Peyton through his orgasm with long, steady thrusts as Will muffled Peyton's loud cries.
"Quick trigger," Will said teasingly as he pulled out. "You try being in the middle of this and not have one," Peyton said.
Will winked and bent to kiss him. Quinn took hold of Peyton's shoulder and hip as he levered himself up and continued to take Peyton apart with hard, deep movements. He reached around and stroked Peyton's sensitive dick, making Peyton's entire body twitch. When Quinn pressed his cum-covered fingers against their mouths, they twined their tongues around them until they were licked clean. Quinn pulled Peyton's face away and kissed him with skilled, hungry movements, sharing the taste between themselves. Peyton's lips were throbbing when Quinn let him go. Quinn pressed his forehead against Peyton's back as he gained momentum, the snap of his hips becoming harder, more urgent and erratic. Peyton knew he was losing control, which meant he was close. Peyton lifted himself up onto his knees, and Quinn followed easily, his thrusts not faltering in the least. Peyton twined his arms around Will's shoulders and pulled him closer, kissing him. Quinn growled loudly and fucked into Peyton so hard, the bed moved a fraction.
"So close,"
he moaned.
"God, you feel so tight and perfect."
After a few more thrusts, he stilled inside Peyton, the hand on his shoulder tightening to an almost painful degree. His labored breathing against Peyton's back was hot and sent shivers across Peyton's skin. Quinn's arm circled Peyton's waist as he kissed his shoulder.
"You didn't come," Peyton said,
caressing Will's cheek.
"No, it's okay."
Quinn's arms tightened, and he pulled Peyton back against his chest.
"Let us see, Will."
"See?
You want me to jerk off while you watch?"
"We're all spectators today." Will licked his lips.
"Performance anxiety is a real thing."
"Don't be shy. We're all friends here." Peyton blindly fumbled around for where the lube had gotten to, not willing to look away from the cute flush that was staining Will's cheeks as his breathing sped up. He didn't hand it over, instead drizzling a thick layer of it on the head of Will's erect cock. Will bit his lip as he fisted himself and spread it out in slow up and down motions. He twisted his fist at the top before sliding back down again. He sped up for a few strokes,
and then slowed down again, putting on a show. Fuck, he was hot. This was something they'd never done before, an oversight on their part. Will was fucking magnificent, so sexy that Peyton didn't know what to do with it half the time. It wasn't just his looks, it was everything. He was a bright star, a shining beacon that Peyton was thankful every day to have met. Will reached down with his free hand and pulled down gently on his balls, his breath hitching in response. Quinn flicked one of Peyton's nipples, eliciting a small gasp and making his stomach clench. The two of them watching Will together, watching him lose himself in pleasure, was better than any porn that Peyton had ever seen. Will kept teasing them, slowing down and speeding up at random intervals until his breathing was harsh, his chest heaving. "Are you going to come for us, Will?" Quinn asked hoarsely. "Are you close?" "Yes," Will ground out. His strokes sped up, and he massaged his balls while he searched for his release. Peyton bent forward onto his hands. He opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue. Quinn's grip on Peyton tightened almost painfully. Will groaned loudly, and then he was spilling onto it, some of it catching on Peyton's lips and cheek. Quinn turned Peyton's face, and then licked the spot on the corner of his mouth and on his cheek, cleaning his face. Peyton's dick gave a valiant twitch, even though he was too exhausted to do anything about it. He kissed Quinn leisurely for a few moments, and then kissed Will, giving him the same treatment. Then he collapsed onto the bed, searching blindly for a pillow. "I'm tired," he murmured. He reached out a hand. "I'll be the little spoon." "You always get to be the little spoon," Will teased, even as he slipped behind Peyton and stretched himself out against his back. Lies. Quinn got out of the bed and disappeared through a door that led to what looked like a small bathroom, from what Peyton could see through the crack. "It would have been okay if you'd wanted to do this without me," Will said quietly into Peyton's ear. "I know." And he did. Will was the kindest, most selfless person that Peyton knew. But he also knew that he couldn't have done it without him. Will meant more to him than he could properly explain, even to himself. Peyton twisted his head and kissed Will softly. "I always want you here with me. Quinn is..." Will grinned. "Your ultimate fantasy?" "One of," Peyton said. "You're part of my fantasy, too." Will brushed some of Peyton's hair behind his ear. "I'd give you anything you wanted, Peyton." Quinn returned with a damp washcloth. It was warm as he cleaned Peyton with soft, gentle movements. Then he handed it over to Will for him to use, and left again. The entire situation should have been awkward. Quinn and Will were only here because of Peyton. But it wasn't. It was easy and warm, and Peyton wanted to bask in it forever. Quinn wasn't gone long this time, and when he slipped under the sheets on Peyton's other side, he moved right into Peyton's arms, tucking Peyton's head under his chin. Peyton closed his eyes. Knowing that Quinn and Will's heads were so close, maybe they were looking at each other. Warmed him from the inside. Peyton had almost drifted off to the soothing rise and fall of Quinn and Will's chests when Quinn said, "I'm not sure I understand." "About what?" Peyton murmured. "The two of you. How are you not dating?" Will asked, his voice a little slurred. Once he'd gone into his sleep state, it was hard to pull him out of it. Peyton stroked his fingers down Quinn's chest, the tips playing with the fine hairs. "We just never discussed it, I guess." "Dating complicates things," Will breathed. "You do realize that you are basically dating, whether you've put a label on it or not? Bringing myself and Sebastian into your bed doesn't change that." Peyton's fingers stilled. "I guess we never really thought about it like that." Will kissed the back of Peyton's neck sleepily. "Dating your best friend doesn't sound like a terrible idea." "Did you just ask me out, Will?" Peyton snorted out a laugh. Trust Will to do something like that right now, when they were in Quinn's bed after sharing Peyton. "Maybe. Can we sleep now?" "Yes, Will. Go to sleep," Quinn said. "Cool." Will's breath evened out almost immediately. "Nothing short of his alarm is going to wake him now," Peyton said, unable to stop the smile that spread across his face. I don't want to come between the two of you, Quinn said. He brushed his knuckles against Peyton's cheek. But I can't pretend that this is only about sex for me. If this is something that you and Will do a lot... It's not, Peyton said. Sebastian was the first time we'd ever invited anyone in. Quinn traced his thumb around the edge of Peyton's ear. I want this to work. So do I. But Will is part of that. We're kind of a package deal. I had noticed that. Quinn trailed his fingers down Peyton's neck, resting them at the base. I like Will. I just don't want to have sex with him. Quinn glanced over Peyton's shoulder. It's not about that. I don't really know him outside of our professional dealings together. I don't know what I can promise. You don't have to promise anything. Peyton walked his fingers up Quinn's chest and rested them between his throat and collarbone, in almost the same spot Quinn's hand was on him. What about Sebastian? I saw the way you looked at him, the way he looked at you. Quinn was silent for so long that Peyton wasn't sure he was going to respond. I met Sebastian when I was 23, Quinn said eventually. He was in his last year of law school, and I just passed my exams to become a detective. He was magnetic, so arrogant and sure of himself. It was... Quinn trailed off. He still is, Peyton said. It had certainly been what had drawn him and Will in. We dated. Was it serious? Quinn shrugged with one shoulder. We were talking apartment plans after he graduated. Wow. Quinn visibly swallowed. There was nothing wow about it. It was a mess, Peyton. I was a mess. I was young and stupid, and I said and did things that I can't ever take back. He hates me, and he has every right to. Hate isn't what I saw when he was looking at you when you were looking away. We had our chance. I laid it to rest a long time ago. Peyton wasn't so sure he believed that. What if you could? Quinn's brows furrowed. What if I could what? Take it back. Fix it. Would you want to? Quinn opened his mouth, then closed it. A loaded question, he said with a small laugh. If Sebastian and I had stayed together, I would never have gotten this chance with you. Peyton smiled, unable to hide how that felt. To know, finally, that Quinn really did want this with him, that he'd been holding himself back for reasons that hadn't really had anything to do with Peyton himself. A ridiculous misunderstanding, but one that he could accept better than, you just don't do it for me. What about now? Now? It isn't finished. Anyone can see that. Peyton had seen them together for barely 10 minutes, and he could see that there was something raw and crackling still between them. Had they really just been ignoring it for 8 years? No wonder Quinn had been so good at keeping Peyton at a distance. He'd obviously had practice. I don't know what you want me to say, Peyton. A part of me will always live with that regret. It doesn't make you less important. I'm not talking about me. I understand what it means to still be tied to a person. I can't let Will go. I don't think I ever could. Do you think that I would turn around and think badly of you for having the same issue? Sebastian and I haven't been together for a long time, and the way it ended, there's no going back. There never was. 8 years of the kind of pain that Peyton could see lingering in Quinn's liquid silver eyes. Peyton shifted forward and kissed Quinn, the barest of whispers of their lips together. He hoped it brought him even just a small semblance of comfort. Quinn's lips parted, and he tilted his head, slanting their lips together more firmly. He cupped the back of Peyton's neck and took everything that Peyton offered. Chapter 5. The only problem with having so much choice, Will decided as he sat on a stool at the bar his brother Aubrey owned, was having to choose. Not that he wasn't going to eat all the goodies that Aubrey had made for him, but which one to have first needed some serious consideration. Food was serious business. If he ate the mini quiches first, the cheese and egg would hit his stomach first, and then the spring rolls and sweet soy sauce dip second would help soak it up. But the little Krispy Kreme potato bites would make a good stomach liner before he had the mini quiches, but "What are you doing?" Aubrey asked, startling him. He wasn't as tall as Will. No one in their family was anywhere near it, and they still couldn't work out where on the family tree his height had come from. But it didn't stop Aubrey from being intimidating. Even the green streaks in his short brown hair didn't take away the big brother look effect. Those glass brown eyes could still make Will want to apologize and offer himself as tribute for whatever chores were left on their chores board at home. It didn't matter that it had been almost 10 years since Will had moved out of that home. Will almost flung one of the plates to the floor in surprise. Aubrey's bar might be clean, all hardwood floors and gorgeous jarrah on the bar itself with stainless steel fixtures, but he still wasn't eating anything off the floor. There were mirrors behind the bar, so someone was always watching, and wasting food was a crime. Will was a police officer. He couldn't commit crimes. Choosing what to eat. "Just close your eyes and stab with your fork," Aubrey suggested dryly. "Whatever it lands on, you eat first." "Okay, I like that," Will decided. That was a most excellent idea. "Do you have enough food, do you think?" Aubrey asked, eyeing it all. Will lifted his shirt and slapped his hard abs. "I need fuel," he said. Peyton winked at him as he passed by with a crate of glasses. "He needs all the energy." "You two are disgusting." "I think you mean amazing," Will said. "Hey, where's my drink?" "The service around here is really going downhill." "Little brothers wait their turn," Aubrey said, walking away. "Little brothers are thirsty," Will called after him. Peyton stopped in front of him. "I'll trade you a drink for one of those quiches." "I'm paying for the drink," Will said. "Payment demands service." Peyton smirked. "Offer still stands." "Fine. One." Peyton immediately popped one into his mouth and then did the age-old mouth-open, blowing technique once he realized it was still piping hot. Will laughed. "Serves you right, quiche thief." Peyton flipped him off. "What do you want?" "Long Island iced tea." "Is someone taking you home?" Peyton asked. "I resent the implication that you think I'll need that. But for your information, you're taking me home. I don't finish till 1 a.m. in case that wasn't clear," Peyton said. He did start on Will's drink, though. "Since it's like 8:30 in the evening, I can do the math, genius." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I'll call Quinn. Is he still working?" "Did you already forget what time it is?" "He's a workaholic. He could totally still be working." "Call him and ask, then." "Drink first. Call first." Will rolled his eyes with excessive exaggeration as he pulled out his phone and waved it in front of himself. "Okay, calling." "Do you even need alcohol, you child?" "You serve children here?" Will said cheekily as he found Quinn in his contacts and pressed call. "Cute." "I am cute," Will said at the same time that Quinn answered. There was a pregnant pause. "Yes, Will, you're very cute," Quinn said, sounding confused. "Is that why you called me? You need confirmation?" "No, I was talking to Peyton." "That doesn't make this any less confusing," Quinn said. "I'm about to drink and Peyton wants to make sure I have a lift home because he doesn't finish work until 1 a.m. in case that wasn't clear." "You're such a smartass," Peyton said. "Give me the phone." Will twisted out of his reach. "Excuse me. Quinn and I are speaking." "I'm assuming you're asking me for a lift." "No, I just called because I want to let you know that Peyton and I are having this conversation." "I appreciate being kept in the loop." "I am helpful," Will sung happily. Peyton slid his drink over and Will happily sucked down half of it in one go with a straw. "What time do you want me to come get you?" Quinn asked, amusement evident in his voice. "I have a buffet of food to eat and am planning to drink at least 4 more glasses of this sweet deliciousness. 2 hours? Are you at Aubrey's?" Aubrey chose that moment to walk behind Peyton, and Will loudly said, "Aubrey would be upset if I ate food and drank at a different bar." "Aubrey would throw a party," Aubrey shot back. 10:30, Quinn said. "I'll be there." Butte. Will finished the rest of his drink and smiled as his head swam a little. Fuck, he loved these drinks. Who needed any other kind of alcohol? They didn't. Okay, the whiskey that Peyton liked to order when they went clubbing was pretty good. But this was still better. There was a list, and Long Island iced tea was at the top.
May I speak to Peyton for a second, Will? Will handed the phone over without a word as he wriggled his fingers and tried to decide which food to eat first. He heard Peyton say,
"He's only just had his first, if you can believe it. The height is deceiving. He's a lightweight."
He picked up his fork and dug into the Krispy Kreme potatoes first. He tapped his finger on the glass, hoping Peyton would get the hint. Peyton crammed the phone between his ear and shoulder as he made Will another drink.
"You're lucky it's quiet tonight," Aubrey said, settling him beside Peyton. "Is that Quinn? Tell him that Grady needs to come and pay his tab."
"Get your own phone call," Peyton said.
"What is this, prison?" Aubrey muttered.
"Do they have these in prison?" Will asked, picking up a quiche. He didn't think so. No one made quiche like Aubrey did. He'd learned the recipe from their mom, and she was magic.
"I bet they'd make them for you in prison. Just flash those gorgeous eyes at them."
Peyton paused. "No, not you. Will." Will ate 2 quiches, a spring roll, and another few potato bites, and then downed half of his next drink.
"Maybe you should slow down a little," Aubrey said. "Don't you have work tomorrow?"
"I can handle my alcohol just fine," Will said. "Don't you have bartending to do?"
"Making sure my brother doesn't give himself alcohol poisoning is more important."
"See all this food? It will soak it up and everything will be fine." He bit off half a quiche. "Can I tell you something, though?" Will leaned forward conspiratorially. Peyton was squinting at him like he wasn't sure if he should tape his mouth shut, which was rude, because everything Will had to say was pure fucking gold. "We have had so much sex with people in the last 3 days, Obs. Seriously, you have no idea," he whispered loudly. "Pure gold."
"Okay," Peyton said even more loudly. "I think that's enough for you."
Will frowned when Peyton took away his glass.
"Excuse him. He hadn't finished that."
Aubrey lifted an eyebrow.
"Are you pimping out my brother, Peyton?"
The red that was spreading across Peyton's cheeks was adorable, and Will wanted to lean over and pinch them. So he did, because long arms were good for so many things. He leaned over the counter and reached out with his hand, making grabby motions.
"Will, cut that out," Peyton said, trapping Will's hand in one of his own. "I'll see you later, Quinn."
He hung up and put the phone on the counter.
"Keep eating," he told Will. "Maybe I'll think about still serving you in half an hour."
"I am not drunk. You cannot refuse me service."
"We can do whatever we want," Aubrey said. "Tell me about this sex."
"Well, first off," Peyton jerked forward and put a hand over Will's mouth. "I don't think your brother wants to know what we do when we go clubbing, okay?"
"We didn't pick Quinn up at a club,"
Will said, his voice muffled.
"Did he just say Quinn?"
"All consensual," Peyton said.
"All none of your business. Will, eat your food."
Will settled back into his seat with a grumble. He was only agreeing because he was still hungry, and it would go cold if he didn't finish it.
Aubrey scratched his eyebrow. "Fine. As long as you're being safe, I don't want to know. I'm going to go scrub the floors," he muttered, disappearing.
Will tilted his head, looking at the floor.
"Do they need cleaning?" he wondered aloud.
"Can I have my drink back, please?"
"Stop looking at me like that."
"Like what?"
Peyton shook his head. "I'm not telling you. It will only make it worse. Here."
He gave Will his drink back, and Will made sure to drink it slower if only to stop the nagging.
"Hey, so," Will said, fiddling with his straw. "Quinn and Seb really dated?"
"1 million years ago, yeah."
"How come they're not still dating?"
"Quinn didn't really want to talk about it."
"Do you think it was dramatic?"
Will's eyes widened.
"Do you think they had a domestic in court?"
"I can't see either of them being that unprofessional."
"No, but I bet 1 million years ago they weren't so composed. They were more like..."
"Us?" Peyton asked in amusement. "You're almost 30.
"Don't say such filth," Will said. "That's 2 whole years away. Don't age me, Peyton. It's rude."
"Sorry."
"Thank you. Anyway, I bet it was hot. Seb is all..."
Will made a wriggling worm motion with his hand.
"And Quinn is all..."
He made the same motion.
"You know?"
"Yes, Will, that was completely coherent and not at all confusing in any way," Peyton said.
Will grinned. Awesome. Do you think they still want to bang? If you're trying to get me to give you more alcohol, you're going about it the wrong way. Will chewed on the end of his straw. But they would, right? That doesn't just go away. For some people, it does. They move on. They get with new people. Like us. Eat a quiche, Will. Will only did because he wanted to. Imagine having both of them in bed. Damn. I think I just came in my pants. I hope not, because we don't have a spare pair here. I always have a spare in my car. I hope not for that reason. Don't ruin my fun, Peyton. Oh, I don't think I could right now. That alcohol is treating you real nice. Will emptied his second glass. It sure is. Can I have another one? Peyton sighed as he pulled the glass away from him. I'm ready to go home now. What's the time? It's been about 20 minutes since you called Quinn. When did he say he was getting here? You told him 2 hours. Passed me as a dick. Where's my phone? He chewed on his bottom lip. Do you think we can get some McDonald's on the way home? You're like an overgrown puppy, Will. It's a serious question, Will protested. Food was no joke. I know it is. Hence my statement. I'm sure he'll be happy to go through a drive-thru for you. Finish your food, and I'll give him a call. And another drink? Peyton looked like he was going to say no, but he made Will half a glass. Will decided not to argue in case that was taken away from him. Will had just polished off the rest of his food and the glass he had tricked Aubrey into making for him when Quinn showed up. He was in jeans and a t-shirt again. This time, he had an open black shirt over the top with the sleeves rolled up. Fuck. That look was pure fantasy. Will's knees wobbled a little as he got off his stool, and he wasn't sure it was all alcohol. He frowned, his bottom lip trembling, as he thought about the fact that the handsome detective didn't want him. He only wanted Peyton. Will was only part of this because Peyton refused to allow it to be any other way, which was sweet and kind of romantic, if he thought about it, but it didn't change the facts. Are you okay? Quinn asked, putting a hand on Will's elbow. Do you need to be sick? Because it's a half-hour drive, and if you're going to be sick, let's do it here, okay? Not gonna be sick, Will mumbled, but maybe, like, a hug? He half stumbled into Quinn's arms, and Quinn wrapped him up like a bug in a rug. He was so warm and snuggly. Will wanted to stay there forever. Is he going to be sick? Quinn asked. Nah, he should be fine. He should be? That's not reassuring. Quinn put a hand in Will's hair, and Will melted, nuzzling his nose into the curve of Quinn's neck. Drunks are unpredictable. Not a drunk, Will mumbled. Quinn petted his hair softly. Of course not. How much did he have to drink? He tricked Ob, so 3.5. That's it. Long Island iced tea, Peyton said as though that explained it. Apparently it did, because Quinn responded with, he wants to get chips on the way home. Chips? Fries, from McDonald's. Probably a milkshake. Don't let him have the milk. Right. Fries, got it. I like pies, Will said. He opened his mouth and licked across Quinn's neck, tasting salt. Have you been working out? No. Stop that. Will had a little nibble. I'm getting you fries, Will. You don't have to eat me, Quinn said. He said it jokingly, but Will had felt that shiver. Had that been him? He nibbled again just to see. Okay, Quinn said, a little shakily. We're leaving now. What time were you finishing? 1? Do you need a lift as well? No. I'll take Will's car back. His keys are under the bar. Okay, message me when you're on your way, please. You're being paranoid. Dead body, Peyton, Quinn said tightly. Will reached up and patted him on the head, hoping it would make him feel better because he sounded a bit grouchy, and the head pats he was giving Will made him feel better. Fine, Peyton said. I'll message. Look after him, please. Of course. Will only vaguely registered getting into a warm car that smelled like Quinn. Then he closed his eyes, and suddenly they were stopping in front of Quinn's perfect country home. He could imagine Peyton and Quinn living here in romantic bliss.
getting married and having kids and doing all the things. But where did that leave Will? And Sebastian? Because obviously Quinn wanted the things with him, too. He must have, to have even brought it up with Peyton. He forgot how Peyton had said that it had started. But Quinn didn't want the things with him. He was happy to share Peyton with him for now, but eventually that would stop. It had to. His door opened, and then Quinn was leaning in, smiling. "Ready to get out, or are you planning on sleeping in here?" "It's pretty comfy in here. And warm." "It's warm inside, too," Quinn promised. He unclipped Will's seatbelt and slid an arm around his back, helping him get out. "We didn't get fries. Unconscious people don't get food. If you're hungry, I can make you something," Quinn said. He propped Will up against the side of the car as he closed all the doors and locked the car. "Why don't you want me?" Will asked, leaning heavily against the car. Quinn frowned as he helped Will stand with an arm around his shoulder. "What makes you think I don't?" "You don't want the things with me." "I don't know what you mean by the things, and my earlier question still stands." "Earlier question? Oh, because I have eyes, and ears, and a mouth." "You think I don't want you because you have body parts?" "If you do, then kiss me. Prove it." "Time to go inside," Quinn said, carefully walking Will towards the front steps. Will put one foot on the first step, and then turned to Quinn. "I'm serious." Quinn let out a breath. "Ask me when you're sober, okay?" "And then you'll kiss me?" Quinn was silent, and Will wondered if he needed to poke him to wake him up. Sometimes Will could fall asleep standing, too. It was a hazard. "Yes," Quinn said eventually. "And then I will." What had they been talking about? Will had forgotten. His stomach churned uncomfortably. "I think I'm..." He bent over the railing and emptied his stomach into the garden bed. Quinn rubbed Will's back in a soothing motion as he said, "That's it. Get it all out. You'll feel better." Will didn't believe that. His stomach was trying to come out of his throat. And lava. There was some kind of lava mixed in there. Finally, it felt like it wasn't trying to convulse anymore, and he collapsed against the railing. "Let's get you ready for bed," Quinn said, taking him inside. "Your bed?" Will asked hopefully as he gazed down at Quinn. "If you want. There's plenty of room." "I have long legs," Will said, indicating all his leg. "Yeah, I noticed that." Will tried to go straight for the bed when they walked into Quinn's room, already imagining how nice the mingled smell of Quinn and Peyton would be. Quinn must have had other ideas, because he turned Will and led him to the bathroom instead. "Are we sleeping in the bath?" He looked around, but he couldn't see a bath. There had been one in the other bathroom. "Shower first." "Are you going to undress me? Because I'm okay with that." "Thank you for the permission, but whatever plans you have right now are going to have to wait. I doubt you could even get it up for me." "I am up," Will said, confused. "Am I lying down?" Quinn unbuttoned Will's shirt and shrugged it off his shoulders. Then he gently pushed him to sit on the closed toilet seat. "Are you showering too?" Will asked, as Quinn leaned into the shower and turned the taps on, using his hand to test the water. "I had one earlier," Quinn said. "Can you handle your pants yourself?" "No," Will said innocently. Quinn looked like he didn't believe a word that Will said, but he did help him get his jeans and underwear off. Will tugged at Quinn's shirt, trying to help him undress as well. "You should get in too." "You're drunk." "I wasn't drunk yesterday." "Yesterday was different." Will stepped back, pursing his lips. "Why? Because Peyton was there?" Quinn closed his eyes briefly. "I'm going to hell for this," he said, tugging his shirt off and his t-shirt up and over his head. "It's warmer down there." "An interesting silver lining?" Quinn shrugged out of his pants, and then he was naked in front of Will. Will had seen him yesterday, but it didn't dull how much everything in Will went, "Hell yes." Peyton was beautiful, and so was Quinn. Seeing them together had been indescribable. He wondered if adding Sebastian to the mix would just make him explode. Maybe. That sounded messy. But he couldn't help but wonder about it now that he knew Quinn and Seb had been a thing. A romantic thing, even. With feelings. Will was a fan of feelings. Will? What? I don't have unlimited water. Time to get in. Okay. The warm water was nice against Will's skin. He closed his eyes and tipped his head back. Here, brush your teeth, Quinn said, handing him a toothbrush that already had a line of toothpaste on it. He almost dropped it, but Quinn helped guide it to his mouth. Is this yours? Will asked around it. It's already in your mouth, Quinn said, smiling. Still, though, Will said, randomly rotating the bristles against his teeth. The mint was stinging his eyes a little. Extra strength to kill all the bugs. Except his mouth didn't have any bugs in it. Because that would be gross. It's a spare. Will spat on the ground and watched the water swirl it into the drain. Do you invite lots of people out here? The spares are for family. What about, like, boyfriends and stuff? Are we really having this conversation while you're drunk? I'm sobering up. Sort of. He was. The buzz was wearing off, and now he was kind of just feeling tired and worn out. And maybe there was still a tiny buzz. Glad to hear it. Do you want to wash your hair? Are you offering to do it or asking if I want to wash my own hair? He gave his teeth a few more rounds with the brush and then rinsed it under the spray. He opened his mouth and then gargled the warm water. He grinned at Quinn. Minty fresh. Want a taste? Nice try. Right. Because Quinn didn't really want to kiss Will. He just wanted Peyton. And Sebastian. And Will was like the hanger-oner. The +1 he had to deal with. He turned away from Quinn, unable to keep the hurt from showing on his face. He wasn't good at hiding his emotions at the best of times, let alone when he'd been drinking. I can wash my own hair, Will said quietly. Will, do you have shampoo in here? Will looked at the recess in the shower wall where the bottles were neatly lined up so he didn't have to see whatever expression was on Quinn's face or whatever was making his voice sound like that. I've never looked at you like that. I know, Will said stiffly. And I didn't at you. Not really. Until yesterday. Quinn took Will's face in his hands, forced him to look down. He ran his thumbs across Will's cheeks. What if we do this, and there's nothing there? Will's lips parted in surprise. But what if there is? Quinn slowly pulled Will forward, and then their lips were touching. A feather-light touch, like Quinn was afraid of pressing too hard. Will braced himself with one hand on Quinn's chest and the other on the tiled shower wall. Quinn's lips were softer than he thought they would be. He slid his tongue across Quinn's bottom lip, and Quinn opened for him. The first strokes of his tongue against Quinn's were tentative, exploring. He moaned when Quinn responded, moving against him. Fuck. Warmth spread over him like flickering flames, and he pressed harder, searching deeper. Quinn took control, and Will's knees almost buckled as he leaned into it. You know, Will said breathlessly against Quinn's lips. He couldn't help but take another taste. I think... Another. He couldn't keep away. We're fine. Better than fine, Quinn replied. He slanted his mouth and pushed Will against the wall, his body keeping him in place. Will wasn't sure his dick was doing much, but damn, it still felt incredible. Will blinked owlishly when Quinn pulled away. No, Quinn said. No, Will repeated. No what? Not like this. Like what? Like you still have alcohol in your system. It lowers inhibitions, it doesn't create them. Quinn tilted up and kissed Will's forehead. Will swallowed around the lump in his throat. Let me wash your hair, Quinn said. Okay. As though Will could say no to that. He was glad he hadn't. Quinn was a pro at washing hair. The gentle massage was soothing and gave him tingles. By the time Quinn turned off the water, Will was a melty noodle and ready for sleep. Quinn was also adept at drying someone. Will was learning lots of new and interesting things tonight. He didn't bother getting dressed and followed Quinn back into the bedroom. Quinn pulled the sheets back from the bed, and Will crawled into it, already feeling the pull of sleep as he snuggled into the pillow. He grabbed out blindly when Quinn went to move away.
"Aren't you coming to bed?"
"I'm still doing some work."
"You're waiting for Peyton," Will said. "Waiting for him to get back safely."
He would have too if he thought he could keep his eyes open long enough. Quinn would keep Peyton safe tonight for him. "Yes, I'm just finishing some work on my laptop."
"Stay in here. I don't like being alone."
Quinn kissed his temple. "I'll be right back." He came back with his laptop and a bottle of water. He made Will drink the entire thing, which absolutely meant he was going to be up all night pissing. But he drank it anyway, because Quinn asked, and then settled in beside him. Will fell asleep with one hand on Quinn's thigh, the gentle glow of the screen flashing across his face. Sebastian woke to someone kicking his bed. He flailed and fell over the side in a tangle of sheets.
"If I were a burglar, you'd be dead." Sebastian groaned into the sheet.
"Off."
Was that English?
Sebastian pushed himself up with his arms. "Fuck off, Riley," he said with perfect pronunciation.
"I'm checking up on you."
"No, you're not," Sebastian said with a huff. He sat up, leaned back against the side of his bed, and lifted a knee. "You're here to interrogate me." He knew he should have never given Riley a key to his place.
"You slept with my brother," Riley said flatly.
"I didn't know he was your brother." He and Riley had been friends for almost 8 years, but during that time they had kept it hidden from everyone around them, which meant no meet the family. They made a point to stay away from most personal conversations outside of themselves. He did know that Riley had been adopted, though, so there wasn't even any familial resemblance he could have fallen back on. He hadn't once thought in all the years of random hookups that he might be taking home one of Riley's 5 brothers, let alone the youngest.
"Does that kind of defense work for you in court?"
"As a matter of fact..." "Don't answer that. My baby brother, Seb." "I'm not going to apologize." Sebastian pushed himself to his feet and dumped his sheets back on the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed and ran a hand through his hair. "While we're on the subject," he said, "did you also know that Quinn is in love with that same brother?" Riley might not know, and maybe Sebastian was letting the cat out of the bag, but right now, he couldn't find a fuck to give. Riley pursed his lips, his eyes hardening. Sebastian knew the answer even before he said it.
"Yes."
Sebastian closed his eyes and almost wished he'd never asked. He'd spent years trying to get over the man, and Quinn had just moved on to falling in love with one of Riley's brothers of all people. Unless it hadn't been a moving on situation, what if... "How long?" he bit out, unable to stop digging his own grave.
"Does it matter?"
Sebastian shot to his feet. "You're fucking kidding me, right? You know what I'm asking." If Riley tried to pretend that he didn't know what Sebastian was talking about, what had prompted him to even ask, Sebastian would punch him.
"Quinn didn't cheat on you."
"No, that was my job, remember? With you, in fact," Sebastian said, ignoring the pang of hurt that the memory still evoked. He would never have been capable of anything that Quinn had accused him of. He'd been so in love, he drowned in it when Quinn had broken his heart. Riley flicked his wrist, checking his watch.
"You have half an hour for this pity party."
"Pity party," Sebastian said flatly.
"What do you want me to say, Seb?
What is the point in rehashing this? What would you gain from any of this information? It's ancient history." He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
"Quinn met Peyton well after you, if that makes you feel any better."
"It did. A little bit."
"Which is good considering Peyton was 18 when they met. Any younger and I would have had something to say."
18? How old is Peyton? If looks could kill, Sebastian would have been dead. "Never mind," Sebastian said. It didn't matter now anyway. It wasn't like he was going to see them ever again.
"Did you talk at all, or did you just..."
Riley's sharp look could have sliced concrete. "Do you really want me to answer that?" Riley looked like he was about 2 seconds away from growling at him. Sebastian probably should have checked if he was armed before he started mouthing off.
His self-preservation had never been that good.
No, Riley said shortly.
Then why did you ask?
Why are we friends?
I ask you that all the time.
I'm going to drink all your coffee.
That seems excessive, Sebastian said. Do you know how much coffee is in this house? If either of them tried to drink it all in one sitting, they'd both die a horrific death.
More than there is food, I'm sure.
Sebastian blinked as Riley left his room. Wait a second. Hey! 2 hours later, and Sebastian wished he'd just stayed in bed. Nothing bad happened in bed.
He pressed his balled-up shirt against the woman's side, increasing the pressure to try to stop the bleeding.
The ambulances are on their way, he told her, hoping she could still hear him. Her eyes were glazed over, but they were still darting around, and while her breathing was too fast, too panicked, she was at least breathing. The other people huddled in the small coffee shop that was situated in his building's foyer were wide-eyed and eerily silent. The front windows had been shattered by the drive-by shooting, and there were bullet holes all over the walls, the counter, the seating area. Some of the other patrons were bleeding and crying. Sebastian didn't know if the woman beneath him had been the only one badly wounded. He was only one person, and he couldn't see the entire shop from his place on the floor. All he knew was that the ambulances had to get there soon, or she had no hope of making it. He could feel blood trickling down his arm, and the area was burning like a motherfucker, but whether that meant he'd been shot or cut or something, he didn't know. His entire focus was on keeping the pressure on the dying woman's wounds and praying that someone out there was listening. Sebastian took hold of her hand when the sound of sirens got closer. Hear that? They're coming. Just hold on, okay? It was only light, but she squeezed back, and he felt it against his heart. She was going to be fine. Everything was going to be fine. He was glad that he'd come down by himself, and that Caleb hadn't come down with him like he sometimes did. If Caleb had been here and gotten hurt, no, it wasn't worth thinking about. He was safe. This woman would survive. Everything was fine. It was fine. The moment the 2 ambulances stopped in front of the building and the paramedic came in, chaos erupted. Everybody wanted to be looked at, and the crying got louder, the buzz in the air heightening. 2 of the paramedics descended on Sebastian and the woman. Sebastian crawled backwards on the ground, giving them room. He slipped a little in the small pool of blood that had started spreading from underneath her. He swallowed hard as he lifted his blood-covered hand. "Excuse me, sir. Can you stand for me?" Sebastian blinked. "What?" "Your arm is bleeding. Are you bleeding anywhere else? Do you feel any numbness or pain anywhere?" "Oh, no." Sebastian climbed to his feet, unsteadily, his legs wobbling. The paramedic that had approached him had helped him to the nearest table so he could use it as an anchor to keep himself upright. "Did you hit your head on the way down?" he was asked. Fingers pulled at his eyes, and a light was shown in them. "Are you dizzy or feeling disoriented at all?" Sebastian jerked his head away with a scowl. "I'm fine. What about your arm?" "I don't know." "Let's have a look." Sebastian nodded numbly. He could still feel the burning sensation on his arm, but he didn't know what it was. "Looks like a bullet grazed you," the paramedic said, turning Sebastian's arm to get a better look through the hole in his shirt. "You're very lucky." Lucky. Yes, he'd been lucky. Luckier than the woman they were hauling into an ambulance on a stretcher. Luckier than he had any right to be. The paramedic dropped a small bag onto the table and pulled out some gauze. He tipped some disinfectant on it and moved back to Sebastian with it and a Band-Aid. Sebastian watched the ambulance lights turn on and the tail lights disappear into the sea of cars. Is she going to be okay?" he asked, feeling numb. "They'll do what they can. She's in the best care." A non-answer. It was part of a generic set of responses. Sebastian knew because his line of work had them too. Pre-programmed responses to certain high-pressure situations to help keep things calm and steady. "Sebastian." Sebastian turned his head to see Quinn pushing past the cops and other personnel that were swarming the small place. He was sans jacket, his black shoulder holster and firearm stark against the white of his shirt.
His slacks accentuated his strong hips and thighs, his every stride confident. Seeing him shouldn't have made Sebastian feel safer. Quinn had only ever destroyed him, but that gray gaze made everything better. The tension in Sebastian's body released, and all he wanted to do was crawl into those arms because he knew how it felt. Quinn was a warmth all on his own, a shining beacon among the darkness in the world. And Sebastian hadn't been good enough for him. "Are you hurt?" Quinn asked. "Does he need a hospital?" he asked the paramedic. "No," the paramedic said cheerfully. "Once I'm done cleaning, it will just need a Band-Aid. No stitches required." He wouldn't have been so cheerful if he'd been the one shot, Sebastian thought darkly. "I can finish that," Quinn said, plucking the disinfectant-soaked gauze from the paramedic's hands, along with the Band-Aid he had in his other hand. "I need to ask him a few questions." The paramedic just shrugged and left them alone, moving on to the next victim. Sebastian blinked as Quinn gently wiped the area, his fingers careful around the graze. "Did you get hurt anywhere else?" Sebastian wanted to ask why he thought he had any right to the sliver of panic in his voice. Quinn didn't care what happened to Sebastian. He never had. No. Goosebumps ran across his skin as Quinn's fingers wrapped around the base of his arm to hold him steady, while the other hand continued to clean the blood. "What happened?" "I don't really know. I came down for some coffee, and then someone opened fire." It had happened so quickly, Sebastian wasn't even sure who had done it, or how it had started. "Came from outside the building, if that helps." Quinn glanced up through half-lidded eyes before his focus went back to what he was doing. Sebastian was pretty sure it was clean enough now, and he could stop touching. He kept quiet. "Why is someone trying to hurt you, Seb?" "Don't call me that." Quinn didn't look up at that. "Answer the question." "They met me?" Quinn ran his finger over the unmarked skin around where the bullet had grazed, a tiny butterfly touch that sank deep inside Sebastian. "Be serious." He gently wiped away the blood on Sebastian's hand. His touch was almost too much, making everything sharp and sensitive. "What makes you think I wasn't?" He shrugged, and Quinn's fingers slipped away from him, leaving behind nothing but cold. "You don't actually think what happened the other day could be connected to this?" "What's your explanation, then?" "Bad timing?" "How did you guys get here so quickly?" Sebastian asked, glancing to where Grady was talking to some bystanders who hadn't been injured. "We were already on our way," Quinn said, "to talk to you." Sebastian's smile was small and self-deprecating. "Well, here I am." Quinn placed the Band-Aid over the graze and pressed the sides down, smoothing them out. "Okay?" "Yeah, it just stings. I want to talk to you about—" Quinn cut off as Grady joined them. "You know, I try to avoid seeing your ugly mug on a regular basis," Grady said in greeting. "Why is it that I've had to see it twice in 3 days?" "We're both just lucky, I guess," Sebastian said dryly. Grady sighed and shared a look with Quinn. "Odds are good that you were the target, Devlin. Since the preferred result is for you not to die, it means you're now under our protection." "I'm sorry, can I get those words in writing? Did you just say you'd prefer I not die?" "Fuck off." Grady pursed his lips angrily. "I don't like you, but I didn't become a cop just to stand by and let anyone get themselves killed. Even you." "Your love is so heartfelt, Donahue. We should get married." Quinn scowled. Sebastian bit back the response he had to that look. Quinn had no right. "You have 2 choices, Casanova, safe house or an armed escort." "Option none of those," Sebastian said. The last thing he wanted was a cop following him around every day. Hunter would pitch a fit since it would make him harder to access without questions, and he saw too much of Quinn as it was. At least it was only ever on opposite sides of a courtroom and not somewhere that Sebastian couldn't hide from him. Being catapulted back into his orbit through Will and Peyton had been the worst kind of coincidence. The last thing he wanted to do was find more reasons they would have to keep running into each other. "You don't know for sure that this had anything to do with me. Why don't you work that out first, then call me?"
Before or after you get attacked again? Quinn asked sharply. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, that's it, Sebastian argued. We're in central Sydney. There are psychos around every corner. This was pure coincidence. You can't be that naive, Quinn said. This wasn't some random act of violence. Your bad opinion of me doesn't have any bearing on this, Sebastian said, trying hard to keep the snarl out of his voice and remain civilized. Random acts of violence happen every day, and since you're, a cop, you should know that. This was targeted, Quinn said tightly. Nothing you say will convince me otherwise. Good for you. Sebastian fucking hated how good Quinn's instincts were. Sebastian knew it was targeted. He hadn't worked out how exactly, but he knew it was. They didn't know that, though. And he and Hunter would work it out without their help. He didn't need to owe Quinn anything. Grady snorted. You can deal with this. I'm going to go talk with the tech. Sebastian resisted the urge to flip him off as he retreated. He only didn't because he was an adult, and also because Grady wouldn't have been able to see, which meant zero satisfaction. We don't need your permission to watch you, Quinn said. Sebastian rested his arms across his chest, his hands holding onto his elbows. Good. Great. So do that, then. Can I go now? Don't be like this. Like what? I told you everything that I know. Don't insult me. Sebastian sucked his cheek between his teeth to stop himself from replying to that. The last thing he wanted was to be in the media because he'd gotten into a verbal argument with a detective. He could already see the vultures circling. The headache forming at his temple throbbed harder. Quinn sighed and rested a hand on his hip, loosely. Is there somewhere we can go to talk? We have nothing to talk about. Don't make me arrest you. On what grounds? I met you, Quinn deadpanned. Please? Sebastian went to run a hand through his hair and hissed when his arm twinged. Fine. My office. He didn't need a witness to this fucking train wreck. Quinn followed Sebastian down the long corridor, taking note of everyone that stopped to stare or point or whisper. He hoped they didn't think they were being subtle. Quinn had left his jacket in the car, so his shoulder holster and badge were out for everyone to see. It could also have been the fact that Sebastian was only wearing pants and a white singlet instead of his usual attire. Quinn was sure the gossip mill would be going crazy after this one. Something else for Sebastian to use to keep his distance. He breathed a silent sigh of relief as Sebastian closed the door to his office and cut out all the background noise. Sebastian didn't sit, instead moving over to a cupboard. He opened it, pulling out a shirt from a row of them. Quinn knew what it meant that he had spares. It didn't take a genius to know that Sebastian worked too many hours. No one had the kind of success rate he did without putting in the hard work. He'd come a long way from who he'd been at 22. Quinn had steadily watched him grow colder and colder every year as he leaned into a persona that Quinn knew wasn't him. He'd been helpless to do anything, relegated to the sidelines with no one but himself to blame. Sebastian awkwardly tugged the shirt up and over his injured arm. Quinn strode across the room and tried to help button it. Sebastian grabbed his hands, stilling them. Don't. Let me, please. A muscle in Sebastian's jaw twitched, but he put his arms down and let Quinn do up the rest of his buttons. Tie? Sebastian didn't respond. He was staring down at where Quinn's fingers were holding the last button, not quite slotted together yet. I hate it when you touch me, Sebastian said. Quinn flinched, the words cutting deep. He finished doing the button quickly, trying to hide the way his hands trembled. I'm sorry, he said quietly. He wished that the pain in his voice wasn't so obvious, but he couldn't turn it off. Couldn't hide the way that Sebastian stripped him raw every time he pushed him away. Quinn looked into the cupboard. A plain black tie was hanging on the empty coat hanger. He slid it off and clenched it in his palm, staring down at it as though it had some divine answer. Here, he said, handing it over without looking at Sebastian. I have some questions I need to ask. You want to sit? He pulled out his phone and opened it up to a note-taking app. He didn't know if he'd have anything to write down, but it gave him something to do. No,
Sebastian instead settled against the edge of his desk, facing Quinn. He tried to fold his arms over his chest and stopped midway with a hiss of pain. He grimaced, like he'd forgotten he was injured. "How many people knew you were going out on Wednesday night?" Quinn asked. He needed to remember that they were professional only, that Sebastian hadn't wanted anything to do with him for a long time. "Just Caleb. I texted him when I was on my way to the club." Sebastian held up his good arm. "I can stop you right there. Caleb has had plenty of opportunities to kill me over the years, and he would have been perfectly justified each and every time, so doing it this elaborately is just weird." Weird didn't even begin to account for this entire situation. Quinn sat on the edge of the couch, his knees wide as he rested his elbows on them and crossed his arms. "Wednesday is a bit of a weird night to be out clubbing." "I wanted to get laid," Sebastian said bluntly. "Last I checked, that wasn't a crime." He slid his tie around his neck with one hand and left it hanging on either side without doing it up. "Or is this because I picked up Will and Peyton?" Quinn silently counted to 5. "You're not a suspect. Stop acting like I'm trying to trip you up. You didn't answer my question. It doesn't bother me that you slept with Will and Peyton." He thought maybe he should be jealous, but it wasn't what he felt about it at all. Over the years he'd known Sebastian, he had been with other people, of course he had, and once he'd even seen it. And it had almost killed him, a dark twisting in his stomach that had made him see red. It had taken him years to move on, and his first attempt at a relationship after Sebastian had been an absolute disaster. It didn't help that by that point his conflicted feelings for Peyton had been mixed up in that too. Eric hadn't deserved to deal with Quinn's mess. But imagining Sebastian with Will and with Peyton gave him a different kind of feeling, one he wasn't sure he wanted to examine. Quinn cleared his throat. "Do you know any reason why someone would be trying to hurt you? A case you're working on that has a dangerous element to it?" "I'm a criminal lawyer," Sebastian said. "I don't have a case that doesn't. Except this is the first time that you've had a drive-by shooting, so maybe answer the question, please." "No. You didn't even think about it." "I know what cases I'm working." Quinn flicked over to a different set of notes he'd been working on. "The victim that was found in Peyton and Will's apartment. His name was Mason Delgrade. Does that sound familiar to you at all?" "No." Quinn searched around for any other questions to ask, but he couldn't think of a single thing. They were hitting nothing but brick walls, with more questions than answers, and every answer they got gave them less than nothing to work with. Sebastian could hate him all he wanted, but Quinn would do everything in his power to catch whoever had him in their sights. "You didn't ask me why," Sebastian said into the silence. "Why what?" "Why I hate when you touch me. I didn't ask because I don't want to know." He had enough wounds that had never quite healed properly from Sebastian, knowing that he hated Quinn's touch, that what had been the cornerstone of who they had once been was gone, was a step too far for him. Sebastian leaned back a little and crossed his ankles, stretching out. "A couple of months after we broke up, I went out clubbing. I found this guy. He looked like you. A fucking spitting image, Quinn." Quinn couldn't breathe. Didn't want to hear this. He couldn't. "His name was Trent." "You remember his name?" Quinn said, something dark twisting in his stomach. "Seriously?" Sebastian said, raising a brow. "You're bothered by me remembering some random's name from 8 years ago, but not by me sleeping with Will and Peyton? It's different. How is it different?" "I don't know," Quinn said honestly. Everything with the 3 men felt different, in a way that Quinn couldn't even try to explain. Sebastian licked his lips, and Quinn couldn't have stopped himself from tracking the movement if his life depended on it. "I tried to use him to get your image out of my head. If he looked like me, that sounds counterproductive," Quinn said hoarsely. His fingers itched to hurt something. The very idea of Sebastian touching some random stranger because of him made his stomach hurt. "I wanted to prove that the way you made me feel had nothing to do with you. Looking at him while he fucked me was the same as looking at you. They're just body parts. They all do the same thing."
Quinn's heart felt like it was being crushed beneath Sebastian's heel. He didn't deserve this, no matter what he'd said or done in the past. I don't want to hear this. You need to hear it. Quinn stood and pocketed his phone. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to hurt Sebastian the way Sebastian was hurting him. He closed it again, because he couldn't. The man he'd been in love with so long ago was still in there somewhere, and he had never wanted to hurt him. Quinn shook his head. Grady will call you if we have any more questions. He couldn't do this anymore. He had his hand on the door handle when Sebastian spoke. It wasn't the same. Quinn froze, his heart leaping into his throat. It's never the same. I can't replicate what you made me feel. Quinn closed his eyes on a shuddered breath. Will and Peyton, being with them was the first time in 8 fucking years that you didn't haunt me. Where I could close my eyes and I didn't see you. Where I could feel them touching me and not think about how it didn't feel right, because it wasn't you. Quinn's fingers slid from the door handle. He was afraid to turn around, but he couldn't stop himself from doing it anyway. Sebastian hadn't moved from his spot. He stayed perfectly still even as Quinn crowded him, looking defiantly up at him. The tiny spattering of freckles across his face, barely visible to the naked eye, were covered in a light pink, and he looked angrier than Quinn could remember having seen him for a long time. I hate you for making me feel like that, Sebastian bit out. I didn't do anything wrong. I gave you everything. I told you nothing happened with Riley, remember? I fucking swore it. And you didn't believe me. I know. Quinn moved closer and raised a hand, hovering it over Sebastian's cheek. He searched Sebastian's beautiful dark blue eyes, unsure what he was looking for. I'm sorry. What good is sorry? It didn't mean anything then, and it doesn't mean anything now. It means something to me. I think it only matters if it means something to the recipient. You're right, Quinn agreed. I tried to say it before, and you wouldn't listen. What makes you think I'm listening now? Quinn soothed his thumb across Sebastian's soft skin. I miss you. Fuck you, Quinn, Sebastian said, his voice wavering. You don't get to say that. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. He fisted a hand in Quinn's shirt, and Quinn shuddered under the touch. Are you going to kiss me or not? Quinn wanted to, more than he wanted his next breath. But Sebastian had been keeping him at a distance for so long that it seemed too good to be true to be given the chance. Had Peyton been right? Were they not finished? Could he fix it? Do you want me to? You're fucking stupid if you think the answer to that question has ever been no. The first touch was a hard clash of lips, as though Sebastian was trying to prove a point. Like he was trying to show Quinn that this was all they had left. Quinn refused to believe that. Quinn ran his fingers through Sebastian's hair, behind his ear. He cradled his head and gentled the kiss, sliding his lips softly across Sebastian's. Sebastian froze for a moment before he settled, leaning into Quinn. Quinn coaxed Sebastian's mouth open, and the taste of him felt like coming home. It was the same as he remembered it. Coffee and sweetness, a mixture of chocolate and sugar. The thought that Sebastian still ate those chocolate-covered red licorice twirls made Quinn's knees weak. Memories flooded him. Of them sharing them as they watched cheesy B-grade horror movies when Sebastian couldn't study anymore, but hadn't been able to sleep because his caffeine addiction had been well entrenched even then. Quinn deepened the kiss, reaching for the sweet taste. He tightened his fingers against Sebastian's cheeks and used his free hand to tug Sebastian even closer, aligning their hips together in a way that had Sebastian moaning into his mouth. Quinn kissed him with slow, steady strokes, taking his time to relearn the taste and feel of every inch of the inside of his mouth. Sebastian's hands tugged at Quinn's shirt, and Quinn knew that he should stop him. That doing anything beyond kissing, hell, even just kissing, was extremely unprofessional. He was on the clock and supposed to be questioning Sebastian, not making out with him. Instead, he reached down and unbuckled Sebastian's belt,
skimming his fingers across the warm skin just above his waistband, the fine trail of hair tickling his fingertips. The door flung open, and Quinn jumped, whirling around, his heart beating wildly. There was no mistaking what they had been doing. Spotting Caleb in the doorway made Quinn's heart drop. He almost wished it had been Grady instead. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Caleb spat. "Is this a new service the cops are offering?" "Don't start," Sebastian said. "Did I just jump back in time 8 years? You're looking a little old for 23, Quinn." "Ditto," Quinn said, hastily tucking his shirt back into his pants. "I should go." "Fucking A, you should," Caleb said, scowling. Quinn looked back at Sebastian. His lips were red and swollen. Quinn's stomach clenched. He wanted to finish what they'd started. "I'll call you," he said instead. "How about you do us all a favor and don't?" Caleb said. The corner of Sebastian's mouth quirked as he folded his arms. "You've got my number." Quinn could hear Caleb's voice rising even after he'd closed the office door behind himself. If Grady kept shooting him looks from the passenger seat of his car, Quinn was going to pull the car over and shove him out, with his foot. "Just say it," Quinn said tersely. Grady clicked his tongue against his teeth. "I'm supposed to be the surly partner." "You are." "We can't play good cop, bad cop if we're both the bad cop." Quinn blew out a breath and leaned his head back against the headrest as he slowed at a set of lights. "Neither of us are bad cops." "Is bad cop a thing? I guess it would scare the shit out of people. This could work." "Grady?" "What?" "Shut up." Quinn glanced in the rearview mirror as someone beeped at him the second the light turned green. He flicked his red and blue lights on for a second, without the sirens because mass panic was not the aim here, and the guy in the white Commodore blanched. "You are being an asshole," Grady said with a laugh, as he turned his upper body to catch a look at the car behind them. "Some people need to learn patience," Quinn muttered. He flicked his indicator on and merged to the left so that he could take the next corner. The Commodore moved past them at a sedate pace, even slower than the speed limit. "And here I thought you had that in spades. Are you going to tell me what happened up there with Devlin, or do I have to guess?" "You mean you can't read my mind?" "Not one of my many, many talents." Quinn could hear the leer in his voice, and he didn't need to look to know what kind of expression Grady was wearing. "But you didn't tuck your shirt back in properly, and please, for the love of God, tell me that you just had an itch or something." "Or something." Quinn checked the moving map on the screen to make sure he was going in the right direction. "What answer do you want from me, Grady?" Grady's disgusted noise was inspired, and Quinn was almost impressed. "For fuck's sake, Quinn." Quinn didn't bother responding. He knew Grady could guide the conversation just fine from here. "Of all people. There are over 5 million people in Sydney, and you picked him?" "I don't think it's fair to say 5 million, Quinn said. "You have to take out anyone under the age of 21 or over the age of, let's say, 50. Plus, you can only count males, so that would cut that down by over half." "The point," Grady said loudly over Quinn, "is that there are a fuck ton of eligible bachelors just thirsting for Quinn dick, and you picked him?" "I didn't pick anyone, and he didn't touch my dick." Sebastian had never been a choice. He was a necessity. "Is that because he's the one that got away?" Grady asked, using his fingers to make quotation marks. "Have you been watching The Bachelor again?" Quinn asked. "Fuck off, we're not talking about my bad habits." "I'd much prefer to talk about yours than mine." Grady pointed a finger at him. "Aha! So you admit he's a bad habit." "A habit insinuates that I do it often. Before 3 days ago, the only time I'd seen Sebastian in the last 8 years was in a courthouse. There was no touching involved, and definitely no kissing. You kissed him." "You really aren't good with the mind reading, are you?" Quinn asked. He found a parking spot close to the apartment complex they were heading for, and reverse parallel parked into it with ease. "Right now I'm thankful for that. I don't need that image." "Are you sure?" "Because, all right, shut the fuck up." Quinn got out of the car and gently closed the door. Grady wasn't so gentle. He slammed his shut and pointed a finger at Quinn over the roof of the car. "Seriously, though, him? Again?" Is this even allowed? Is it fraternizing? I bet it's illegal, right? We could arrest him. I could arrest him. Save your conscience." Quinn leaned against the car and raised an eyebrow. "Are you done?" "Not yet," Grady said, his voice rising again. Quinn pushed off the car and locked it, heading towards their destination. They could at least do their walkthrough while Grady had his fit. "It was a spur-of-the-moment, one-time thing, and it will never happen again, right? Like a trip down memory lane, and now it will stay there. I bet it was gross. It was gross, right?" Just the memory of it was stirring Quinn's groin, so gross wasn't the right word. He didn't think Grady would appreciate the word he would use. "Are you asking me for details?" "No, fuck. Jesus, no." "Such language," Quinn murmured. He buzzed the building manager's apartment. A moment later, a tinny voice came through the speaker. "Yes? What? Who is it?" "Mr. Stanton, this is Detective Sergeant Hughes. I spoke to you earlier on the phone in regards to gaining access to Mr. Delgrade's apartment." "Do you have your warrant?" "Yes, sir," Quinn replied. Grady rolled his eyes, and Quinn smirked in response. "I'll meet you at the door." The door buzzed and clicked open. Grady pushed it fully open with his palm and made a flourishing motion with his free hand. "After you." "If you want to push me down the stairs, I think you have to go first," Quinn said, as he led the way. The joke ended up being on him because the elevators were out of order, and they really were going to have to take the stairs. After staring balefully at them for a few seconds, he headed in that direction. "What about Peyton?" Grady asked as they ascended the stairs. Quinn glanced back at him. "What about Peyton?" What the hell was Grady talking about now? "I thought you were in love with him." "I know that Gid and Ange share everything as partners, but we don't have to," Quinn said. "Do you think those two are fucking?" Grady wondered. "Doubt it." Ange had more sense than to fuck up a good thing like that. They were a perfect team and worked like a well-oiled machine. Sex would only complicate things. She was too smart for that. Smarter than all of them by far. "Okay, but my question still stands." "I'm not discussing my sex life with you, Grady. I already know way too much about Mal's abilities in bed. This doesn't have to go both ways." He'd be totally up to hearing the dirty details on... "Hey, wait. Did you sleep with Peyton?" Grady hissed. He grabbed Quinn's arms and stopped him. "Holy shit." "You know, I'm making the words, but I don't think you're listening to them." What part of he didn't want to talk about it? Did Grady not understand? Rudy Stanton, the building manager of the dilapidated 4-story apartment building, met them on the 3rd floor, in front of the apartment that Mason Delgrade had called home until 2 days ago. Stanton made them show their badges and the warrant before he pulled out a full ring of keys from his pocket. "Something is making weird noises in there," he said. "If it's a ghost, I give you permission to shoot it." "Thank you. We appreciate that," Quinn said. Weird noises. He shared a look with Grady, and Grady pulled out his Glock, holding it steady in his hands. Stanton's eyes lit up as he unlocked the door. "It's like I'm in a cop movie," he said. "Great. Just what they needed. If you could, please stay outside the apartment while we search. If we have questions, we know where to find you." "Of course. Here's the key. Just come drop it by when you're done." The first thing Quinn noticed when he opened the door was the smell. It was a horrific mixture of shit, piss, vomit, and a lingering smell of marijuana. "Should have brought a mask," Grady muttered. He lifted his gun cautiously as they checked for intruders. Nothing in the open living area or the tiny bathroom. The only other door in the room was closed and had to lead to the bedroom. "If it's a ghost," Quinn said as he pulled out some latex gloves and slipped them on, "I don't think a gun is going to be very effective." "Better than nothing," Grady said with a shrug as he ventured further into the small 1-bedroom apartment. Quinn paused, tilting his head. "Did you hear that?" Grady narrowed his eyes as he listened. "It's coming from the bedroom. It sounds like..." Quinn's heart dropped as he noticed the dog bowls next to the kitchen counter. "Whimpering," Grady finished. Quinn braced himself in case the dog came at him with teeth as he opened the bedroom door slowly. Nothing. He peeked into the room and couldn't see anything. The whimpering was coming from under the bed. "Is that a fucking beagle?" Grady breathed out. Quinn ran a hand down his beard and crouched, peering under the bed where the dog was cowering. The floppy ears were a dead giveaway.
I bet it hasn't eaten since Delgrade was killed, Grady said. I'm arresting Stanton on our way out.
For what? Quinn murmured. He held out a hand and made soothing noises, trying to coax it out.
For negligence? Weird fucking noises, my ass. He can't recognize a dog bark? Are you kidding me?
You're scaring her. Him. It. Just go and search another room, okay?
Whatever,
Grady growled. He stomped away, causing the beagle to flinch. It took a good 10 minutes before it finally came out and sniffed Quinn's hand before giving it a lick. You hungry, buddy? Quinn asked. He ran a hand down its head and took hold of the collar, flicking the small medallion hanging off it. Persephone. Well, that was a mouthful. Come on. Let's see if your dad has some food in the cupboard for you. Quinn stood, taking the dog with him. She yapped and tried to lick his face. He arched his neck away. No licking. I think it's important we establish rules right now. It looked like Grady had been a step ahead of him because he'd filled up the dog bowls with food and water and left them on the bench for Quinn. Quinn placed them on the floor with the dog and left her there to quench her thirst and feed her hunger. Grady was in the bathroom, looking through the medicine cabinet. Anything interesting?
He had a lot of allergies, Grady replied, but nothing that tells us anything. There's like 12 different kinds of hay fever medicine in here.
Makes you wonder how he had a dog.
Beagles have short hair, I guess. I don't know. Mal is allergic, so we've never had one.
He's allergic to dogs? Quinn crouched and pushed Grady's hip out of the way so he could check under the sink.
Yeah, and cats. Cats are worse.
Nothing of interest. Cleaning supplies, dog shampoo. Poor guy, Quinn murmured. The kitchen wasn't any more interesting. Enough Chinese leftovers in the fridge to start a restaurant, a TV older than Quinn's grandmother, and fruit that was so rotted it would have started rotting well before Delgrade had been killed. The dog supplies, however, were top-notch, and everything that belonged to the dog looked expensive and well looked after. It was easy to see where Delgrade put any money he had. There was a single piece of paper stuck to the fridge with a beagle magnet. At first it looked like a generic shopping list. Quinn pulled it off and scanned it, his brows furrowing.
What is it? Grady asked.
Not your normal grocery shopping, Quinn replied. He handed it over and did a quick check of the cupboards, though he wasn't expecting to find anything.
Damn, that's some list. I thought Gid and Ange said he wasn't dealing anymore.
That list looks like he's making, not dealing. But there are no signs of a lab in this tiny apartment, and Angela rarely gets her facts wrong.
So what the fuck is going on, then?
Grady asked, scowling. Your guess is as good as mine. Persephone happily followed Quinn into the bedroom and immediately tried to jump up onto the bed with her short little legs. Quinn quickly moved the sheets and checked under them and in the pillows before he helped her jump up onto it.
Careful of the dog shit,
Grady said ruefully as he stepped over the aforementioned droppings.
She must have accidentally closed the bedroom door at some point and then couldn't get out.
That was plausible.
Oh, fuck me,
Grady burst out. Quinn turned abruptly, one hand on his gun as he searched the small room for whatever had startled Grady. When he saw, he visibly flinched, unable to hold back his visceral response to the familiar dolls that were lined up on the shelf beside the bed. Jesus Christ.
I never thought I'd see these fucking monstrosities again,
Grady grumbled. He tentatively picked one up as though he was waiting for it to come to life and stab him with a kitchen knife. Quinn couldn't blame him. He wasn't sure he wanted to touch one. Yeah, Quinn said, agreeing. They weren't the kinds of images that would ever leave a person. They were horrific, with scars sliced across their faces, bulging eyes, ratty clothes, and bleeding fingers. Nightmares come to life. Someone had put a lot of care into making them, but that didn't make them any less hideous. It almost made them worse, the realistic style choices jarring. His heart froze as the implication set in. Grady, these were evidence in a murder investigation for a police informant. Grady turned the one he held over in his hand, pressing hard with his thumb.
Can't be a coincidence.
No. Everyone on the case had bonded over the horrific images of the dolls and drank because of them later, but hadn't thought anything else of them. The informant had been drugged and then thrown out a 10th-story window. The case itself had been pretty cut and dried, though they'd never found a culprit. Another one for the cold case storage. One of too many, really. Quinn pulled an evidence bag out of his pocket and handed it over so that Grady could put the dolls inside. They'd need to take the dolls back, inspect them further. It was a connection they didn't even know had existed.
Think the same person killed Delgrade?
Quinn asked.
Possible. If this is a serial killer, I'm going to scream. It's only two. That we know of. That we know of, and we need a better pattern than that they were both police informants. How would they have even known? Maybe they work for the same organization.
That was possible, too. Quinn would need to pull out the case files again, go over them. It had been over a year since they'd worked the case, and there had been hundreds since.
What do we do with the dog? Grady asked.
Persephone's ears perked up from where she'd been rubbing her face all over the sheets. She pushed her side against Quinn's hips and almost toppled off the bed. Quinn gently held her up and nudged her back into the middle of the bed. She pushed against his hand, and he scratched her behind the ear.
We'll need to see if Delgrade had any next of kin to leave her with. Otherwise, it's RSPCA, I guess.
Until then? Quinn shrugged. Persephone looked up at him with her giant eyes.
Give her to Stanton?
The asshole that would have heard her howling and didn't do anything? Yeah. I don't think so.
If you're that worried, you take her.
She likes you better. Besides, Mal is allergic, remember? Quinn didn't have a reasonable argument for any of that.
Fine. You're going shopping with me.
Why don't you just grab her stuff here?
I can't just take things from the apartment, Quinn said.
He picked up Persephone and tried to find a comfortable spot where she stopped wriggling.
I shouldn't even be taking the dog.
What are you supposed to do? Leave her here? Quinn could not believe they had gone to a dead guy's apartment to look around, and he'd come out with a dog. Between that and the three men that were occupying his thoughts, this week was turning into one of the weirdest he'd ever experienced. Chapter 6. Peyton glared at the console of his car as he slowed to a stop behind Will's Jeep. He was lucky he'd even gotten out there. It had started making another different noise from the one it had been making 2 weeks ago. Kellen, his oldest brother and the mechanic of the family, had fixed it for him. But for every one issue that was fixed, 2 popped up. He hated the car. He was ready to throw it in the scrap heap and just ride his motorcycle permanently. The only reason he didn't was because he didn't like leaving his bike in the bar's car park for hours on end. Not that it was a bad establishment. It was mostly a cop bar. But drunk people were drunk people, and if someone scratched his baby, they would die a painful death. It might be worth it at this point, because he was sick of this car. Kellen had told him to just buy a new one. That was probably an option too, he guessed. Something that had been made in the last century, even. Peyton stumbled forward when he went to unlock the door to the house, and it opened on its own. The warm body he collided into tumbled to the floor with him.
A simple hello is probably sufficient, Will said with a huff of laughter. Something bony is sticking into my... Oh, sorry.
Peyton removed his elbow from Will's stomach and pushed himself up so he was straddling him.
Hi there.
Hi. Will's cheeks were flushed, and the small smile playing on his lips was too cute to be real. Peyton couldn't resist leaning down for a kiss. Will made a small sound and then relaxed, letting Peyton take the lead and sweep into his mouth. Peyton rested his palm beside Will's head and stretched himself out over Will's solid body. Will slid a hand over Peyton's hips and down to cup his ass. Peyton moaned and pushed his groin harder against Will as he hardened in his jeans. Will squeezed and thrust up, his answering hardness sliding against Peyton's hip. Peyton shifted backwards, bringing Will with him so he was sitting up. He tugged the hem of Will's shirt and yanked it up and over, revealing his gorgeous form underneath. He rested a hand on Will's collarbone, stroking with his thumb as he licked and sucked across the opposite side, leaving little red marks in his wake. Will pulled at Peyton's belt, undoing the buckle to get at his zipper. Peyton gripped the back of Will's neck and tugged him back into a wet, open-mouthed kiss. He moaned, a zing of pleasure racing across his skin, as Will slid a hand into his pants, wrapping his hand around Peyton's hard dick.
Need. Now, Peyton panted. Take off your pants. Take yours off first.
Peyton grinned into Will's mouth. He kissed across his jaw and then down his throat, sucking lightly on his Adam's apple before he dragged his mouth back up, unable to stay away from Will's mouth for too long. Will awkwardly pulled Peyton's pants down, one-handed because he wouldn't let go of Peyton's dick or stop stroking him. Peyton wasn't in any hurry to stop him, even though he needed some lube to help the slide. Something wet pressed against Peyton's ass cheek, and he jumped, twisting in surprise with a cry. A beagle stared up at him, her ears twitching as her tail wagged happily at them.
What the?
Peyton's words dried up as Quinn appeared in the doorway, holding a large dog bed and a large pet store bag.
A great first impression, Quinn said, smiling.
The beagle barked and licked Peyton's hip. He jerked away with a, "Hey!" Will's hand slipped out of his pants, and Peyton stood, zipping himself up as he went.
"Persephone, come here," Quinn ordered.
Her tail wagged even faster as she trotted back to Quinn.
"You have a dog?"
Will asked. He got to his feet, and Peyton handed him his shirt.
"Temporarily. She was at an apartment we were searching."
"And you just took her?" Peyton asked as he slipped his shirt back on.
"It's a long story. Why don't you two get dressed and I'll get her sorted?"
"I'm dressed," Peyton said with a flourish. "You want some help?"
"The boot of my car is open and there's a few more things to bring in," Quinn said.
He put the bag and the bed down beside the door and went back outside.
"So the long story?" Will asked as they followed him.
"She belonged to the man found dead in your apartment," Quinn said. He chuckled. "Guess the story wasn't that long."
"You just took his dog?"
Peyton peered into the boot and found a giant bag of dog food, what seemed like an excessive number of toys, another bed, and some groceries that Peyton assumed were not for the dog, unless Persephone had a thing for fruits and vegetables.
"It would seem that way,"
Quinn said, taking out some of the bags.
She'd been locked in his apartment and had managed to lock herself in the bedroom with no food and water for 2 days.
Peyton followed suit, grabbing up grocery bags.
"Jesus,"
Will said, taking the toy bag.
"Is she all right?"
"She seems fine," Quinn said, taking his haul back up to the porch.
"But I should probably take her to a vet just in case. I'll find one tonight."
"I know a vet," Peyton said. "Kel's best friend Dante owns a clinic. I can give him a call, see if he can fit her in tomorrow."
"I would appreciate that."
Will flopped onto the floor and called Persephone to him. She came straight away and stretched out next to him, watching him like she'd already fallen in love. Peyton completely understood. There was something about Will that just drew you in. Will began taking out each toy, one by one, and showing them to her. Some she pounced on, others she wasn't sure about.
"Will, is that your bag?"
Peyton asked, noticing the duffel bag next to the door. Had he been carrying it when Peyton had run into him?
"Yeah,
Will shrugged, looking a little embarrassed.
I thought that you and Quinn might want some privacy."
"Why do you think that?" Quinn asked, frowning.
"I pushed myself on you last night, and that wasn't fair."
"If you're talking about the kiss in the shower, there were 2 of us there," Quinn said. Peyton already knew about that since he and Quinn had met for lunch earlier. He would have loved to have seen it, but he wasn't bothered by it. There was something about the 2 of them together that made the blood rush south for him. He didn't know what he was supposed to feel in a situation like this, and he was sure plenty of people would have opinions, but he knew what he did feel, and that was just basically all kinds of turned on. Maybe they could try the other night again, except this time with Quinn and Will together. Peyton cleared his throat and tried to subtly push his palm against his hardening dick.
"Right, but I was—"
"Will, you're here for your protection. You can't just leave without telling anyone," Quinn interrupted.
"I know,"
Will said quietly.
"I was going to text once I was at home. I like you. I mean, of course I like you. But I liked kissing you, and being in your bed, and watching you with Peyton. And I don't think that I'm allowed to like those things. And the 2 of you have something really special and—"
"Wait," What the fuck? Peyton sputtered. Will thought, what?
Peyton didn't understand.
Quinn put a hand on Peyton's arm, stilling him.
Why do you think you aren't allowed to like those things? He asked Will.
Will shrugged helplessly.
I don't know. The situation is unusual and communication is going to be important, Quinn said. But nothing you've said or done has been unwelcome. This is new for all of us.
He hesitated, and Peyton tilted his head curiously.
I need to confess something.
Persephone barked and scratched at the front door.
She might need to go out, Will said. Do we need a lead? Will she run off? I'm not sure, Quinn said. A lead might be best. I think Grady put one in the shopping basket.
You two were let loose in a pet store? Peyton laughed. No wonder it looks like you bought the whole store.
Neither of us has had a dog before. We wanted to make sure we got everything we needed.
Will clapped him on the shoulder as he passed by.
You got all the things, he said.
He rifled through a few of the bags until he found what he was looking for.
Here, Persephone, you need to put this on first.
She trotted over to him. Will figured it was likely his pleasant voice more than any command he had made.
A confession?
Peyton asked while Will was getting Quinn's new dog sorted. Quinn ran a hand through his messy hair.
I saw Sebastian today.
Oh?
Peyton shoved his hands in his pockets. You saw your ex? That's your confession?
It's not something we could confess, Will said. We don't have any.
Quinn paused. None?
We're not talking about us, Peyton said. Don't change the subject.
Persephone, stop wriggling, Will ordered.
She yapped at him and licked his cheek. Peyton bit back a smile.
Did something happen when you saw him?
Yes.
Now he was definitely curious. Did pants come off?
He hoped pants came off.
What?
No.
Was it close? To pants coming off?
Yeah.
Peyton.
What? It's a legitimate question.
It is, Will agreed. I didn't realize that I was attempting to date teenagers, Quinn said dryly.
That's unfair, Peyton said, feigning offense. Getting turned on by you and Seb taking your clothes off is extremely adult behavior. And you still haven't answered the question.
Quinn pinched the bridge of his nose. I kissed him. Peyton wasn't sure why that had surprised him, considering it was clearly the direction they were heading. But after Quinn's confession the other night, he hadn't expected that he and Seb would ever do anything.
Been a while, Peyton stated.
Quinn let out a breath. Felt like a lifetime.
Was it good? Will asked curiously.
I thought I was going to have to apologize. I didn't expect you to want details, Quinn said, glancing between them.
Nothing about this situation is normal. We absolutely want details, Peyton said.
Maybe it was weird that the idea of Quinn with Sebastian or with Will didn't bother him and just made him want to take his clothes off. But so what? Were there rules they were supposed to follow? Peyton had spent more than enough time following orders he didn't agree with. He wouldn't do it in his personal life as well. Persephone, seriously, if you want to pee, you're gonna have to cooperate. Do you have worms or something? I certainly hope not, Quinn said, frowning.
It was a joke, Q, Will said.
Dante will look after her. Don't worry.
Quinn didn't look convinced, but he didn't push it.
There's another thing.
So the pants did come off.
Do you need an orgasm, Peyton? Do we need to take you into the bedroom?
Quinn asked.
Will cackled.
Fuck off, both of you. I think you're the one that needs a fuck.
Anyway, Quinn said, there's a better than good chance the body in your apartment had something to do with him. Will glanced up from his wriggling companion. Why do you think that? He was in a drive-by shooting. He's fine, Quinn added hastily as Peyton opened his mouth. Bullet grazed him, but he wasn't shot. There were 2 critically wounded taken to the nearest hospital, but it looks like they'll make a full recovery. But that's one hell of a coincidence, Will concluded, standing with the end of the lead in his hand. Does he know who it might have been? Quinn shook his head. I think he's lying to me, but I can't work out why. When you met him at the club, did he speak to anyone or do anything suspicious?
Peyton started to say no and then paused. Wait, he did take a phone call. He said he had to take it?
It seemed pretty urgent, Will agreed. Quinn bit his lip. He has 2 younger siblings, he said, and a demanding mother unless by some miracle she's changed in the last decade. And he works a lot. A single phone call isn't all that suspicious. Do you see him a lot? Will asked. Quinn cleared his throat. For work, a couple of times a year. He tends to get the high-profile cases more often than not. So we crossed paths, yeah. Does it hurt? Peyton asked. Seeing him? It was a personal question, but something in Peyton needed to know. I don't know what you want me to say to that, Quinn said. He opened the door so that Will could walk Persephone out the door. I regret a lot of things that happened between Sebastian and me. A lot of things that I wish I could take back. Kissing him won't ever be a regret for me. Well, it's making Peyton horny, Will said. Persephone waddled out behind him, her round butt wiggling happily as she bounced down the front steps and almost took him with her. Like it's not doing anything for you, Peyton muttered, following them outside. If Will tried to say that his dick wasn't taking an interest, Peyton called bullshit. Wait a second. I hope you didn't do this in front of Persephone. Young minds are so easily corrupted. Quinn chuckled. I do believe that you two were closer to corrupting her than Sebastian and I were. I got her afterwards anyway. We didn't ask for that intrusion. Haven't you ever heard of knocking? Peyton said primly. Knocking at the entrance to my own home? Exactly. Knocking is knocking. Quinn carted his fingers through Peyton's hair and gave him a slow, lingering kiss that made Peyton's toes curl. I'll try to remember. Okay. Thanks, Peyton said breathlessly. He blinked, trying to remember what they were talking about. Quinn joined Will on the grass, and whatever he said had Will throwing his head back and laughing. A small smile appeared on Quinn's lips in response. Peyton watched them for a long minute before going down to join them. Quinn flipped his phone absently in his hand. He had Sebastian's number now. He could call him. They could... something. Sebastian was waiting for his call. He leaned back in his chair and dropped his head backwards. What the fuck was he doing? Peyton, Will, Sebastian. 4 days. That's all it had taken to turn his entire life on its head. He'd never imagined that Sebastian would let him close enough again to try to fix the wrongs he'd inflicted, or that Peyton would suddenly be within reach. And Will. Will hadn't even been a thought, and now it was all he could think about. Hey, Q. You got a second? Quinn jerked upright and dropped his phone on his desk as he turned to Ange. Yeah, what's up? Don't let us interrupt your navel-gazing, though, Gideon said, grinning. I was looking up, not down, Quinn felt obliged to point out. Come and take a look at this, Ange said, waving him over. Gideon stood from his desk at the same time, and they crowded behind her. You guys were talking about creepy dolls the other day, right? Yeah. A case a while ago had one in the apartment of the deceased, and we didn't think much of it, but now a number of them have popped up again. Quinn shuddered at the reminder. They were creepy enough to haunt dreams. Can't be a coincidence. It rarely ever was. He shifted his stance and braced himself with a hand on the back of her chair. Why? Ange clicked on an email and opened the attachment. A bit like this? The focal point of the picture should have been the body, eyes wide and looking up at the sky from what looked like some sort of jogging trail. A single shot in his forehead, with dried blood around it. But it wasn't. It was the doll that was being held tightly in his left hand. Quinn grimaced. Fucking hell. Those dolls were haunting him. Where the fuck were they coming from? And why had they suddenly resurfaced with 3 seemingly separate murders? I bet they used these as horror movie props, Ange said. It even has a scar across its cheek. That level of detail should be illegal. All it's missing is a butcher's knife. You're not wrong, Quinn said wryly. Who is this? Richard Burroughs. Name isn't familiar to us, Gideon said.
He was killed in the middle of Bicentennial Park at 3 this morning. The name triggered something for Quinn, but he wasn't sure why. He wanted to ask Grady, but he was still on the phone, his face bright red as he tried not to explode at whoever he was talking to.
He was found around 5:30, and Gid and I were called out, Ange said. And that's basically all she wrote.
Quinn bent down, looking over the photo more closely. Was he found with anything else?
Just his wallet and this thing. Not even a phone, Ange said. But guess what?
Quinn knew that smile. He knew whatever it was, he wasn't going to like it.
Since it's connected, Riley, in his infinite wisdom, has decided that this case is now yours.
Her smile widened.
So I'll send all the files over to you.
Of course it was. Thanks, Quinn said dryly. They didn't have enough piling on. He massaged his temples as he took the physical files she gave him. He would need to get the rest of the items printed once she forwarded the emails, because paperwork was his favorite beast. The webs were growing in the case, but it only brought more questions, no answers, and he didn't like it. Someone was targeting Sebastian, and others were getting caught in the crossfire, and he and Grady needed to solve this before anyone close to him got permanently hurt. Has the doll been looked at all? Quinn asked. I put it in an evidence bag and we checked it in downstairs with the other ones, Gideon said. I don't know if it's gone further than that. The less we have to look at it, the better. Why? The ones we found in the apartment were empty, but they all had traces of some kind of drug inside. There wasn't enough of it to get a match, but maybe we'll have luck with this one? He bit his lip as he looked over the crime scene photos. Why walk around carrying a creepy doll but no phone? It doesn't make sense.
Maybe it was his security blanket.
Quinn gave her a look that told her exactly what he thought of that suggestion. If you were doing a drug run, you'd need a phone. Unless they had a different way to communicate, Gideon suggested. Possibly. Grady hung up his phone with a scowl.
If this woman calls me one more time, I'm going to quit, he declared loudly.
Gideon snickered, and Quinn went back to his desk. Is that the woman that came in the other week who'd had a name carved into the side of her car? Quinn asked, as he sat down and rolled his chair closer to his desk. It was easy to earn Grady's ire since he wasn't known for being particularly tolerant or empathetic. But some people made an impression that served as a form of entertainment for everyone else in the bullpen. This had been the latest one, so it was a solid guess.
She keeps calling me. It's driving me insane.
Why did you even give her your number? You that hard up, man? Gideon asked.
Because that's what you do, you fucking idiot. You give them your card with a generic call if you hear anything else. Did you forget basic procedure again?
Who's forgetting procedure? Riley asked, entering the chaos. He wasn't even looking at them, his head buried in a folder he was holding in his hands. Gideon.
Is there a time he isn't? Without me, he'd be a lost cause, Ange said.
She shared a look of commiseration with Riley, who then caught a severe glance at Gideon that could have melted glaciers. Gideon seemed unfazed. He lifted his feet up onto his desk, balancing precariously on the back 2 legs of his chair. What's a procedure? He asked. Is that the place you go to get your nails done?
That's a pedicure, moron,
Grady growled. One has to question why you know that, Gideon retorted, amusement dancing in his eyes. Grady looked like he was about 1 second from getting out of his chair to strangle their friend. Angela, Gideon, my office, now, Riley said, before turning back and going back the way he had come, just expecting total obedience. Quinn kicked Grady's foot. Come on, we need to go down to the evidence lockers. Why? They got another doll, and we need to check it out.
Great, because I just love looking at those creepy motherfuckers,
Grady grumbled as he got to his feet. When they got to the evidence locker and Quinn signed out the doll that had been found with their newest deceased, Grady's lip curled into a sneer.
If I never see one of these again, it will be too soon.
Quinn couldn't agree more. He placed it on a bench in the room and then swept the side of his jacket across it to get at his gun holster. There was a small section beside it that held a utility pocket knife alongside some other items he used when he needed to get access to places that might otherwise have been locked to him. It was important to be prepared. He flicked the blade out, and then turned the doll onto its stomach and neatly sliced down the middle of its back, careful not to dig too deep. He wasn't all that surprised when it opened to reveal 3 bags of what he highly suspected was cocaine. Well, that answered that question, at least. "Why would they put it in something that stands out so much?" Grady questioned. Quinn pulled out the bags and then opened the doll further, checking the lining. There wasn't anything else suspicious inside. If people saw this, they'd be too busy running in the opposite direction or thinking about how terrifying it is, Quinn said. "It's the perfect subterfuge." He sighed. "We need to call the docks, airports, post offices, any way they could be transporting them. If any of these dolls are coming in from overseas, we want to know about it. We need to find a way to trace them back to where they're coming from." "I'll make the calls," Grady said. "I'll leave you to—" He gestured to the mess that Quinn had made. "All this." "Thanks," Quinn said wryly. He made short work of cleaning up the mess and writing out a detailed description of what he'd done and why the doll was now mutilated, and it had bags of cocaine alongside it. He kept it professional, knowing there was a chance the information would end up in court if they managed to find the person responsible. Drug cases were convoluted and messy. There were always so many hands in the pie, so many intricate inner workings of a well-organized drug operation, even disorganized ones, really, that it was impossible to pin it down to just one person. So often, they were left scrambling and only able to charge lower-rung players. He stared at the bag and its contents for a long time before he turned and left the room. Will glanced around the fancy foyer and shoved his hands into his pockets. Everything looked shined to perfection, and he felt like he was making it dirty just being in there. The coffee shop that was attached to the foyer was closed, and it looked like construction was already underway to repair the damage from the drive-by. He frowned as he made his way across the small space to the long, sleek black marble reception desk. "May I help you?" "I'm looking for Sebastian Devlin. He works in the building." "Do you have an appointment with him?" "No, he's not expecting me." She pursed her lips. "Let me check with him. May I see some ID, please?" Will pulled out his wallet and flipped it open. Her eyes widened a fraction as she took in his badge. Sometimes he forgot it was even in there. His job didn't involve a lot of waving it around in people's faces. His tactical gear had it written all over, and it was self-explanatory who he was once he got boots on the ground. "Just one moment. I'll see if he's free." Will thanked her and then wandered away as she made the call. He moved closer to the coffee shop, peering inside. He wondered what weaponry they had used and at what range. Had it been a warning, or had they wanted to make sure they hit Sebastian? They'd done a bad job at that, but that didn't mean it wasn't their goal. Some bad guys weren't great at being bad guys. "Mr. McMahon." Will stood straighter. "Sorry. Yes?" "He said you can go right up. 3rd elevator on the right, 8th floor. Someone up there will direct you to his office." By the time he made it to Sebastian's office door, he wondered if maybe coming here hadn't been the best idea. He hadn't told Peyton or Quinn that he was going to, but he just wanted to talk to him. Wanted to know where he fit in the weird circle they were creating. And Will wanted to know where he fit, because Quinn and Sebastian had a past, and Quinn and Peyton had their sun-burning level of chemistry, and Will had Peyton. Quinn had kissed him, and he'd liked it. They'd both liked it. And Will wanted to do things with him that would get them arrested in public. He just didn't know if Quinn felt the same. And Sebastian was tangled up in all of that. He'd been with Will and Peyton for one night, and they hadn't exchanged numbers. If there hadn't been a dead body in their apartment that morning, would they have ever seen him again? Or would they have walked this half-life status quo forever? A world where Quinn thought Peyton was with Will, where he thought that his chance with Sebastian had slipped through his fingers forever. A world where he'd never given Will a second look. He stopped at the door he'd been directed to. Well, at least he knew he was in the right place. The giant plaque with Sebastian's name was a good indicator, but Will could also hear murmured voices inside. The second one he didn't recognize, but the other was definitely Sebastian. He took a deep breath and knocked. Sebastian's muffled voice called out, "It's open." Something inside Will settled when he spotted Sebastian sitting at a large half-circle desk. He couldn't have stopped the smile he felt lighting up his face. "An unexpected pleasure?" Sebastian said smoothly as he answered Will's smile with his own. Will's heart skipped a beat. "Hi." Because Will was all kinds of eloquent and totally not out of his depth. He licked his lips, all the words in his mind drying up and deserting him. Sebastian was leaning back in his office chair, his sleeves rolled to his elbows as he ate noodles out of a takeout container using chopsticks. His long fingers curled around the chopsticks with ease, like he'd been born using them. He looked relaxed, at ease, and totally biteable. Someone cleared their throat to his left, and Will flinched in surprise. He'd forgotten there was a second person in the room. His situational awareness was usually better than this. The stranger was seated on a couch in the spacious office, with an identical takeout box in his own hands. He looked roughly the same age as Sebastian, with dark hair and light brown eyes. He smiled at Will, his smile transforming his face into something warm and inviting. "Seb is terrible at introductions. I'd apologize for his manners, but if you know anything about him, you know he doesn't have any." "That is a bald-faced lie," Sebastian said, pointing at the man with one chopstick. "Slander is not allowed in my office." The man stood, placing his food on the coffee table. "I suppose it's a good thing that wasn't slander and mere fact, then, isn't it?" Sebastian just shot him an amused glance and scooped up some noodles. "I'm Jay." Will took the hand offered as he said, "William. Will. Just Will. I don't know why I said William. No one but my mom, and my brother, if he's mad at me, calls me William." Jay didn't laugh, but the way his mouth curled up and trembled a little told Will it was a close call. He wouldn't have been offended if Jay had laughed. Peyton would have been laughing his ass off at this point in Will's descent into babbling madness. Silence settled between them, and Will realized they were waiting for him to say something. Probably explain why he was there, which would have been a great start, really. Explanations were important. "Do you want to get some lunch?" Will blurted out instead. Sebastian slowly looked down at the box of noodles in his hand and then to where Jay had put his own box down. Will could feel his cheeks burning. He was already having lunch. What a stupid fucking question. I just wanted to talk to you about..." He glanced at Jay. "Things." "Things?" Sebastian looked like he was trying not to smirk. "Two things in particular, starting with a Q and a..." He looked at Jay again, and he knew he looked wild, eyes wide and a little terrified. He wasn't great at being subtle, and he had no idea if this person knew anyway. And Christ, he wished someone would put him out of his misery. "P," he finished weakly. Maybe he was still drunk from the other night. Sebastian nodded in understanding. "Ah, then yes. I'd love to join you for lunch." "Color me curious," Jay said. "Don't you have somewhere to be?" Sebastian said as he stood. "If you don't have anywhere in mind," he said to Will, "there's a great little place around the corner that does steak sandwiches." He opened a drawer and pulled out his wallet and a set of keys. "Their chip batter is homemade, and they won't share the recipe, so I'm forced to spend my hard-earned money there." Will glanced at Jay, expecting irritation but only getting a smile from the man. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's fine," Jay said dismissively. "Seb is correct that I have somewhere to be. Some wedding clients are coming in for a meeting, and the last time Eli was left alone with them, he set someone on fire." "He said it was spontaneous combustion," Sebastian said. He moved in beside Will and placed a hand on the small of his back, giving him an encouraging smile. "That is what he said," Jay said. At Will's look, which Will figured was a mix of horror and concern, he said, "There was no actual fire, Will. Just a very irate father of the bride." "That's practically a given, isn't it?" Will joked. He had no idea. He'd never been to a wedding before. "When my brother is involved, it is," Sebastian said cheerfully. He pushed gently at Will's back. "I have an hour before I have to be back. Ready to go?" "Do you need to get your glasses?" Will asked, noting that he wasn't wearing them. He vaguely recalled Sebastian saying something about needing them to see things far away. "I'm wearing contacts," Sebastian said reassuringly. "Oh, okay. It was nice to meet you, Jay." Will said, as Sebastian herded him out the door. Jay's response was lost as Sebastian closed the door behind them. Your noodles are going to get cold? Was not what Will had meant to say, but it was not what came out of his mouth. That's what microwaves were invented for. Probably wasn't the reason behind the invention, Will said. What were they invented for, then? Sebastian asked as he pressed the elevator's close button and then the ground floor. I have no idea, Will said, his breath hitching as Sebastian crowded him against the elevator wall. Will didn't know why he needed to. There was plenty of room in the small space. And now, even if Will had that random knowledge in his brain, he had no hope of retrieving it. Then I guess we're going to go with my theory. Sebastian's fingers lightly brushed Will's side, and Will's ability to breathe left him. He could smell the faint woodsy aftershave Sebastian was wearing, and it was making his knees weak. Will licked his lips and glanced down at where Sebastian had started playing with the buttons on Will's shirt. That they were made purely to heat leftover noodles? Precisely. Okay. How did you even find me? Sebastian asked. The tips of his fingers slid between the buttons, caressing the skin underneath. You weren't hard to find, Will said, trying to concentrate on the words and not the way that Sebastian was trying to undo him. Once I knew you were a defense lawyer and your last name, Google mostly did the job for me. The extra information he'd found out had been a bit more of an in-depth search than Google, and was using resources he had available in a maybe not-so-ethical way. But he wasn't about to admit to any of that. The elevator doors opened, and Sebastian's hand slipped away. Will was tempted to close the doors again and flick the emergency switch. But Sebastian had already stepped out, and Will was at risk of the doors closing him in by himself, and he'd embarrassed himself enough already that day. They were almost at the intersection when the bullets began to fly. Will reacted instantly, shoving Sebastian down forcefully against a nearby parked car and following him. Bullets pinged the side of the metal as people screamed and fled the area. There were no sounds of anyone getting hit except the car they were hiding behind. The shots were deliberate and aimed. At them. The fuck? Not even a drive-by. They were still shooting. They'd set up shop somewhere nearby. Are we getting shot at? Sebastian asked incredulously, his mouth dropping open. Sounds like it. It meant that running was definitely not an option. It would just make them easier targets to hit in the back. Will turned and rose on one knee to peer over the hood. He jerked back down when another bullet hit too close for comfort. He hadn't even been able to get a good look. He could tell there were at least 2 shooters based on where the bullets were spraying, and that was about it. Damn. Will pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Roy's number. What are you doing? Sebastian asked. He leaned his head back against the hood and closed his eyes. Calling for backup. Will reached over and gently tugged Sebastian's head forward. Don't put your head against the car. I'm not sure I want to know why. You don't, Will agreed. You do criminal law and you've dealt with gnarly cases. You've never been shot at before? He asked curiously. Lawyers are found in courtrooms, not on a firing range. Being shot at is not part of the job description. Made sense. Will glanced at Sebastian as his phone continued to ring. But you've seriously never been... Will! Will gave him a what look. It was a totally valid thought. It was the second time in a week the guy had been shot at. Knives, yes. Fists, yes. A car, once. Okay, 3 times, yes. But never a gun. Well, except earlier this week, I guess. Will paused. Guns are not the worst on that list. Though he wished right now that he had a gun, so he could at least return fire, and they weren't sitting ducks. Should I be ranking them? Sebastian asked, borderline hysterical. Well, I mean... He was interrupted by Roy finally answering with, Hello? Hey, so I'm getting shot at and could use some backup. The fuck? Where are you? Visiting Seb. You act like that means something to me. Will gave him the address. I think there are at least 2 shooters using semi-automatic weapons. Based on the trajectory of the shots, we're the target, but I can't tell where exactly they're coming from. He winced when more bullets flew past, others hitting the car. At some point, the assholes were going to get lucky and hit one of them. We're coming. Hold the fort. Roy barked. Will hung up and shoved the phone back in his pocket. He tried to listen to the gunfire, but he couldn't determine where it was coming from. It was a stop-start burst effect rather than constant rapid. And it kept moving. They were moving. Closer, maybe? Were they being surrounded? There wasn't a single thing about this that Will liked. "What now?" Sebastian asked. "No, we wait." Not much of a plan, but they didn't have much of a choice. "We wait? That's your master plan?" "Yeah," Will said with a shrug. It wasn't only the master plan. It was their only plan. Will paused, his ears ringing a little as the gunfire stopped completely. That wasn't a good sign. He doubted the gunmen had just decided they were done and left. No one opened fire in public like this and then just gave up. Will tilted his head, trying to listen carefully and pick up any movement. Sebastian opened his mouth, and Will pressed a finger to his own lips, signaling to be silent. He pointed a finger behind him, hoping that Sebastian understood that meant to keep an eye on his six in case the other shooter came around the other side of the car. He shifted a little closer to his side of the car, almost crawling to stay out of sight. The second a foot came into sight, he didn't wait. He reached out to grab the ankle and yanked hard. The guy went down with a heavy thud and a string of bullets shot into the air. Will kicked the rifle away, and it slid under the car. He punched the man in the face twice. Blood gushed from his nose, but it wasn't broken. Yet. The man got an elbow in Will's gut and then reached for a gun strapped to his thigh. Will punched him again and then pulled it out first, pushing himself backwards as he aimed it. "Stay right fucking there," he ordered. The man put his hands up in surrender. He looked too fucking twitchy for Will to trust it, and the second man hadn't shown himself yet. Will shuffled backward so he was closer to Sebastian. The second he glanced at Sebastian to check if he was okay, the man moved, tackling Will. Pain burst across Will's cheek. He twisted his head out of the way. The hand he was holding the gun in was grabbed, and Will twisted, trying to stop it from being recovered. He wasn't really in the mood to get shot. A stray shot went off as they wrestled for the gun, and Will's heart jerked in fear when Sebastian grunted in pain. He headbutted the guy he was tangling with and flipped him, shoving him face first into the ground. He pressed his knee into the center of his back and pressed the butt of the gun against the back of his head. "Don't fucking move," he growled. His fingers tightened around the grip as he took in Sebastian's predicament. He was scuffling with another man. The rifle hanging at the man's side was ultimately useless at this close range, at least. Sebastian was holding his own and got a good punch into the man's temple before a meaty fist wrapped around his neck and slammed his head into the edge of the car's hood. There was a smear of blood on the metal when Sebastian's head was pulled back for another go. Will reacted in a split second, lifting the gun from his own man's head and firing one precise shot. The man with his hands on Sebastian was dead before he hit the ground. Will could have tried to wound him, but he wasn't willing to risk any more hits to the head for Sebastian. Head injuries were notoriously tricky. "Seb." "I'm okay," Sebastian said. His voice was too faint for Will's liking, and he was still perched on all fours, blood dripping onto the concrete below. Speech was a good sign, but didn't mean he was in the clear. The man underneath Will shifted, and Will pressed his knee in deeper. "I said don't move." He wanted Roy and his team to hurry the fuck up and get there, because he needed to check Sebastian over. As though in answer, the Bearcat came roaring around the corner, screeching tires as it turned, and came to a stop near them. The back doors burst open, and 5 men jumped out, Roy in the lead. 4 of the men scattered as they secured the area, while Roy came straight to where Will and Sebastian were behind the car. Roy took one look at Sebastian and said into the radio strapped to his chest, "We need a medic over here." "An ambulance," Will said. "Call." "It's on the way." "What happened here?" Roy glanced at the dead body and dismissed it. It was a non-threat, and Will would have done the same. He pulled out a pair of cuffs but didn't hand them over. "I got this. You wanna—" He gestured at Sebastian. Will scrambled off his man, confident that Roy could handle him. He skidded to a stop and dropped to his knees in front of Sebastian, one hand on his shoulder. "Seb." He carefully tipped Sebastian's head up, grimacing at the blood that was dripping down one side of his face. "Does it hurt anywhere else?"
Are you having any dizziness, loss of vision?
Sebastian's one visible eye blinked. The small smile that wobbled on his lips made Will's heart clench.
Are you worried about me? Of course I am, Will replied. He used his sleeve to wipe some of the blood away so he could try to see the wound, though he was careful not to wipe over it. The last thing he wanted to do was be responsible for an infection. Heads aren't meant to be used as battering rams.
Something flickered in Sebastian's gaze.
Do you think red suits me? He asked.
Will had a feeling it wasn't what he wanted to say, but he played along, letting out a huff of laughter.
You're too pale for red.
Damn.
Will, move, Kane said, nudging Will with his knee. He dropped beside Sebastian with his medic kit and began cleaning around the wound. Vision? The blood makes it hard, but my vision itself is fine, Sebastian said.
He glanced at Will, and Will moved closer to him, though he made sure to stay out of Kane's way.
Kane's bedside manners weren't doctor-approved,
and his medical personality leaned more towards drill sergeant than anything resembling a pleasant disposition. Patching people up brought out his cranky.
You have pretty eyes.
Kane glanced at Will in question.
You do have pretty eyes, man. I don't think he's delirious.
Kane had a particularly bright shade of hazel green eyes that stood out a lot more because he had model-style lashes that accentuated them. He'd punched more than one person at a bar who had told him he should model. Kane just shook his head as he flashed a light in Sebastian's eyes. He checked his nose and ears, and then pulled out a square bandage.
Headache? A little one, yeah. In case you didn't know, I got my head smashed into a car. You try getting out of that without a headache.
Kane snorted. He wiped disinfectant over the angry gash just below Sebastian's hairline.
At least your mouth works fine. Coherency is good.
Will ran a hand down Sebastian's back, settling it on the curve of his hip.
Are you hurt anywhere else?
He didn't think so, but he wanted to make sure.
My pride, mostly.
Gun-wielding maniacs tend to have a way of doing that, Kane said. He placed the bandage over the gash and smoothed it out. No driving. Don't get it wet for a few hours. Keep it clean. Buy more bandages. Sebastian blinked. Some of his hair had clumped at his forehead as the blood dried and stuck it together.
That's it?
What were you expecting? Kane asked, smirking. Doesn't need stitches, though you're going to have a beautiful bruise in the morning. It's possible you have a concussion, but I'm not seeing any signs. You're going to need to take a trip to the hospital to get looked over, but I'd say they'll give you the same advice and suggest you have someone watch you tonight in case there are any changes. The paramedics will say the same thing, Kane said, shrugging.
A trip to the hospital?
Sebastian asked, brows furrowing. It's protocol. Ambulance was here and victim was seen at a hospital is a good look in our reports, Kane said. Toilet stall writings really do it for the bosses.
He writes them like that, too, Will said. Can you stand?
Yeah. Will carefully helped Sebastian to his feet, keeping an arm around him to help steady him. The ambulance arrived in a flurry of sirens and flashing lights, though it took a second to maneuver around the crowd that was forming. Uniformed officers that Will hadn't even noticed arrive were keeping them at bay, at least.
Time for your next appointment, Kane said cheerfully. Off you go.
Why do I always get the bossy ones? Sebastian muttered. Will was about to go with him when he was forcibly turned by Diego.
Here, Diego said.
He lifted a bulletproof vest up and over Will's head, securing it properly over his chest. He flipped the second rifle he was holding and handed it to Will. We didn't see anyone else, but there are too many buildings around here to secure. Better safe than sorry. Who is the target?
I don't think it was me, Will said.
He shifted the rifle, getting it comfortable against his chest, and secured the strap around his shoulders.
No one knew I was going to be here, and I didn't notice anyone following me. Not a guarantee, but since this is Sebastian's office, my money is on him being the target.
Sebastian had made it to the ambulance with Kane and was being fussed over by a paramedic, but he was looking right at Will, a strange expression on his face. Will smiled, and Sebastian returned the gesture. Run through what happened, Roy said, joining Will and Diego. Chapter 7 Quinn reached over and unlocked the passenger door so that Peyton could open it and slide in.
"I thought I was going to be waiting on that street corner forever," Peyton said, securing his seatbelt. He gestured at his body. "This just doesn't sell like it used to."
His grin was impish, and Quinn leaned over to kiss him. "I guess it's a good thing it does it for me," Quinn said against his lips. Peyton laughed.
"Sure is."
He used Quinn's tie to stop him from moving, and kissed him again, deepening it. "I need to stop at the butcher to get something for dinner," Quinn said, as he pulled out into traffic. "Is there anywhere you need to go?"
"Nope."
Peyton wound down his window and set his elbow on it, his fingers resting on the roof.
"Thanks for picking me up. Kel said that my car will be ready tomorrow, but I'm gonna swing by Mom's and get my bike. I don't get to ride it much because our apartment doesn't have anywhere to store it, but I'm so fucking over my car breaking down on me."
Quinn was both glad and not about that. On the one hand, motorcycles were dangerous, and the number of accidents he had to attend that were horrific were more than he'd like to think about. On the other hand, seeing Peyton on his bike was a religious experience, especially when he was in all his leathers. "I have room in my garage," Quinn found himself saying. He didn't know why he brought it up. Once he and Grady worked out who had dropped the body at their apartment and had arrested that person, Peyton and Will would leave. It was temporary. Quinn's phone went off, and he pressed the answer button on his steering wheel. "Hughes." "Are you driving?"
"Grady."
The murmuring background of voices told Quinn he was still at work. That laugh was distinctly Gideon. "You haven't left work yet?" "You'll be glad I didn't," Grady said. "You need to get down to your lawyer's office." "Do I need representation?" Quinn was sure he hadn't broken any laws lately. Peyton snorted as he looked down at his phone, where he was playing some sort of water mixing game. "I'm sorry," Grady said sarcastically. "Should I have said boyfriend?" Quinn shared a look with Peyton. "Sebastian?" "How many boyfriends do you have?" Grady asked.
"He has 3, Peyton said.
"Hey, Peyton."
"Hi, Grady."
"I have none," Quinn corrected. "Don't join forces," he told them. Just the idea of it was terrifying. "What's wrong with Sebastian?" "Shots were fired and TOU was called in. I don't know who was involved, but considering the drive-by yesterday, I'd say the location isn't a coincidence. I'm about to leave now. I'll meet you there."
"What?"
Peyton breathed. Quinn immediately flicked his lights and sirens on and changed direction, heading into the city. "What happened?" "You now have the extent of my knowledge. If I suddenly become clairvoyant in the next 10 minutes, I'll call you back."
"I appreciate it," Quinn said before hanging up. "Seb got shot at yesterday and now today?" Peyton said quietly. "Escalation is bad."
He'd placed his phone face down in his lap and was staring at his fingers. Quinn reached over and took one hand in his, giving it a brief squeeze. He would have held on, but the speed he was driving wasn't the safest, and he needed both hands. "I know. We're trying to work out where it's coming from. I promise."
"Is it strange for me to be this worried about him?" Peyton asked.
"Sebastian?" At Peyton's short nod, Quinn said, "No. Sex creates a connection whether people believe that or not. Even one night is enough sometimes. Add in the trauma that you all faced the next morning, and things can solidify a lot faster." Quinn paused and then sent Peyton a wry grin. "And he has a way of drawing people in, whether he wants to believe that or not."
"You still think that, even though it didn't work out for you?"
"The breakup was my fault, not his."
"You keep saying that, but I don't understand."
Quinn slowed as he turned down the street that Sebastian worked on. He could already see flashing lights right outside of his building. "Ask me another time." When he wasn't feeling quite so off-kilter, when things didn't seem so raw and on the surface, when someone wasn't trying to kill Sebastian. Quinn parked behind a patrol car and scooped up his keys from the center console before getting out. Heat burned through him when Peyton hooked a finger in one of the belt loops at the back of Quinn's suit pants as he followed closely behind. Quinn nodded in greeting at the uniformed officer, who lifted the barrier tape for them to go under.
"Is that Will?" Peyton said, his voice hardening.
Before Quinn could respond, he was already making a direct beeline to where, yes, Will was standing. It looked like a paramedic was with him, and some TOU officers. Quinn checked over the crowd, looking for... There. Sebastian was sitting on the edge of the ambulance's floor. Another paramedic was with him, and one of the TOU officers standing nearby. Peyton reached for Will and slammed into him so hard that Will stumbled a little, moving one foot back to brace himself as he wrapped an arm around Peyton's shoulders. The rifle that Will had slung across his chest was jammed between the two of them, and it looked uncomfortable. Will threaded his fingers through Peyton's hair on the side of his head and used it to tug him gently back. The sight of it pulled at Quinn's stomach, a pleasurable twist that had him rooted to the spot.
"Careful," Will said. "I need my ribs intact." "Were you involved in this?"
Will's face softened as he looked down at Peyton.
"I was with Seb when the shooting started."
Peyton stuck his fingers in the grooves of the vest that Will wore, his fingers turning white.
"Having a shootout in the middle of the street is not how you become a superhero," he said tersely.
"No?" Will teased, smiling.
"Are you all right?" Quinn asked. "Not a scratch on me."
A quick glance over his form told Quinn that, at least on the surface, Will wasn't lying. "Perfectly healthy," the paramedic confirmed. Satisfied, Quinn veered off and headed for Sebastian, leaving the two friends be. Will was clearly unharmed and not in any more danger. Even if somehow something happened now, Peyton would keep him safe. "On a scale of 1 to 10, the paramedic was saying, how much does it hurt?"
7, because you're poking at it. Anything hurts if you poke it.
The relief in the paramedic's eyes when he spotted Quinn was something that Quinn was familiar with. Being in Sebastian's orbit could be a test of patience sometimes. "Do they just call you every time I'm involved in something?" Sebastian asked flatly. "I'm the one investigating who's targeting you. And don't give me any bullshit about you not being the target."
"I wasn't going to."
"Don't put words in my mouth." Quinn counted to 5 and then said,
"What happened?"
He wasn't in the right frame of mind to trade wits. Between knowing that Sebastian had come close to being shot, again, and the knowledge that Will was right beside him and could have been hurt as well, it was fucking with his equilibrium. "An excellent question," Sebastian said. "Will came to see me. We were going to grab some food, and I think he wanted to talk about you and Peyton, and it's a shame we didn't get to because I'm very curious about you and those two." "This isn't the time," Quinn said. He turned to the paramedic with a clear question in his eyes. "He's lucid," the paramedic said. "Ticked all the boxes and is of sound mind, relatively speaking." "What the hell does that mean?" Sebastian squawked. "You can figure it out." Quinn fingered around the bandage on Sebastian's forehead, just above his right eyebrow. There were hints of blood seeping through. Quinn took a deep breath against the anger. "Isn't that the same place that Parker hit you with his phone?" he asked absently. Bits of Sebastian's hair had clumped and hardened from the surrounding blood. His hair was going to need a thorough wash. "Think so," Sebastian said. He shrugged. "I have a very hittable face." "Got that right," the paramedic muttered. Sebastian glared while Quinn bit back a smile. He was glad Grady wasn't around to hear that. Though he wasn't sure how he and Peyton had beaten him here. He must have gotten stuck in traffic. "Does he have a concussion?" he asked the paramedic, who was packing up his gear as no one else seemed to have been injured during the incident. A miracle. He'd said he was of sound mind, but that didn't necessarily mean anything for a head injury. "What hospital are you taking him to?" "Hard to say. I'm leaning towards no, since he's not exhibiting any of the symptoms that I would look for. It would be best for him to be taken to the hospital to get everything checked over." Quinn narrowed his eyes. That didn't sound definitive. "But you're not taking him anywhere." He tried to catch Sebastian's gaze, but he had turned his head away, a muscle in his jaw visibly clenching. He refused to go. "Of course. You need it looked at." "I got it looked at already, twice." "G.I. Joe over there looked at it too," Sebastian said, waving to the TOU officer standing close by, whose name Quinn knew was Kane Murphy. "G.I. Joe is military genius," Kane replied. He was looking around, one hand resting on the butt of his weapon, and he seemed agitated. "I've got him. Officer Murphy, you can..." Quinn gestured towards where Will and the rest of the team had converged. Kane nodded in thanks and left, the heavy thud of his boots on the concrete fading as he went. "Look, physically he's fine, other than his face," the paramedic said to Quinn. "He is right here," Sebastian muttered. "I'd advise that he have someone watching him tonight," the paramedic continued, ignoring his grumbling patient. "It's important that he's being monitored in case anything changes. If his vision begins to blur, if he experiences any loss of fine motor skills, any vomiting, anything at all out of the ordinary, he needs to go straight to an emergency room." "Understood." Sebastian sighed heavily as he stood to allow the paramedic to close the doors of the ambulance. "I'll stick around for another 10 to 15 minutes unless I get another call." "Thank you," Quinn said, even as the paramedic wandered off. Quinn crossed his arms over his chest, waiting Sebastian out. It didn't take long. One of them had infinite patience, and the other one didn't. "I'm fine, okay? Half my face feels like it's on fire, but otherwise everything's peachy. Can I go now?" "No." "Am I under arrest?" Sebastian burst out angrily. "Because let me tell you right now that I—" Quinn cupped Sebastian's chin, effectively shutting him up. "Are you okay?" "What?" "I'm glad that Will was with you," Quinn said. He splayed his fingers across Sebastian's jaw. The idea of him being hurt, of him being gunned down in the middle of the street, was inherently wrong. The mere idea of it was enough to send ice raging through Quinn's veins. He'd let Sebastian keep the distance between them for too long. If he could fix this, if he could get back to what they'd once had, he knew he would do anything. He couldn't keep living with this regret. It would have been so much worse if Sebastian had died, and he'd been forced to live with it alone. "He saved my life. Why is someone trying to hurt you, Sebastian?" Sebastian's eyes hardened, the cold indifference that Quinn was used to seeing sliding back into place. "I don't know." Neither did Quinn, and he didn't like it. His instincts told him that it was connected to the body found in Peyton, Will, and Parker's apartment, but they had no evidence to corroborate that feeling. There were a lot of threads connecting at different points, but nothing leading him to the middle, and whoever was pulling the threads. The coroners moved past them, a black bag on the stretcher they pushed. Quinn watched quietly as they lifted the body into the bag and zipped it. Sebastian moved closer to Quinn, his hand pressing against Quinn's side and clenching Quinn's shirt in his fist. "He killed him." Quinn watched Sebastian's face carefully, but there weren't any signs of aftershock. "You mean Will?" "Yeah, when I was—" Sebastian gestured at the bandage on his face. Quinn still couldn't look at it without feeling anger. Sebastian was frustrating, and his mouth was going to get him into trouble for the rest of his life, but for someone to lay their hand on him was unforgivable. He would have done it again, the shooter. But Will, one shot and it was over. He's very capable. Quinn was positive that Will wouldn't have hesitated if Sebastian was in danger, if anyone were in danger. Will's first instinct would always be to protect. It was who he was. "I've had hits to the head before. I box, but it's different when you know your life is on the line, I guess." "It is," Quinn said. Nothing in the world could create the same emotions that a near-death experience would. He ran a hand up Sebastian's arm and then settled it on the back of his neck. "Will would never have let that happen. It makes you think about things that you regret." Quinn's throat felt suddenly thick as their eyes met. "I have regrets." Sebastian glanced at Quinn's lips. "So do I," he said, swaying forward. "Making out at a crime scene, boys? Classy." Quinn jerked backwards, surprised to find Grady so close to them. "What would you know about classy?" Sebastian said, giving Grady a look that had Grady sneering back. "Is it the adrenaline thing? You get shot at because you needed to get your rocks off? Well, I've been seeing your face so much lately that my dick just isn't working, and I need some help getting it up." "Don't blame me for your dick problems." Grady shoved one hand in his pocket. "Info said there were 2 shooters. One deceased. I don't know where the other one is. I'll find out who's in charge here and get some answers." Quinn hoped they could get some answers. Chasing their tails was never a fun experience, especially not when people he cared about were on the line.
"There's not a lot to process here," Quinn said. "It's all cut and dried. Once Will is done here, I'll take him, Peyton, and Sebastian home. Tomorrow we can—"
"Seb!"
Sebastian's childhood friend, who was trying to get across the barrier that the officers had erected and was shoving at an officer's shoulder, looked older than the last time Quinn had seen him, but he still recognized Jay's face. "Jay?" Sebastian scowled. "I know him. Let him through." The officer didn't obey, tilting his head in question at Quinn instead. Sebastian mumbled a choice word under his breath. Quinn crooked his finger. "Let him through." This was getting back to Eli and Charlotte. Sebastian just knew it. The look on Jay's face as he bore down on them was a non-negotiable one. There were only 4 people in the world he couldn't lawyer, and that was his best friends, Jay and Caleb, and his siblings. Fuck. Jay immediately cupped Sebastian's face and turned it, his bottom lip trembling. "Jesus Christ, Sebastian, what happened?" "I'm fine." "You're bleeding. Seb, there is blood in your hair." "Whoa, hey. It's fine. I'm fine." Sebastian put his hands over Jay's and gently tugged them away from his face. It still felt a bit tender, and between the paramedic and Quinn poking at it, he wasn't really up for more of the same treatment. "Who did this to you?" Jay turned to Quinn. "Fancy you being in the middle of this mess?" "Nice to see you again, Jay," Quinn said, pursing his lips. "The feeling isn't mutual." "No, I expect not." "Jay," Sebastian said, a quiet warning. "You be quiet," Jay pointed at him. "How did you get yourself into this mess?" "You act like I do it on purpose." "Sometimes I think you do." "We have one of the men responsible in custody," Quinn said, "and we'll be questioning him as soon as we can. Hopefully we'll get some answers." "Just got confirmation that they made it to their cell," Grady said, joining them. Quinn seemed to latch on to Grady like a lifeline. "What did you find out?" 2 shooters, 1 deceased, the other in custody. They did a drug test and he came up positive, so we'll wait until tomorrow to question him. Will said, "He was firing a weapon while high?" Jay asked incredulously. "You're surprised that the man who opened fire in a public space trying to kill someone was high during it? They don't generally follow the rules," Grady said. "I need to speak to Will. Since you aren't going to the hospital, stay where you are, and I'll take you home when I'm done," Quinn said to Sebastian. "Why won't you go to the hospital?" Jay demanded, turning on him. Sebastian glared at Quinn because tattling was such primary school behavior. "They said I was fine." "They said you didn't have a concussion," Quinn interjected. "That's not the same thing. And they also said that they didn't think." Sebastian held up a hand and mimed squeezing it. "Quinn, please shut up. Go talk to Will and make sure he's okay." Quinn inclined his head, and the 2 detectives left them alone. Jay pursed his lips and crossed his arms over his chest, and Sebastian had the irrational urge to get to his knees and say sorry. He hadn't even done anything wrong, and just because Jay had always been the voice of reason in this friendship didn't mean that he was always right. Even if he was. Semantics. They were still the same age, and Sebastian was still an adult. "Explain this to me," Jay said. "Slowly. I have a right to refuse to be treated." That was probably not going to help his case. The hard glint in Jay's eyes told him he was correct in that regard. "There's nothing to treat," he amended. "I didn't even need stitches. Bump on the head, little gash." "It's just a bump on the head?" Should I call Charlotte and ask her professional opinion on what is just a bump on the head? I'm sure her years of nursing will back that up, right? "Stop repeating my words like that. And please, for the love of God, don't call my sister." He did not want to be hovered over all night. He just wanted to go home and nurse a cold beer and forget this entire day had happened. "You were supposed to be getting lunch with that cute little guy that you were making eyes at, not getting into bed with Quinn fucking Hughes again." "Little?" Sebastian asked, trying to work out in what world anyone would think of Will as little. He was about 1,000,000 feet tall. He looked over at Will. 5 men in tactical gear were surrounding him, Peyton hovering closely.
He was half-geared, with a vest on over his shirt and jeans, a rifle in his hands. Sebastian knew, based on the information from Hunter and Caleb, that Will was a cop, but knowing and seeing were two different beasts. The way that Will had handled himself during the shooting. "And Quinn is here because he's investigating the case," he said absently, trying to remember what they were talking about. "Not because—" "Oh, please," Jay scoffed. "I have eyes, Seb. I can see the way you two were looking at each other." "That's not fair." "Don't even get me started on what's fair, Sebastian Devlin. He had his chance. He blew it in a huge way, and I refuse to allow you to go down this road again." "It's not your choice." "Don't do this." "We're not the same people we were back then." "Are you trying to convince me or you?" Jay asked testily. Sebastian cupped Jay's cheeks and pulled him close. "My decision, Jay. He kissed me yesterday, and I have to know, okay?" "Know what? How many ways he can break your heart?" Jay rested his forehead against Sebastian. "What about Will? He's a sweet boy." "He's not that much younger than we are. Don't call him a boy. And he's... Christ." Sebastian did not want to have this conversation with his best friend in the middle of a crime scene where someone had tried to kill him. "It's complicated." "Complicated how?" Sebastian turned Jay's head to where Quinn and Grady had approached Will and Peyton. Quinn said something to Will that they couldn't hear from this far away, and Will smiled, bending his head closer as he replied. Jay's lips parted. "Oh." He pushed out a breath. "You're kidding, right? There are so many better options in the world for you to choose from, and you're choosing him. Again?" "I want to choose him." Maybe he was an idiot. Quinn had destroyed him once upon a time. But he couldn't lie to Jay or himself about what he wanted. His night with Will and Peyton had been special, and the kiss with Quinn yesterday had shown him that it wasn't over between them, that they'd been kidding themselves if they thought it had ever been over. Seeing Quinn tangled up with Will and Peyton as well, something was happening, and he didn't know what it was, but he wanted to follow the threads. He needed to know. Jay had always told him his curiosity would lead him astray one day. He guessed today was the day. Jay took a step back and gave Sebastian a severe look. "I don't like it." "I know. He's going to hurt you again." "Maybe." Jay let out a long-suffering sigh. "I'm calling Eli." Sebastian opened his mouth to protest, and Jay cut him off. "Your siblings have a right to know that someone tried to gun you down, Seb. Be thankful I'm calling him and not making you do it." "Okay, fair point." It wasn't a phone call that Sebastian wanted to make right then, or ever. "Quinn is a good guy, regardless of what you think. I don't think he's going to leave me to die if I get any unexpected complications, okay? This is a bad idea." "Your concern is noted." "And dismissed, as usual." Sebastian grinned. "Not dismissed. Just put in that tiny box in the back of my mind. That gets ignored." "It's where you put common sense and self-preservation as well. I hate to break it to you, but I think you're going to need a bigger box soon." Sebastian waved his hand dismissively. "It needed an upgrade years ago." "Isn't that the truth?" Sebastian wasn't responding to that. Quinn glanced behind himself at the porch they were standing on. Flowers lined the white railing, some hanging, others in pots. Rope secured a swing seat to the porch roof, painted white and with cushions. He looked further down to the long gravel driveway that led up to the 2-story beach house at the gunmetal gray Lexus he had parked behind. He'd known that Sebastian was highly sought after as a lawyer, but he hadn't expected a beach house and a car that cost more than his entire year's salary. How had Sebastian gotten to work that day? Did he have two? He'd come a long way from the student that Quinn had once known. Quinn wanted to know about the years that he'd missed, wanted to try and get back at least a fraction of those years by hearing the memories. If he hadn't messed up, if he hadn't questioned everything that made Sebastian the incredible man that he had always been, what would they have become? Would they have found a place together, like they talked about? Would they have married? Quinn supposed it didn't matter. This is where their path had led them, and he knew that he couldn't fully regret it. Not when it meant Peyton and Will were in his life, too. Sebastian unlocked the front door and just left it open as he went inside. Quinn assumed that meant he could follow. He hadn't said a single word to Quinn the entire ride there. "You really don't have to stay," Sebastian said, hanging his keys on a hanging key holder that was... Quinn wasn't sure what it was. A strange blob kind of shape, and the hooks had been stuck in any which way. Some of them were upside down. It looked like a child's art project. "Doctor's orders. I'm fine. You don't know that you'll be able to say that in an hour or two. I can get someone else to watch me." He moved further into the house, and Quinn followed behind as he looked around at the sparsely furnished entryway and lounge, and then into the kitchen. The house didn't look lived in, like a cold mausoleum, or a magazine spread, all the items neatly picked out to resemble a show house. It made his heart feel heavy, with a lingering sadness he didn't know what to do with. "Then call them, and I'll wait until they get here." Sebastian sighed and turned back. "Quinn, what are you doing?" Quinn tapped his fingers on the marble counter. "Making sure you're okay? Let me clarify, what the hell are we doing? With us? With them?" "I slept with Peyton," Quinn said. "With Will there." With Will watching, touching Peyton. "And I kissed Will." If he was going for honesty, he might as well just add everything. Sebastian visibly swallowed. "Fuck me, Quinn. Seriously? What are you thinking? That you and I can somehow get back what we lost? And just for extra fuckery, let's add them too?" "I don't know," Quinn said honestly. "I know this is messy. Beyond messy. What happens when you decide that I can't be trusted again? What happens when we go right back to where we were?" Sebastian hunched over the kitchen bench, his hands gripping the edges. Quinn didn't have an answer for that. "Everything's different now." Sebastian gave a helpless shrug, looking like he wasn't sure if he wanted to cry or scream. Quinn wanted to hold him. He didn't know what he was doing any better than Sebastian did. They were all finding their way, blindly in the dark. All he knew was that this time, he wasn't giving up without a fight. "I thought about it over the years," Sebastian said into the stilted silence. "About what?" "You, with other people. I heard about that fucking cop you were dating." He bent his head further down, his knuckles going white against the black marble. "I destroyed him in court because I was jealous. Did you know that? How fucking stupid and juvenile is that? Even Caleb asked me what the fuck was wrong with me. I've always been good at breaking people down, but I'd never been cruel. Not until then." Seb. Quinn had actually heard about that. Eric had come to him spitting mad, and Quinn had asked him to leave because he refused to listen to anything bad about the man that still held his heart. Not like that. He had been unfair to Eric in so many ways. "I hated him. I hated you. How dare he have something that was mine? How dare you give it to him?" Sebastian tipped his head back with a dark chuckle. "How dare you move on when I never could? I spent years trying to get you out of my head, and you just got on with your life like I'd never mattered." Quinn moved closer, crowding him. "I never moved on." Sebastian let out a pained breath. "I don't hate thinking of you with them. I can't explain why it's different." Quinn couldn't explain it either, but he felt the same way. The idea of Sebastian with other people had made him sick over the years, but there was nothing but affection and heat when he thought of him with Will and Peyton. "I can't make sense of any of this." "You don't always have to think so hard, Seb." Quinn closed his eyes and rested his fingers against the side of Sebastian's neck, feeling the rapid pulse beneath his tips. Sometimes you can just feel. "And what should I be feeling?" Sebastian said. The sarcasm was there, but underneath it was a raw vulnerability, a sliver of trust that Quinn had no intention of breaking again. Quinn didn't answer with words. He tilted his head, capturing Sebastian's lips beneath his. Hands settled on his hips, fingers digging into him. He kept the kiss shallow and soft, not seeking entrance. It wasn't a kiss meant to lead anywhere. It was one meant just to be, giving comfort and asking for it in return. The shape of his lips fit perfectly against Sebastian's, two pieces slotting together, coming home. Quinn realized that it didn't matter what they could have been. They were where they needed to be, here, at this moment.
Pack a bag. Why? I want to take you home.
Sebastian's breath hitched. His fingers dug in further into Quinn's hips, and Quinn knew he would have bruises there.
I don't know if that's a good idea. You think too much.
Quinn took hold of Sebastian's chin and tilted his head up.
Not sure I've ever been accused of that,
Sebastian murmured.
Should we mark the occasion?
Sebastian pursed his lips as he glared. There was a mix of anger and hurt and lust all swirling in his gorgeous dark blue eyes. Quinn would give the world to know what he was thinking.
Kiss me again,
Sebastian said. Quinn obliged. He would always oblige. If Sebastian had asked, at any point in all the time they'd known each other, Quinn would have given it to him. He wondered if Sebastian knew that, what he would have done with the knowledge if he did. He cradled Sebastian's face in his hands and licked across his bottom lip before sliding his tongue inside to indulge. Sebastian pressed harder, trying to twist it into something harsh and angry. Quinn slid one hand to Sebastian's throat and wrapped his fingers around, with just enough pressure. Sebastian swallowed around the touch, his Adam's apple moving against Quinn's palm. Quinn kept the strokes of his tongue even, soft, and exploratory. Every time Sebastian tried to change it, Quinn tightened his hand, and Sebastian backed down. When hands pulled at Quinn's belt, he lifted his head. No. No. Quinn admired the flush on Sebastian's cheeks and the way his lips glistened. He was beautiful, and Quinn wasn't going to let this opportunity go. I'm not interested in just sex, and I'm not going to give you a chance to decide that's all it is. And what if I say no? What if I tell you to fuck off because I'm not doing this again? Then say no. Sebastian's jaw twitched, his nostrils flaring as his eyes flattened, heavy.
Fuck you, Quinn. Why now? Because we kissed yesterday?
You decided that was enough to turn back the clock?
Come home with me, and we can talk. We can all talk. And then what? What happens in this fairy tale of yours? And then maybe...
He bent his head and pressed his lips to Sebastian's ear.
I might be persuaded to bend you over the nearest surface and fuck you until you can't think about anything else.
He sucked Sebastian's lobe into his mouth and rolled it between his teeth.
Until all that's left is the four of us.
He kissed the sensitive skin behind Sebastian's ear.
I've missed being inside you. Haven't you missed me? Fuck you.
Quinn smiled and kissed his way down Sebastian's neck.
Say yes. Come home with me. With us.
The word sounded like it was being dragged from the depths of hell, but Sebastian's growled yes meant everything to Quinn. Quinn didn't know what was going to happen, but they owed it to each other, to the tangled web they had woven, to give themselves a chance to find out. Will saw it in her eyes a moment too late. They both knew he was too far away to stop her.
No, Persephone.
She wagged her tail happily as she took off. Will bolted after her, his bare feet slapping on the grass, but he already knew he wasn't going to make it. Peyton burst out laughing behind him, and Will didn't even have a chance to flip him off because his long legs were eating up the space, and maybe, just maybe, his heart sank as she dove off the side of the pier and into the small lake.
Fucking fuck, he cursed.
He tried to skid to a stop on the edge, but he'd been going too fast, and the pier was a little slippery, and he slid off with a cry, splashing heavily into the water. The lake wasn't that big, so he wasn't expecting the depth to it. He'd been sure he'd be able to stand up in it, but he couldn't feel the bottom. He glared at Persephone, who was huffing and paddling beside him, her tongue lolling out the side of her mouth.
I thought dogs were supposed to be like their owners. You need to learn some chill if you're going to stick with Quinn.
She licked his cheek and then continued on her merry way. It looked like her goal was the leaves that had floated to the middle of the water. He could have gotten her some leaves from the trillion trees that lined Quinn's property.
She hadn't needed to swim for them.
Need some help?
Will glared at Peyton, who looked way too fucking smug.
Yeah, you can wipe the smirk off your face.
It's my natural expression. Sometimes I think Lucas is a changeling. Other times I realize he fits right in. They say younger siblings learn from their older ones, Peyton said solemnly. He's a good teacher.
You're an asshole. Why did you let her out the back door?
Peyton's smirk widened. He shoved his hands into the pockets of the soft, dark gray sweatpants he'd changed into and moved closer. Funnily enough, I'd prefer her to do her business outside than inside. I bet Quinn agrees with me.
You might want to think about a leash next time.
And miss all this? Will stretched out, floating backwards.
The water's pretty warm, he lied. You should come in.
Nice try.
No? What if I sweeten the deal?
Peyton laughed. The deal for what? Getting in the cold water with you? Will shifted onto his stomach and moved closer.
Come swim with me.
Surely Peyton couldn't miss the innuendo in his voice. The water wasn't that cold, and Peyton was wearing sweatpants. Will's dick was always half hard whenever Peyton walked around in them. His hips and thighs had been made for sweatpants. Sometimes, unlike right now, which was a tragedy, he went around wearing them shirtless. Will was basically a mess at that point, and Peyton usually ended up on his back somewhere. Where that was entirely dependent on whether Parker was home, and if Will was forced to drag him into one of their rooms. Heat flared in Peyton's eyes. Are you trying to seduce me, William?
Is it working?
The fact that you're floating in a lake soaking wet and cold and asking me to also be soaking wet and cold should be more of a turn-off than it is, Peyton replied.
But?
Peyton pulled his hands out of his pockets, towed off his shoes and socks, and did a perfect dive into the water. The second his head came out of the water, Will splashed him.
Show off.
You like it when I show off. Will swam closer to him and helped push Peyton's hair out of his face.
You're very impressive,
he said with a grin. Yeah? Will hummed and pulled him in for a kiss. He could feel Peyton smile against his lips. He slowly moved them backwards until Peyton's back hit one of the pier pilings. Will raised his arms high and gripped the edge of the pier with both hands as Peyton wrapped his legs around Will's waist. He kissed him hungrily as he rolled their hips together. Peyton wound his arms around Will's neck and pushed his heels into Will's ass, adding pressure and sending lances of pleasure through Will. Will wanted to fuck him right there, but their clothes were clinging to their skin, and the effort to peel them off was too much for his lust-addled brain. Peyton tore away with a gasp, tilting his head back as he caught his breath. Will took advantage and latched on to the cold skin of his neck, biting and sucking. It tasted a little like lake water, but Will was too far gone to care. He moved one hand down to cup Peyton's ass cheek, keeping the other gripping the pier, and used the hold to push even harder against him, their dicks sliding almost painfully together. Persephone tried to get between them, her cold, wet nose poking at Will's shoulder. Will laughed, pushing her gently away without stopping the roll of his hips. Peyton buried his head in Will's neck, ignoring all of it in favor of cradling Will's head between his arms and seeking his pleasure. Peyton's tiny gasps as they thrust against each other only spurred Will on. She yipped and splashed them as she tried again. Come on, Percy. I'm trying to come here, Peyton said, laughing into Will's neck. She yipped again in response. She howled louder as the sound of a car came closer.
I thought Q was staying with Seb,
Will said. He knew Sebastian was injured and was glad that Quinn was going to be watching him and keeping him safe, but the thought of whatever the two of them might get up to, stuck in a house together all night, there were a few reasons his blood was running a little hotter tonight, even with the unexpected cold swim. He was. They both peered around the pier piling as Quinn's car came closer and pulled up beside Will's. Quinn's gaze honed in on them straight away as he got out of the car, and both his eyebrows rose. Will was surprised when Sebastian got out of the other side of the car. What were they doing here? He looked at Peyton, but Peyton just shrugged. What are you two doing? Quinn asked once he was in earshot.
We were trying to tick off a box in sex bingo, but your dog cock-blocked us, Will said cheerfully. Persephone barked as though she knew exactly what Will had said. She totally did. She was a crafty little four-legged demon. It looks more like you were both trying to give yourselves pneumonia, Sebastian said. Bit cold for a dip, isn't it? Peyton was keeping me warm. The weather was starting to finally warm up now that they were well into September, but the nights were still chilly, and the sun had already started to set. I can see that. Get out of the water, Quinn said, shaking his head and turning away. He whistled. Persephone, come. Persephone, the traitor dog who hadn't listened when Will had told her to stop, swam to the side of the lake, got straight out, and toddled happily behind her new master. Sebastian approached the end of the dock and offered a hand when Will got to the top of the ladder. Thanks. Sebastian glanced down at the obvious tent in Will's pants and just smirked. He lingered a little when he helped Peyton out. Will knew Sebastian's eyes were taking in the way the sweatpants clung to Peyton's strong legs, outlining his hard dick like a siren beckoning a sailor to his death, not to mention that perfect outline of abs beneath his wet, white shirt. Nothing was left to the imagination, and it was glorious. The way Sebastian licked his lips and Peyton swayed towards him wasn't helping Will's dick go down any. They found towels draped over the railing of Quinn's front porch and took one each. Somewhere between them drying themselves, with Sebastian helping, their lips found each other. The three of them took turns with each other as they moved the towels across their wet clothes, hands everywhere. Will had no idea if he and Peyton were getting dry. He doubted it, and he didn't really care. Why did it feel like it had been a lifetime since they'd gotten Sebastian between them? Together, he and Sebastian managed to peel Peyton's white shirt off. Sebastian kissed his way down Peyton's chest, and Will dove back in for a kiss. Need you, he breathed. Yeah. Yes. Peyton nipped at his bottom lip. Sebastian's hands joined Will's where he was shoving Peyton's sweatpants down. They were clinging hard, trying to bond and merge with Peyton's skin. They got them down just enough to free Peyton's dick, and then gave up. It was all Will needed. He wrapped his fingers around Peyton, and Peyton shivered. Cold, he laughed. It'll warm up, Will whispered against his throat. He licked his way up Peyton's throat and sucked a line across his jaw as Sebastian's lips found Peyton's once more. Watching them kiss made his own dick twitch in his pants. He ran a hand down Sebastian's back and cupped his ass, his fingers dipping into the crease between his cheeks. The pants were a hindrance, but Sebastian still pushed back against him. This isn't quite what I had in mind, Quinn drawled nearby. The three of them looked up at where he was watching them from the top step. Will smiled. We're just waiting for you. Chapter 8. We're just waiting for you. Quinn wasn't sure he'd ever heard a more perfect sentence. 5 words that summed them up in a way he could have never hoped to describe. They'd all been waiting for each other. Waiting for this. But as much as he would love to continue watching the exquisite show, we need to talk, he said. Peyton's smile was full of cheek, and Quinn felt the pull at his groin. Come over here, and we can talk. Nice try. He knew exactly what would happen if he got within 2 feet of any of them. Peyton slowly walked up the steps until he was 1 step below Quinn, and looking up at him with sultry eyes. I could try harder. Quinn tracked a single droplet of water that had fallen from the tip of Peyton's hair and was now traveling down his sculpted chest. It got stuck between his abs, and Quinn swallowed hard, resisting the urge to trace its path with his tongue. Peyton suggestively trailed his fingertips across the front of Quinn's pants. Quinn took hold of his wrist, keeping him there against his hardening dick. Peyton bit his bottom lip, the corner curling up. Quinn brushed some of Peyton's wet hair from his forehead and then cradled one side of his head. He pushed the tip of his thumb into Peyton's mouth, and Peyton flicked his tongue across it. All of Quinn's resolve disappeared in a flurry of lust as he bent and captured Peyton's mouth in a bruising kiss. Peyton moaned and immediately began pulling at Quinn's belt. By the time they made it up the stairs and into Quinn's bedroom, Quinn had lost his shirt and his fly was undone. He towed off his shoes, and Peyton shoved his pants and underwear down. Fingers trailed across his shoulder, and his head was turned, another pair of lips settling on his. He knew the moment the tongue slid across his that it was Sebastian. 2 tongues licked down his chest, tracing his tattoo. He blindly reached out, running his hands through Will and Peyton's hair. "We're supposed to." Quinn groaned when Peyton licked across his nipple, and Will gently bit the other. "Talk. We need to talk." "We can talk later," Sebastian said. "This is important too." "Yeah, sure." Quinn would go with that. He urged Will up, kissing him hungrily. This time was different than the first. Will met him stroke for stroke, yielding to him just as beautifully but steadier this time. Better. Quinn pulled him closer. He hissed when Will's wet shirt pressed against his skin. Fuck, that was cold. "We don't have to." Will trailed off, biting his lip. "We don't have to what?" Quinn asked, confused. "You know." Will gestured at himself. "I know that you have connections with them, and I'm just, me and—" Quinn cut him off, sliding his hand around to cradle Will's head as he kissed him again. "I'm totally sober now." Will gasped into his mouth. "Good to know. Let's get you naked, too." "Okay." Will seemed more interested in Quinn's kisses and then getting his mouth on every inch of Quinn's skin, but Quinn eventually managed to slide his shirt up and over his head. Will was lanky, more height than anything else, but his muscles were lean and firm and heating up between Quinn's palms. He spent quality time exploring all the light spattering of hair across Will's chest and further down, across his flat stomach and the trail of hair leading beneath his wet pants. Something rattled, and Peyton laughed. Quinn looked to where Sebastian had pulled Peyton onto the opposite side of the bed. Peyton leaned back, bracing himself on his elbows, and tipped his head back, watching Quinn and Will. "Come over here," Peyton said. Will tried to move while getting his pants off and almost face-planted. Quinn chuckled as he slid an arm around Will's waist to hold him steady. "Careful," he whispered in Will's ear. "I have plans that don't involve more head injuries." Will shivered. "Yeah, good call." Quinn pressed open-mouthed kisses across Will's bent back as Will got his pants off the rest of the way. Once he was completely naked, Quinn gripped Will's hips and slid his hard dick between Will's cheeks, nestling against the warmth. Will let out a groaned gasp and leaned back into Quinn's chest. He reached back and wrapped an arm around Quinn's neck, and Quinn turned, giving him the kiss he was silently asking for. He slowly guided them both to the bed as they explored. "Lie down for me," he whispered. Will went to crawl forward onto the bed, and Quinn stopped him. "No, on your back. I want to see you." He wanted Will to know that Quinn saw him, that he wasn't a substitute for anyone. Yes, this had started because Quinn had wanted Peyton, but Will was part of this now, on his own. Quinn wanted him too, and that had nothing to do with Peyton or Sebastian. Okay. Quinn didn't comment on the unsteadiness of Will's limbs as he turned and almost collapsed onto the sheets, but he would be lying if he said it didn't make his pulse go into overdrive. Peyton twisted onto his stomach, close to Will's head. "Hi," he said, grinning. Will smiled in return, bright and beaming. "Hi." Peyton cradled Will's head and kissed him upside down. Quinn shared a heated look with Sebastian. Sebastian ran his hands across Peyton's ass, one hand reaching further and, based on the way Peyton jerked and moaned, took hold of his dick. Peyton clasped Will's hand and squeezed. Quinn had never imagined he'd get the chance to have Sebastian in his bed again, and never once had he thought it would be like this. Seeing the three of them together made something in Quinn click into place. There was something magnetic about them, something special and once in a lifetime, something that felt awfully like coming home. Quinn wanted to do everything in his power to hold on to this. Quinn went to his bedside table and got out the lube and a handful of condoms. He dropped the condoms on the bed within reach, but kept the lube in hand as he went back to Will. He popped the top and drizzled some into his palm before wrapping it around Will's dick. The lube allowed him to get a good slide as he spread it around the head and down his shaft. Will's hips jerked, and his free hand fisted in the sheet. Quinn handed Sebastian the lube, their fingers lingering against each other, sending tingles running up Quinn's arm. It didn't matter that they weren't touching each other, that the dick in Quinn's hand was Will's, and the ass that Sebastian was playing with was Peyton's. They were all connected here. Every stroke, every kiss, every gasp and whimper. It was all of them, and for all of them. Quinn ran a hand over Will's calf and up his thigh. He lifted the leg onto his shoulder, opening Will up to him. He circled his thumb around Will's rim, giving pressure without pushing in, as he kept working Will's dick over. Every so often he slipped the tip in, then out again. Peyton gasped, twisting and pressing his forehead against the sheets, reacting to whatever Sebastian was doing to him. Fuck. Heat glared in Will's eyes as he tried to push down on Quinn's thumb. Quinn leaned over and ran his thumb across Will's bottom lip and dipped it and his pointer finger into Will's mouth, just long enough to get it wet. He pinched Will's nipple between them, rolling it around as the spit dried. Will's mouth opened on a silent gasp. He was quieter than Quinn thought he would be, less vocal than Peyton, who was currently muttering muffled obscenities into the sheets as Sebastian played with him. Good? Quinn asked, wanting to make sure that it was merely because he was quiet in bed, not because he was deliberately remaining mute. If something didn't work for him, Quinn wanted him to say something. Will nodded, his throat working as he swallowed. Quinn pushed his thumb into the firm muscles of Will's ass. It was tight. Too tight. He picked up the lube where Sebastian had discarded it and drizzled some onto his finger. He spread it across Will's hole, massaging it in. He took his time adding a first, second, and then third finger until Will was squirming beneath it. He loves that, Peyton said, kissing Will's cheek. Don't you? Yes, Will said, his voice strained. I need. Quinn squeezed his dick gently in approval. Ready for more, William? I was ready 2 fingers ago, Will said with a laugh. What are you waiting for? Quinn smiled and ran a hand down Will's lifted leg, over his knee and the coarse hair on his thigh, before gently lowering it to his hip. Quinn likes to take his time, Sebastian said. His eyes met Quinn's. Guess some things don't change. Quinn's heart skipped a beat. Some things are worth taking the time for, he said hoarsely. Some things are worth waiting for. I want to feel it, Peyton said, kissing the corner of Will's mouth. I want to hear you moaning around my dick while he fucks you. Oh, yes. Yes, Will said, red spreading across his cheeks and down his throat. Peyton kissed him deeply before lifting himself up onto his knees and walking forward, Sebastian following behind him. Peyton settled his thighs on either side of Will's head and used a hand to guide himself into Will's mouth. Will moaned as he swallowed him down. Fuck, they were gorgeous together. Quinn rolled a condom on and slicked himself up with lube. He crooked his finger at Peyton, and Peyton leaned forward for Quinn to claim his lips. He slipped his tongue into Peyton's mouth at the same time he slowly pushed into Will. He pulled out, excruciatingly slowly, and then back in, groaning at the way Will seemed to suck him in, greedy for him. Peyton kissed down Quinn's chest, and then further down, until he wrapped his lips around Will's dick, his cheeks hollowing out as he bobbed up and down. Will let out a loud, drawn-out moan, and Peyton echoed it. I think it's my turn, Sebastian said. He ran a hand up and down Peyton's back, and Peyton moaned encouragingly. No one was making you wait, Quinn said, not bothering to hide his amused smile.
What can I say? The show was too good to look anyway.
Come here, Quinn said.
Giving orders, Quinn?
Come here now, Sebastian, Quinn said, putting a growl into the command.
Quinn watched Sebastian's pulse jump in his throat, and as he squeezed the base of his dick. Well, that was an unexpected response, Sebastian said.
It was new, too.
You like it,
Quinn said.
Sebastian had never been good at taking orders, not back when they'd been younger.
Quinn hadn't been all that good at giving them then either.
They'd both grown. Though Quinn supposed that liking it when Quinn ordered him around didn't mean Sebastian would obey. I don't think I have enough data to formulate a proper conclusion, Sebastian said as he moved closer. We'd need to conduct more than one experiment. Will's ass clenched around Quinn's dick, and Quinn gave one hard thrust into him. One of Will's legs wrapped around Quinn's waist, urging him to do it again. Open a condom and hand it to me, Quinn said. Sebastian picked one up and held it between his fingers. You mean one of these? Open it and find out. Sebastian grinned as he ripped it open with his teeth, spitting the corner out. Well, would you look at that? I guess you were right. Would you two hurry the fuck up? Peyton burst out. Will laughed, the sound muffled by Peyton's dick. Quinn thrust into him again, and the laugh morphed into a moan. Quinn plucked the condom from Sebastian's fingers and then rolled it on Sebastian's dick, making sure to take his time. He hadn't touched Sebastian there for so long, it was like learning him all over again. The length and weight, the texture. The saliva in his mouth pooled at the thought of learning his taste again. It was like getting a second first chance, a new beginning for both of them. Sebastian raked his fingers through Quinn's hair and tugged on it. You're a tease. Kiss me. The first press of Sebastian's lips against his sent a shudder through him, a rippling effect that passed on to Will and Peyton. A connection that was out of the box now, something they could never put back. He opened his mouth, deepening the kiss and inviting Sebastian to take everything from him. Peyton slid a hand up Quinn's hip when Sebastian moved behind him again. Quinn placed his own hand on top and squeezed. Peyton mouthed at Will's hip as Sebastian lined himself up and then slid into him in a thrust that had him jerking forward. Will choked around Peyton's dick, his throat working to accommodate him. It was a sight to behold, and one that almost had Quinn coming. Peyton moved his hips back, giving Will room to breathe. Will pushed himself up onto his elbows, and Peyton shifted, their mouths finding each other. Watching the two of them together was like poetry. Sharing this with Sebastian, fucking them both like this, was music. Quinn slid his hand up Will's side, the lean muscles twitching under him. He was gorgeous. All sinewy muscle and underestimated strength, coiled and ready. Sebastian sped up his thrusts, and Quinn did the same, matching him. When he slowed, so did Quinn. Together they fucked in tandem. Will and Peyton twisted further around each other, kissing hungrily. Sebastian smirked as he ran a hand up Peyton's back and took hold of his shoulder. Quinn slid his own hand over it, tangling them together. Sebastian's smirk twisted into something softer, something warm. It made Quinn's heart speed up, made everything in him stand up and take notice. He moved his other hand to Will's throat, feeling the way it rippled under his palm as Peyton kissed him. Will wrapped his legs around Quinn's waist, his ankles locking against the small of Quinn's back. Sebastian picked up speed, hard thrusts that forced Peyton to pull away from Will and hold on. Sweet cries fell from his lips as Sebastian fucked him. He brought them both to a quick orgasm, finding their release together with twin cries. Peyton collapsed with a satisfied moan, curling around Will. Sebastian sat back on his heels, watching quietly as Quinn took his time with Will. Quinn smoothed his thumb across Will's throat, and their eyes locked. Will had beautiful, warm brown eyes. They were like glass at the moment, heat burning through them, his lips parted in raw pleasure. He kept his thrusts even, taking hold of Will's dick and stroking in a perfect rhythm.
Will's mouth opened in silent gasps as he kept his eyes on Quinn. He saw at the moment Will was about to come, his lips forming a perfect O, and red spreading like wildfire across his cheeks. Quinn came with him, like it was being pulled from his very soul. It started from his groin and raced across his skin, electricity sparking his every nerve in pleasure. He'd been worried that he and Will would have trouble finding their way, that their only connection was Peyton, and they wouldn't be able to forge their own path. He gently traced Will's chin and lips with his thumb, feeling his labored breaths against the tip. He didn't think he had anything to worry about. Peyton splashed his face with water. He put his hand under the tap before turning it off. He ran it through his long hair, getting the strands dripping wet. He braced his trembling hands on the edge of the sink, aftershocks of the trembles shooting up his arms. He bowed his head, staring down at the white porcelain. The steady drip-drip of water from the ends of his hair was loud in his ears, like the rhythmic firing of an automatic weapon. "Fuck," he whispered harshly. It had been a goddamn miracle he'd even managed to get out of the bed without waking anyone. Lucky, he guessed, to have already been on the side and not in the middle of all their tangled limbs. He gritted his teeth, trying to make everything just stop. Leave him alone. Faces brushed across his vision, mingled with blood and voices crying out for help. So much of it was nonsense. He was never close enough to a target to hear anything, and they never got enough warning to cry for help before he pulled the trigger. It was his own imagination conjuring things that weren't real, haunting him with a mixture of reality and fantasy. The door opened a fraction, the dark of the hallway breaking the bright of the bathroom lights. "Peyton." Will's voice was tired, like he was sleepwalking. Peyton squeezed his eyes shut so tightly that white spots burst in his vision. "I'm fine. Go back to bed." The light flicked off, soothing darkness blanketing them, and then a warm hand settled between his shoulder blades. Something deep inside Peyton released, easing a tiny section of the tension that was threatening to break him into a million tiny pieces. He let out a shuddering breath. Will ran his hand up and down Peyton's back in soothing, solid strokes. Peyton settled into the touch, his breath slowly returning to normal. "You said they were getting better," Will said. There was no accusation in his tone, only fact. "They were. Maybe. I don't know." Will slid an arm around Peyton's waist and gently coaxed him back against his chest. Peyton turned his head, his ear pressed to the skin above Will's heart. The beat of it was far more soothing than the dripping water. The last of Peyton's tension eased as he closed his eyes and focused on the steady thrum. Will kissed the top of his head and ran his hand up Peyton's arm, the mixture of warm and cool air sending goosebumps racing across his skin. "Do you want to take a shower?" Peyton shook his head. "Not unless you're up for a cold one. 20 seconds at the end of my showers is torture enough. But if it'll help, I can handle it." He trailed his knuckles down Peyton's chest. "Is that what you need?" No. He wouldn't put either of them through that even if it would help. The cold showers after a nightmare were a punishment, and Will didn't deserve to be part of that. Will turned Peyton in his arms and cradled his face. "Where are you?" he asked softly. Peyton idly ran his fingers through the fine hair on Will's chest, the skin beneath warm and inviting. "Here." "Where are you really?" His fingers dug in, his heart skipping a beat. "I don't know." Warm lips pressed against his forehead and stayed there. Peyton closed his eyes and breathed in Will's scent. There were hints of sweat, sex, and Quinn and Sebastian lingering there. "Everything okay?" Peyton didn't open his eyes, not wanting to see Quinn's face. He hoped that Sebastian wasn't with him. He didn't want them to see him like this, weak and broken. "We're okay," Will said. "Could you get me a glass of water, please?" "Of course." Peyton waited until Quinn's footsteps had receded before he pulled away from Will. "You have to tell him sometime. This won't be the last time." "I know." He rested his forehead briefly on Will's chest.
Not tonight, please.
Quinn returned with the glass of water, and Peyton downed the entire thing before he finally looked at him. There was a hint of curiosity, but otherwise only warmth in the gray.
Okay to try for some sleep? Quinn asked. Or I can make some warm drinks and we can see what drivel they pass off as TV this time of night if you'd prefer.
The relief that Quinn wasn't asking questions, that he just knew, and Peyton didn't have to explain, was overwhelming, and Peyton swayed a little on his feet. Will's arms tightened around him.
I can sleep again, Peyton said. He could try.
He wouldn't force them to endure a sleepless night because of him. Sebastian was still in bed when they returned to the room. He was on his back in the middle, one arm curled up and around his head and pillow.
He's still asleep, Will said, blinking. Is he dead?
What? Peyton said, jerking in Will's arms.
Was he?
He peered, but there was a definite rise and fall to Sebastian's exposed chest. He elbowed Will in the gut.
Don't scare me like that. He's always been a deep sleeper, Quinn said. Likely because he doesn't get enough of it.
We should poke him. Peyton snorted. He wriggled out of the pants he'd slipped into when he'd gotten up and pulled back the covers. Sebastian was like a sauna, heat radiating from him. Peyton shifted in close, touching as much of him as he could, letting the heat soak into him.
See? He didn't even move.
Peyton closed his eyes and snuggled deeper.
He's just sleeping, William. Leave him be. Just one poke. No. Fine. How about a kiss?
Does he look like Sleeping Beauty to you? Quinn asked.
I can hear both of you, Sebastian murmured.
The bed dipped behind Peyton, and a weight settled over him.
Sleeping Beauty still gets a kiss afterwards too, right? Or does Prince Philip only kiss her while she's sleeping? Will wondered. That's creepy, Peyton said. Consent is a thing. That movie was made in the 50s. End of the 50s. Semantics.
I should be concerned about the amount of detailed information the both of you know about that movie, Quinn said. He sounded closer, like he had gotten in beside Sebastian.
Consent should always be a thing, Peyton said, ignoring Quinn's comment.
Agreed, Will said.
Prince Sebastian, may I kiss you? Or are you asleep? If you are, wake up, please.
Sebastian burst out laughing, vibrating under Peyton. Peyton grunted and pushed back, silently telling him to be still. Sebastian kissed his temple and settled.
I'm awake. You can kiss me, Sebastian said. Should I close my eyes and pretend I'm asleep? If that's your thing, sure.
Will must have gotten his kiss, because he settled back on the other side of Peyton, draping one arm across Peyton and Sebastian both. Sebastian turned to face Peyton. He brushed some of Peyton's hair out of his eyes.
Are you okay?
It looked like he hadn't been as stealthy about getting out of bed as he thought he'd been.
Yeah.
He stopped. He didn't want to lie about this, even when the truth was hard.
Not really, he admitted. I did.
He cleared his throat, trying to move the lump.
Things that I've done haunt me sometimes.
Will's warm lips pressed against his nape.
I get that, Sebastian said. Maybe not on the same level.
But not every slur thrown at a defense lawyer is wrong. He brushed his fingers lightly across Peyton's cheek.
The things we do for what we believe in, they leave a scar. Yes.
He had physical and mental scars. Both ached at times. Hard to deal with in different ways. He'd been glad that neither Sebastian nor Quinn had asked about the scar on his hip. He wasn't ready. Sebastian kissed him, and Peyton made a small sound as he leaned into it. He kept it light, his thumb gliding across Peyton's cheek.
Try to sleep, he whispered. We'll be here.
Peyton tucked his head in against Sebastian's chest. He reached over Sebastian, and fingers he knew were Quinn's threaded with his. He closed his eyes and fell asleep to the out-of-sync breathing of Sebastian and Will, closing him in. Quinn woke with his face in the back of someone's neck and hair tickling his cheek. He absently ran his hand down their side as he breathed in their scent. The warm chuckle that vibrated against him identified the man as Sebastian. Since there was no warmth at Quinn's back, either Will and Peyton were all curled up together on the other side, or they had already woken.
If I keep my eyes closed, I can almost imagine we've traveled back in time, Sebastian murmured sleepily.
It was all too easy to imagine it. Although, Quinn let out a chuckle. Sebastian turned on his back.
What?
Perhaps it's best not to think about how young Peyton would have been back then. I don't know how old either of them are, Sebastian admitted. Quinn smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting as he caressed Sebastian's cheek.
Will is 28, and Peyton is 25.
25? Quinn hummed.
25.
You didn't even ask them for ID? It wasn't a huge distance between them, all told, since Sebastian was only 30, and Quinn himself was 32, but it still seemed like a conversation that was important when picking up. Quinn wouldn't really know, though. He never had before. All his sexual experiences were within relationships, not one-night stands.
I knew they were legal. That's all that mattered?
At first, yeah, Sebastian said.
I haven't dated anyone since you and I broke up.
It seemed safer to take what I wanted and leave. Quinn's smile slipped from his face.
Seb, we're not in the past anymore. No.
Quinn pushed himself up onto one elbow and skimmed his fingers over Sebastian's chest, the light caress making his skin tingle. He pressed a kiss to Sebastian's shoulder and then trailed kisses down.
Let's see what's changed. Your tattoo is new.
Quinn didn't respond straight away. He traced Sebastian's chest in the same place where the owl was on Quinn's own chest.
Do you know what owls represent?
Birds at night? Sebastian's blue eyes twinkled. Night vision. Didn't eat enough carrots as a kid? You thought getting an owl tattooed on your chest would help instead? Quinn pressed his fingers against Sebastian's lips. Shh. He thumbed Sebastian's bottom lip.
They mean a lot of things. Knowledge, wisdom, being true to ourselves. They mean clarity and the ability to see through negative emotions and fear. They give us answers to the questions we have.
What kind of questions?
About ourselves. About loss.
Sebastian's Adam's apple bobbed.
And the roses? For the most part, they mean romance and love, of course.
I always knew you were a romantic, Sebastian said, smirking.
They also mean courage.
He trailed his fingers further down Sebastian's side.
And I needed a lot of that, trying to get through every day without you. You got it because of me, Sebastian said, a tinge of disbelief in his voice. I needed a reminder.
Sebastian gripped Quinn's hips so hard it hurt.
Of what? I should have fought harder. I should have listened. I should have known without doubting. I should have believed you. So many shoulds, and I couldn't turn back time and fix any of it.
Quinn looked at the white bandage across Sebastian's forehead. If the incident yesterday had turned out differently, he would never have had the chance. The idea of it was foreign and made his heart ache. Pain flashed across Sebastian's eyes.
You can fix it now. Can I?
Quinn shifted, moving to straddle Sebastian's hips. He ran his hands down Sebastian's arms and threaded their fingers together, before using the hold to lift Sebastian's arms above his head. He linked Sebastian's hands on the pillow. Sebastian took the hint without words and left them there.
The first time I saw you, again, after you left my apartment for the last time, was agony, Quinn said, feeling his way over Sebastian's muscled chest and down his abdomen. He splayed his fingers across the smooth, unmarked skin. No tattoos, which had surprised Quinn, especially after the eyebrow ring. You were waiting to go into the courtroom. You were in a dark blue suit that matched your eyes, and the black shoes that had that small scuff mark near the heel that you'd spent hours trying to get out.
Quinn smiled, but it was more self-deprecating than happy.
You looked right through me, like I didn't exist. It was an act, Sebastian said hoarsely. I could never be in a room with you and not notice you.
Quinn shuffled back a little further so that he was resting against Sebastian's thighs and then wrapped his fingers around Sebastian's cock. He gave it a slow, light stroke.
I almost broke protocol just to talk to you.
He thumbed the head, and Sebastian twitched with a low moan.
I wanted to apologize, and you wouldn't let me.
Couldn't, Sebastian said tightly.
Quinn, I couldn't.
Quinn knew. He understood.
But back then, understanding hadn't been so easy to come by. He'd been young, and he just wanted Sebastian to see him. Had just wanted him to give him another chance, but he'd already had one chance too many.
Quinn bent forward and slid down, kissing just below Sebastian's belly button and making the skin ripple beneath him. He buried his nose in the hair around Sebastian's dick and breathed in his musky scent. Sebastian arched, pushing his hips up. Quinn licked the tip of his dick and felt Sebastian throb in his grip. He slowly lowered down over Sebastian's length and then up again, sucking down more of him each round until the head of his dick pressed against the back of his throat. Sebastian groaned when he swallowed around him. He bobbed once, twice, before pulling off.
Pass me the lube.
Are you going to fuck me?
No, Quinn said. I'm going to make love to you. You always were a cheesy idiot, Sebastian said.
Quinn hummed and slid up his body before kissing him.
Nobody's perfect.
Really? I thought you were.
You of all people know that's far from true.
Sebastian brushed his knuckles over Quinn's cheek.
Fresh start, right? For both of us.
The first press of his finger against Sebastian's entrance sent tingles of anticipation spreading across Quinn's skin. It had been a lifetime, and he was hungry for the man that had broken off a part of his heart and still kept it with him, even if he didn't know it. Quinn took his time opening Sebastian up, playing with him and swallowing all the small sounds he made. Learning again. Last night had been special in so many ways, but so was this. Different strokes. The past he had with Sebastian was just as important as the future he was hoping to build with him, Will, and Peyton. If things went that way. It was hard to base expectations on one night.
Fuck, hurry up,
Sebastian groaned.
So impatient,
Quinn said, licking across his bottom lip.
Put your dick in me, Quinn. Condom?
One was shoved hastily into his hand, probably a leftover from the handful he'd grabbed out last night that had stayed buried in the bed, even after they'd gone to sleep. The sound of him tearing it open was loud between them, and Quinn could feel the way Sebastian's muscles were quivering around him.
So, ready to end it, Seb?
Quinn teased.
Ready to start it, Sebastian said. Not everything has to take 1,000 years.
It doesn't? Quinn questioned teasingly as he lined himself up, circling Sebastian's hole with just a hint of pressure.
Is this what you want? It's what I've dreamed about,
Sebastian breathed out.
I ached for you. I need it.
Well, after that, Quinn couldn't do anything but slide into him, into one strong push. He couldn't deny Sebastian what he wanted. Sebastian's throat worked as he flung his head back against the sheets and pushed his hips up, encouraging Quinn further inside him. Quinn licked his lips as he bottomed out. He ran his hands down Sebastian's legs, the coarse hair a pleasant sensation beneath his palms. Sebastian reached forward, clasping Quinn's ass cheeks in his hands, urging him on.
No,
Quinn said, slowing his movements.
I don't want this over so quickly. Not now. Not this time.
He took hold of Sebastian's chin gently.
Show me that there's something left. That we have more to guide us. I don't know if there is, Sebastian said, uncertainty in his dark blue eyes. When we remove Peyton and Will from the equation, what do we have left? They aren't going anywhere.
I don't want them to, Sebastian said.
But that can't be what sustains us. Who are we when we're just us?
Quinn leaned forward, teasing Sebastian's lips with his own.
Let's find out.
He slid out and then pushed back, his stomach clenching with lust as Sebastian's ass invited him back in so beautifully.
"This was made for me," Quinn whispered.
Another thrust, eliciting a tiny gasp from Sebastian that sounded like music to his ears. The truest sound of passion. The sounds that he couldn't control.
"For all of us. Show me."
Quinn smiled and took Sebastian's mouth in a deep kiss. He set up a steady pace of thrusts, enjoying the hitched breaths and small moans. The way that Sebastian's nails scored his back, the way he tried to make Quinn go faster with heels against his ass, a demand that Quinn ignored, of course. He slowed until he was almost still, then pulled out until only the head of his dick was inside. Sebastian cried out as he thrust back in, one strong push that had the bed banging against the wall. He did it over and over again, until Sebastian was simultaneously cursing his name and pleading with him. Quinn loved when he reduced Sebastian to this. There was no high-powered lawyer, no sophisticated businessman in a suit, no smart-mouthed man with a chip on his shoulder. There was only Sebastian, stripped bare of everything but his true self.
No matter what happened between us, this was never in question. I always wanted you. Will always wanted you. The feeling is, mutual."
Quinn slipped his arm around the top of Sebastian's head, careful to avoid the bandage as he crowded him and sped his hips up just a fraction.
"Do you need me to touch you, sweetheart? Please."
He lifted his hips just enough to slip a hand between them and wrap his fingers around Sebastian's leaking cock. It only took a few strokes, and then Sebastian was biting into Quinn's shoulder with a loud, muffled cry, spilling over Quinn's hand. Quinn had no choice but to follow, not with the way Sebastian was clenching around him, beckoning him to join him in heaven. He cradled the back of Sebastian's head, keeping him in place against his shoulder. He pressed his lips to Sebastian's temple as he snapped his hips sharply, his orgasm ripping through him, as his body shuddered in ecstasy. He was sure that he'd almost blacked out. Sebastian collapsed back against the sheets, and Quinn followed him down.
"Careful. We're going to stick together," Sebastian said, laughing.
"I think we have to wait for more than 2 seconds," Quinn said in amusement. He kissed Sebastian softly.
"I wouldn't mind being stuck to you."
"God, fuck off, Quinn," Sebastian said, but his smile belied his words.
"I forgot, you know."
"What?"
"How sweet you are. How much you make me blush from that. Even more than from the filth you spout when you fuck me."
Quinn chuckled as he briefly pressed their lips together. It was hard to resist the lure of them, or Will's or Peyton's for that matter.
"We should clean off and see what they're up to down there. Probably roasting your dog for breakfast."
"I hope not. I'm not into meat first thing in the morning."
"Oh, I beg to differ."
Quinn kissed him on the tip of his nose.
"Speaking of filth, you love my dirty mouth."
"I do," he agreed. And just to prove it, he kissed him again. Will snapped his hip to the left and then the right into Peyton.
"Careful with those," Peyton said, laughing. "You're a stick, and those things are lethal. These hips were made for dancing. Also, this song is perfect for the—"
He swung his hips forward.
"Hip thrusts. It's kind of in the name, I guess," Peyton said. "And you have very thrustable hips."
Will leered at him.
"Yeah?"
Peyton tugged him forward by the waistband of his pants and kissed him. Will tasted minty toothpaste and he pulled back and squinted at Peyton.
"Are you sneaking in chocolate?"
"What?" Peyton said, laughing. Persephone butted her head against Will's leg, letting out a huff as if to remind him that she was there and wanted to be included too, like Will could forget the face licking he'd gotten when they'd come into the lounge room and let her out to go to the bathroom.
"Where would I even get it from?"
Will narrowed his eyes, then shrugged.
"Maybe it's you."
"I taste like chocolate?" Will took another taste just to be sure.
Silky smooth. What kind of chocolate?"
"That dark chocolate mint that Lint makes. The giant blocks are supposed to be good for portioning out, but I eat the whole block in one go. So I think they need to work on that. Peyton laughed again, pushing him away. You are a ridiculous human being. Get the butter out of the fridge, please. Shake, shake, shake. Will sang loudly as he went, exaggerating his movements and making a face down at Persephone as she followed him. He loved the beat of the Casey and the Sunshine Band song. Why is this even in your playlist? The song is older than you are. Shake, shake, shake. He wasn't going to tell Peyton it was on the playlist almost 6 times, increasing the chances it would be picked on shuffle. Some things should remain a mystery. You're going to poke someone's eye out. I'm not that bony. I think you cracked one of my ribs last night with your elbow. Fuck off. He paused. Did I? There were some bruises on Peyton's chest, but he thought they had been from sex, not because he'd flailed in his sleep. He didn't think he was a flailer. Was he a flailer? Peyton would have said something before, right? Peyton snorted. Jesus, Will, no, go back to your dancing. He did a little twirl before grabbing out 2 butter knives from the cutlery drawer. He stopped and rested an arm on Peyton's shoulder. Do you think they're having sex up there right now? That or sleeping. I know which one I'd pick. That's because you can sleep anywhere. Don't be jealous. Peyton kissed the corner of Will's mouth. Make yourself useful, fiend, and go see what spreads you can find in the pantry. They weren't hard to find because everything was neatly organized, like a shelf in the supermarket. I feel like he just copied and pasted an aisle at Woolworth's. Peyton peered over his shoulder. I don't think there's that much variety in Woolworth's, and we're not in a Sims game. He pointed. Spreads are there. I can see them. Then get them? Don't rush me. He paused with his hand on the Vegemite. Are there supermarkets in The Sims? I think in the new ones. I haven't played since I was a kid. I need a hobby, Will muttered. He has promite. Gross. Would you hurry up before the toast gets cold? More just popped up. So bossy today. He picked up what he could find and then dumped them beside the toaster before he went to search the fridge. You like it when I'm bossy? In bed. Not when I'm trying to make breakfast. Will ferreted around the fridge for any spreads. It wasn't as neat as the pantry, which was weird. Pretty sure I'm the one making breakfast. You're just shaking your hips to weird 70s pop songs. Will put the rest of the spreads on the counter. Okay, I think this is a good array. What is that? Peyton asked, pointing with the end of the butter knife. Persephone wolfed quietly, like she had an inside voice. Lemon butter, Will said slowly. He held it up and showed Peyton the label. It helpfully says so right here. Persephone likes it too. It's a condiment. It's a spread. It goes on toast. That sounds like the most disgusting thing I've ever heard of. It's a spread, Peyton. Don't be so uncultured. Oh, excuse me, Wilbur. They were interrupted by the skittering of Persephone's claws on the floorboards as she ran to the door, signaling the arrival of Sebastian and Quinn, both looking sexy and disheveled. They'd opted to put on shirts as well as pants, unlike him and Peyton, who had just put on pants. Their bed hair was sex hair, and Will wouldn't hear a word against it. He held out his hand, palm up, to Peyton as the 2 men greeted the beagle. They were having sex. Pay up. I would if we'd bet anything. Damn, he knew he'd forgotten something. A tragic loss of $20. Sebastian shook his head. Always get it in writing, Will. Noted. We don't need Will to learn your scruples, Quinn said. He kissed Sebastian's temple on his way past. He filled the kettle and flicked it on. My scruples are sexy. They look good in those pants, Will said, grinning. Are you hungry? Peyton asked, looking at the pile of toast he'd slowly accumulated. There were at least 12 pieces balancing precariously. So, Will said, we found peanut butter, strawberry jam, lemon butter. Peyton and I disagree on whether it's a spread. But Persephone is on my side. We'll vote later. And Vegemite. Also this poser Vegemite. It's promite, Quinn said. That's what I said, Will replied. Poser Vegemite. And you don't have honey. I didn't think I had jam either, and yet here we are.
Might want to smell the jam first, Sebastian said. Haven't you two been staying here for a few days? Yeah, but we got the special treatment, Will said. Quinn made us eggs. And bacon, Peyton added. And bacon, Will agreed, with tomato and mushrooms and... Does that service cost extra? Sebastian asked. Yeah, 50 kisses per bite, Quinn said, plus interest. Sebastian started looking through the cupboards. Persephone followed him, sniffing around his feet. You drive a hard bargain, but I think I can handle it. I bet you can, Peyton said. Sebastian pulled out 2 mugs. Will tilted his head in question when Sebastian looked around and frowned. What's wrong? There's no coffee machine. He sounded horrified, and Will had to bite back his smile. Instant tastes just fine, Seb, Quinn said absently. He put some small plates next to the toast tower and took the top 2 pieces. It tastes like dirty water, Sebastian said, making a face. Then wait until you go into town to drink some. Don't talk such blasphemy. He got out 2 more mugs, paused, and then held up a mug to Will in question. How many am I making? Will felt his eyes light up because Sebastian didn't know. And maybe he could... No, Peyton interrupted. He's not allowed caffeine. Sebastian warily put the cup against his chest. Why? Not for medical reasons, I would like to point out, Will said, pouting. He liked coffee, and the fact no one would let him consume any was just cruel and unusual punishment. Especially since he hadn't done anything wrong. Break 1 keyboard, smash 1 window, and incite 1 office riot, and suddenly caffeine was banned. The riot hadn't even really been his fault. Not really. Okay, the markers had been his idea, but he claimed ignorance for the rest of it. They'd gotten their new photocopier anyway, so it had been a successful riot, at least. There's decaf in the cupboard, Quinn said. I don't even know you anymore, Quinn, Sebastian said, horror clouding his tone. Decaf. A dirty word that should never be uttered in my vicinity. So dramatic in the mornings, Quinn murmured. He ran a hand through Sebastian's hair and kissed him lightly. Will sidled up next to him and puckered up. Me? Quinn chuckled and gave him one too. Will fisted his shirt and kept him in place so he could deepen it. Quinn had used the same toothpaste as Peyton. He could feel his groin stirring as he twined his arms around Quinn's shoulders and leaned down further into the kiss. Quinn gave his dick a light squeeze. Not now, Will, he murmured. We need to eat. Rain check? Of course. Sebastian and Peyton had already moved everything to the table while they'd been busy. Persephone was sitting between them, eyeballing the toast with her tail sweeping across the floor. Will slid into the seat beside Peyton and nabbed the half-piece of toast he was about to put in his mouth. He groaned obscenely. This is good. That was mine, thief. Will pointed at his mouth, where he was still chewing. You want it back? He asked, slightly muffled. Peyton rolled his eyes and picked up the other half. I like what you've done with the place, Quinn, Sebastian said. He picked up the Promite, and Will had no idea what he was going to do with the 2 men and their terrible taste in spreads. He pulled the lemon butter towards himself and winked when Peyton grimaced at him. I'm gonna eat this, he said, holding it up. And then I'm gonna kiss you. And you're gonna love all the lemony goodness. I'll love it because you're kissing me, not because you ate a fruit. Is a lemon a fruit? I have no idea, Peyton said absently. You been here before? He asked Sebastian. Yeah, a long time ago. I remember when it looked like the 50s had thrown up in it, Sebastian said. Ethel was one hell of a decorator. You really made the place boring, Q. Thanks. Sebastian frowned, toast dangling between his fingers. Wait, is she? No, she just moved into town. Gave me ownership and told me to go wild and really let my freak flag fly, Quinn said with a straight face. Will choked on the corner of the toast he'd been chewing. She really said that? I bet she did, Sebastian said, chuckling. She's a wild gal. I didn't know you have a grandmother, Peyton said, smiling as he gently patted Will on the back. Will was busy just trying to get air back into his lungs. Persephone licked his foot helpfully.
Everyone has a grandmother.
I thought you were just born fully grown, Peyton said, with that serious smile and those piercing eyes and that. He trailed off and looked down suggestively. Package.
I think that birthing me in my current state would have been a difficult feat, Quinn said dryly. Though my mother did say she plucked me out of the Cabbage Patch, so who knows? I always knew you were a Cabbage Patch Kid, Sebastian said. He picked up his mug, frowned at it, then put it back down. Quinn silently pushed his own over to him.
What's a Cabbage Patch Kid? Peyton asked.
It's when parents find their babies in vegetable gardens. It was more common to have kids that way in the 80s, Will said, nodding sagely. Peyton blinked.
Fuck off. What are they really?
They're dolls that were really popular in the 80s and 90s. They're kids and babies that were born in the secret Cabbage Patch, and they lived in Babyland until someone adopted them. They all looked at Quinn in surprise. I have 3 sisters, he said defensively. Basically, they were fabric dolls that had names, and you got adoption paperwork for them when you bought them. There are exclusive ones out there that are worth a small fortune. The end. Eat your toast. Sebastian pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped on the keys for a second before showing the screen. A Google search of Cabbage Patch Kid showed a variety of the dolls.
Right, Peyton cleared his throat. I guess they're cute?
They were the highlight of every kid's dream, Will said.
I guess I had different dreams.
It's okay. Will put an arm around Peyton's shoulders and pulled him close. We like sleeping with you anyway.
Was that supposed to be a compliment? Peyton asked dryly.
Best compliment ever, really. They were really good toys. Anyway, Quinn said, checking his watch, I need to shower and get to work before Grady sends out the cavalry. I'm working from home today, Sebastian said. I need to get some work done, and people keep shooting me at the office, which is quite inconvenient. That's not funny, Quinn said.
At all, Peyton added darkly. You're lucky that Will was there.
Will ran his hands through Peyton's soft hair, enjoying how it felt weaving around his fingers. Hey, it's all right. We had it handled.
I have extensive knowledge of what happens when things are handled and just how quickly they go foobar anyway, Peyton said, a haunted look in his dark blue eyes.
That didn't happen this time. I think the we in that statement was an exaggeration, Sebastian said. I was of no help. You stayed calm, which is more than most people can say in a situation like that. And you held your own. If I'd had to deal with hysterics as well as the shooters, things might have ended differently, Will said with a shrug. Sebastian looked like he didn't know what to say to that. Will understood. He had a high-pressure job and dealt with things most people didn't ever have to think about, let alone experience. He was sad that Sebastian had been forced to deal with it. We're all glad that Will was there, Quinn said, breaking through the tension. And I'm glad that all 3 of you are here right now, because it means I get help with the dishes. Will groaned dramatically. Chapter 9. Quinn bit his thumbnail as he watched the interrogation, his irritation getting the best of him. Sounds like he's not going to tell you anything, Riley said. Usually leaving a suspect in a room with Grady at least gave them something, especially after a night spent locked in a cell. But however terrifying Grady was, something else was scaring this guy more. Quinn blew out a breath and shoved his hand into his pocket before he bit it down to nothing. They'd opened fire in a busy street and were now badly gunning for Sebastian. Quinn wanted to know why, and he wanted to know right fucking now. What else do you have? Riley asked. We have an alert out for the dolls to see if we can find out where they're coming from, since they seem to be a connecting factor. Internet searches came up with nothing, so wherever they're getting them from, it's a personal contact. We've requested information on all the cases that Sebastian has worked on in the last 2 years. 2 years? Some cases take a while to get off the ground. We're trying to cover all our bases. He gave a helpless one-armed shrug. I'm going to be honest, we don't have a lot to go on. Riley nodded. Let me know if anything new turns up. Sure. He tried not to wonder why Riley was taking an interest in this case now that Peyton was free and clear. He took an interest in a lot of their cases. It was his job. He was almost out the door when Quinn blurted out, "Riley, wait." "Something else?" "I need to tell you about possible conflicts of interest." "Right now?" "You're here and Grady is getting nowhere, and it pertains to the case." Riley froze. "I thought you and Sebastian were over a long time ago." "We were. Now I don't know what we're doing." Riley crossed his arms and leaned his back against the door. Something flashed in his ice-blue eyes. "I can't take you off this case. You're all too overworked as it is." "I don't want you to." Quinn was going to find out who was trying to hurt Sebastian, and he was going to bury them. "I just want to formalize it." He hesitated. "And Will, too." "Excuse me?" "Will McMahon." Quinn glanced to where Grady had left the interrogation room, and a uniformed officer was escorting the shooter out to be put back in his cell. "I know who Will is." "I'm sleeping with him, too." "Anyone else I should add to that list?" Riley asked sharply. "What the fuck, Quinn?" Quinn met his stare, refusing to back down. They were the same age, and they'd been through all the same things together. Quinn might have fucked up back then and been the main reason that he and Sebastian had broken up, but Riley wasn't exactly blameless. Maybe if he and Sebastian hadn't kept so many goddamn secrets, it wouldn't have blown up in their faces like that. And they'd been friends for too many years for Riley's intimidation techniques to work on him. "Yeah, you can add Peyton, though considering he works at a bar, I don't think there's any conflict there." "You want me to add 3 people to your possible conflicts of interest? Because you're sleeping with all of them?" Riley asked flatly. "Together. I'm not cheating on anyone." He internally winced. It had sounded like a jab, and Quinn hadn't meant it that way. Their complicated history had always been there, bubbling below the surface. Quinn didn't hold it against Riley anymore, not consciously, but evidently the hurt had been waiting for everything else to resurface to come back up too. "Together." Riley shook his head. "You know what? No, I don't want to know. I'll make a note of it. Let's not talk about this again. The only reason we ever need to talk about this again is if you hurt Peyton. Understand?" "Got it." He wasn't any more interested in talking to Riley about what he got up to with his little brother, or Sebastian for that matter, and he had no intention of hurting anyone, not this time. Grady wasn't at his desk when Quinn returned to the bullpen, but a new stack of files had been put on Quinn's desk. He really hoped it had to do with current cases, and not any new ones, because he didn't have time for anything new. He flipped the top one open and rustled around his desk for a pen. He couldn't find one, so he stole one from Grady's desk. Quinn flinched when Riley's office doors slammed shut suddenly. Greer came storming through moments later, a dark cloud hanging over his head. Quinn watched him grab his jacket and leave without a word. Probably a good thing. He doubted anything that Greer had to say right that second would have been pleasant for anyone involved. Their rookie, Henry, popped his head up from under his desk, a cord in his hand. He blinked, owlishly. "What was that?" "Do you need some IT help?" Quinn asked instead of answering the question. He'd given up a long time ago trying to work out any of Greer's moods. He transferred in 5 years ago, and not even the biggest gossip in the place knew where he'd come from. Most of them just wished he would go back. "Oh, no, I just accidentally kicked the cord and it came out, and I can't work out where it came from, and now my computer won't turn on." Grady waltzed into the room, phone in one hand and a custard tart in the other. Guess that answered where he'd gone. "We got a ping from a post office for one of the dolls," he said in greeting. He shoved the rest of the tart into his mouth. "You might want to call IT," Quinn suggested to Henry. "Which post office?" "Not far from here. I'm driving." Quinn shared an amused look with Henry. Henry mostly looked confused, but it was all right. He would learn as he stood. He decided not to bother with his jacket since it was starting to warm up outside. He made sure to grab his wallet out of the pocket before following Grady. He rolled up his sleeves as he descended the stairs. "Was it just the one doll?" "A pack of 3, Grady said, giving an exaggerated shudder. Who would buy more than one of those things? Who would buy even one? Quinn countered. He slid into the passenger seat of his car and dropped his keys in the center console. But it is Halloween next month, and we can't discount that people just want them for decoration. They'd go well in a haunted house. Grady put his hand across the back of Quinn's seat and turned his upper body as he reversed. All you have to do is put it in a house and the house automatically becomes haunted. Some people are into that. Grady switched gears and took off. Let's hope that it's not all this delivery is about, because we need a break in this case. It's either going to escalate or it's going to get relegated to cold cases. Thanks for jinxing it, Quinn said. He voted no for both options. They'd already had a drive-by and an actual assassination attempt. What was an escalation of that? Once they arrived at the post office, they were led into the back, where dozens of shelves were lined with boxes and packages. This is what you were looking for, I believe, the manager on duty, Linda, said, picking up a medium-sized box and dumping it in Quinn's arms. It's not open. How do you know what it contains? Grady asked. That's what scanners are for. Quinn turned away so Grady couldn't see his smile. He checked the address it was being sent to. It was only a P.O. box and not one in this suburb, but 2 over. It was posted from here, he clarified. Yes, it hasn't been sent anywhere yet. It hasn't been stamped, Linda said. She pointed to the corner of the box where the stamps were. Stamps were unusual for a large package. Do you know who brought it in? Linda shook her head. Sorry, I wasn't working yesterday when it was brought in. Is there a way to find out who was? Grady asked. Linda shrugged. I can look for you. It should say who processed it in the system. We'd appreciate that, Quinn said. He pulled out his switchblade as she left and carefully opened the top of the box. 3 dolls were wrapped in bubble wrap inside, tightly packed in. Grady took out his phone and snapped a picture of the P.O. box number and the name. It looked like a company name rather than a personal one. What kind of company buys horror dolls? Grady said, grimacing. Scaring the shit out of your employees should be considered illegal. Aesthetics, Quinn suggested. He pulled one out and unwrapped it. It was light, lighter than the others they'd seen, and lighter than the one they'd found the narcotics in. It's empty, he said, handing it over. What are you thinking? Gets sent out somewhere where it gets filled and then sent off? We could be looking at the start of the production line. Quinn nodded. He was thinking the same thing. It meant all of this was definitely drug-related. But he still couldn't work out why a body was left at Peyton and Will's, and how Sebastian was involved. Was it coincidence he'd been there with him that night? Or the other way around? Had it happened because Sebastian had been there? Linda came back with a young man in tow. This is Matt. He was the one who processed the package. Thank you, Quinn said to Linda. I'm Detective Hughes. This is Detective Donahue. Do you mind if we ask you some questions about this package? Matt shook his head mutely. Can you tell us about the person who brought it in? Quinn asked. Yes, Matt said. It's Gloria? Miss Gloria. She comes in a few times a week to drop off packages like this. She's been doing it for as long as I've worked here. How long have you worked here? Grady asked abruptly. He put the doll down and focused all his attention on Matt. About 2 years, Matt stuttered. Under Grady's stare, his eyes became saucers. Quinn subtly moved to the side, bumping Grady's hip with his own. His partner had that effect on people, and sometimes when someone was being recalcitrant, it was useful. Right now, it wasn't. Miss Gloria, could you describe her for us? He asked gently. She's an older lady with white hair, and she has one of those walker things. She smells like glue? Glue? Grady questioned, raising an eyebrow. Matt shrugged. I think so. Quinn turned to Grady and murmured in his ear, Can you go see about a warrant for the P.O. box? Grady's expression said he knew exactly what Quinn was doing, but he fished his phone out of his pocket and left the room. He's intense, Matt said. Quinn smiled briefly. Do you happen to have an address on file for Miss Gloria? He asked. I think so. I'll check. It only took a few minutes to get the information. Quinn wasn't sure what to think about how easy it was. Nothing thus far had been. Either they'd gotten lucky, or they were about to experience yet more questions than answers. He went in search of Grady, the address burning a hole in his pocket. Peyton kneaded the dough on the counter, the repetitive motion soothing. His mother, Teresa, hummed a song as she cut her dough into small balls and lined them up. There was something about being in his childhood home that made all his problems seem smaller. less likely to swallow him whole.
"Rosemary or thyme?" Teresa asked.
"Rosemary." Peyton handed over the dough and then checked the last batch of it. It looked ready, so he added more flour to the counter and then scooped it out. It landed on the surface with a plop, and flour lightly coated them both. Peyton blew a piece of his hair out of his eye. It took a few tries, and some judgmental looks from his mother, but he got it out.
"Time for a haircut?"
"Maybe a trim." There was nothing wrong with growing out his hair. He'd spent years of his life having to buzz it off, and he was going to enjoy having it longer. Besides, it gave Will, Quinn, and Sebastian something to hold on to. Not that he was going to say that to his mother. Peyton bit his bottom lip as he slowly rolled out the dough. "Mom, do you—" He trailed off.
"Do I what, dear?"
She expertly rolled out and twisted some of the dough balls and scored the others before placing them on the baking tray. "Do you think it's possible to fall in love with more than one person at a time?" He wasn't in love with any of them, not to that depth. He loved Will because Will was his best friend, but it sounded better than, "Do you think it's possible to have sex with 3 people on the regular and have it mean more than just sex?"
"I suppose that depends."
She took over kneading Peyton's dough and patted him on the cheek with a flour-covered hand. "On what?"
"Well, are you in love with these people separately? Do they all know about each other? Is it a cheating situation? Is it a married couple? Is it an open relationship? Or is it a situation where everybody is in love with each other?"
Peyton blinked, not having expected that detailed of a response. The last one? It was the only one that sort of fit. They were all sleeping together and separately? Peyton had no idea. The whole situation was on shaky ground in terms of details. The everybody together one. Teresa handed him a ball, and he tried to mimic what she was doing. The kneading part he'd gotten good at. The fiddly details, less so. He was better than Lucas, at least, and Parker, because Parker was an alien that liked to eat raw bread dough. He couldn't even go for the cookie dough like a normal person, and had to be banned from helping with baking-related chores.
"Is this one of those asking for a friend situations?" Teresa asked. "Peyton, is there something you want to tell me?"
Not right now," he said weakly. It was too new, too precarious to talk about it in detail. He just wanted some kind of sign that what they were doing was okay, that feeling so strongly towards 3 very different men wasn't a recipe for disaster. He didn't want it to be just sex. But how would anything else work? Teresa put the last of the bread in the oven and then cradled Peyton's cheeks in her hands, forcing him to bend down to her small height of 5'2".
"Honey, whoever or however many people you choose to love is irrelevant. The heart is a big organ. It can love a lot of people at once. There isn't a limit."
Her eyes hardened.
"But I won't hear of you being a cheat, a liar, or a homewrecker. Do you understand me?"
"I wouldn't, Mom," Peyton protested. It's not like that. We're all single, consenting adults. No cheating, I promise." That was more information than he'd wanted to give. But the idea of his mom thinking he could be any of those things sat heavy in his heart, and he didn't want her to worry about it for even a moment. He was saved from having to continue the conversation by the loud entrance of Danny and Lucas. He'd never been more grateful for the arrival of his brothers. "Lunch isn't ready yet, Ma?" Lucas said, sighing dramatically and draping himself over Peyton. "I'm wasting away to nothing." Peyton patted his arm in a patronizingly consoling way. Lucas flicked him on the cheek. "You look like you had a fight with a bag of flour and lost." "Flour is tricksy," Peyton replied.
"Is your friend joining us, dear?"
Teresa asked Danny, the giant of the family, as he bypassed her on his way to the fridge. "I have a lot of friends," Danny replied. "You're going to have to be more specific." Lucas snorted. "His friend? You mean the loser he was dating?" He slipped onto a stool on the other side of the bench and dragged the cookie jar towards himself. "He wasn't a loser," Danny said absently. "Not completely." He pulled out a can of Coke and closed the door of the fridge with the heel of his foot. "And no, he's not coming. We parted ways." "Parted ways sounds so clinical," Peyton said. "Are you saying you didn't dramatically throw him out of your house in a fit worthy of a stage performer? I'm disappointed in you." Lucas laughed loudly in Peyton's ear, and Peyton pushed him off. Did you put his clothes out on the sidewalk? Put his PlayStation in the sink? Lucas cupped the side of his mouth in a staged whisper. Did you push him out the door butt naked and give the neighbors a show?
I can hardly give my opinion since you didn't see fit to introduce us, Teresa said mildly.
3 weeks is not enough time for a meet the parents, Mom, Danny pointed out. He grabbed the jar of cookies from Lucas and twisted it open. Hey!
Neither of you should be having those, Teresa chastised. Lunch is nearly ready.
I'm just having one, Danny protested. He threw one each to Peyton and Lucas. Peyton smiled innocently at Teresa as he took a bite of the choc chip deliciousness. She did not look impressed.
When was the last time any of you introduced me to someone you were dating? Do I have the plague? Do I smell?
She fake gasped, holding her chest.
Is my food not delicious enough?
Excuse me, Lucas protested. You met mine. You poached one of Danny's friends. That doesn't count, Peyton laughed. Mom met him before you two were a thing. Danny snorted as he put another cookie in his mouth. You can't get in the way of true love, Lucas sniffed. Peyton conceded that. Lucas and Tyler were disgustingly in love, and it was still strange to see, considering the other part of the pairing was Tyler. They were the reason opposites attract had been invented. I still think you have something over him, Peyton said. Because Lucas was still his brother, and giving him shit was basically a rule. He even looked happy watching you walk down the aisle. Tyler doesn't smile. It was creepy. He smiles at me. Lucas smiled slyly. He does a lot more than that, too. Peyton fake gagged, and Lucas flipped him off.
I suppose I won't be meeting yours either. You didn't specify a number. 2, 3, 6? Teresa asked as Peyton and Lucas wrestled.
Peyton would have had a lot to say about all that, except that Lucas had frozen with his arm around Peyton, and Danny had gone quiet and was staring at him, and he wished he were anywhere but here. Thanks, Mom, he mumbled. Teresa looked at least a little chagrined.
Sorry, dear. She pointed at him. Secrets hardly stay that way in this household anyway.
6? Lucas exclaimed. Since when? I thought we were friends. He put his elbow on the bench and invaded Peyton's personal space again. Tell me everything. It wasn't 6. It's only 3. In hindsight, admitting that was probably not a good move. Anyway, there's nothing to tell, Peyton said. Not yet. Soon, maybe. So it's just sex, Danny clarified. He pulled out another cookie and threw it over. Peyton caught it and shoved the whole thing in his mouth as his face flushed red. Christ, were they really going to talk about this in front of their mother? As though she knew what he was thinking, Teresa shot him a look.
I have 6 sons. How do you think that happened?
Lucas sniggered. Riley got carried in by a stork.
Watch your tone, young man. I didn't birth him, but he's still mine.
I try not to think about it, Peyton said. Sex and his mother in the same sentence was all kinds of wrong. And just because you know about sex doesn't mean I want to talk to you about it. And, no, it isn't just sex. I don't want it to be just sex. Teresa took the lid off the pot that was simmering with the soup they were having with the bread.
As long as you're being safe, that's all I care about.
Yeah, Peyton, did you use condoms? Lucas teased. Did you top or bottom? Both? The amount of information you're fishing for is disturbing, Danny said. He laughed as he set the cookie jar down and circled the bench. He wrapped an arm around Peyton's collarbone and pulled Peyton into his chest. Since Danny was basically a tank in human form, he towered over Peyton like a bear. You do you, man. The more the merrier, right? Peyton wasn't answering that. You don't see me shacking up with 3 people, Lucas said loudly. Too loudly. Peyton really hoped their dad wasn't home. He didn't normally come home for lunch, but today would be the day because Peyton's luck was terrible. I obviously have to live vicariously through my little bro. You and Tyler looking for a 3rd? Danny asked. A 4th? Maybe you're looking for that 6th. Fuck off, Lucas said, scowling. Anyone tries to touch Tyler and I'll set them on fire.
I know how to make it look like an accident." "Leave your brother alone," Teresa said, waving her wooden spoon. "Get over here and help me dish up the soup." "I just think," Lucas said as he reached up to get the bowls out, "that Peyton should have to cough up deets."
"I'm okay with not knowing how kinky he is between the sheets," Danny said.
He gave Peyton one last squeeze and then settled onto the stool beside him.
"I'm not kinky," Peyton protested. "Please, I am begging you, any of you, change the subject."
"Do we know them?" Lucas asked curiously.
Peyton opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond to that. Other than Sebastian, they definitely knew them. He wasn't sure he wanted to admit that just yet.
"We do," Lucas declared.
He put the spoons beside the bowls and leaned his elbow on the counter.
"Who is it? One of them is Will, right? I thought you two were already dating."
"You wouldn't be the first," Peyton said dryly. He still wasn't sure how he hadn't noticed that Quinn, and apparently numerous other people, had thought he and Will were an item.
"Okay, so Will. Who are the other two?"
His eyes widened.
"Don't tell me. Is it—"
"Lucas, do not ask me to tell you again to leave your brother alone,"
Teresa warned.
"You are not too old for me to put in the naughty corner."
"Still has your name on it," Danny said. "I think you spent most of your childhood there."
"So many memories,"
Lucas said with an exaggerated sigh, looking at the ceiling like an idiot. It was a little quieter after that, since Lucas was more focused on shoveling food in his face than talking. It was the only time he was quiet, really. Peyton paused with his spoon in his soup as he looked at the three of them. Sometimes it was easy to forget just how lucky a childhood he'd had. There had been squabbles with his siblings. There were 6 of them. There was no way that it could have ever been all rainbows and sunshine, but nothing earth-shattering. They had been close their whole lives, with each other and with their parents. Peyton hadn't been able to confide in any of them about the struggles he'd had, both during and after his time in the military. But that had more to do with him than with them. He needed to prove he was worthy of the Sinclair name, that he was as strong and competent as they all were. They were all so accomplished, even Lucas, and had paved their own way through life to find their places. Peyton still hadn't found his place, but he would show them that he could. "So," Grady said as he propped himself on the corner of Quinn's desk. Quinn glanced absently at him before he continued reading his report. The beige manila folder that Grady held in one hand was not a good sign, and Quinn was already getting a headache, so he really didn't want anything to do with it. Gloria hadn't been home when they'd gone there, and something inside Quinn had broken a little. They'd needed a break in the case, and it finally felt like maybe they'd gotten one, and they'd been thwarted because an old lady had been out running errands, or whatever she was doing. They'd waited an hour, but no one had arrived. And they were still trying to dig up a phone number, which shouldn't have been that hard. So Grady could stick a new case where the sun didn't shine. "If that folder doesn't contain all the answers to every question that I have for the way too many cases that we currently have, I don't want to hear about it," Quinn said. "A few fun facts today for you." "Extra points for the alliteration," Quinn murmured. "When do I get my gold star?" "In your next lifetime." "Cute." "Well, I worked out who the second victim that was found in the park, Richard Burroughs, is, and the connection," Grady said. "Oh? Yeah. Do you know anything about a raid the TOU conducted about a week ago?" Quinn knew because of Will, but he wasn't about to offer up that information. Grady was already in a foul mood from the failed interrogation, the post office visit, and having to sit still for an hour. They hadn't been having a great day. And Grady was about a hair's breadth away from blowing a gasket. "Yeah, I'd heard of it." "Their intel said 5 guys, but they only found 4. "Burroughs is the 5th guy?" Grady pointed at him with a pen. "Bingo. But I have even more interesting news." Quinn checked his phone. 1 missed call from an unknown number. He furrowed his brow and went to his voicemail before putting it to his ear. "Yeah? What interesting news?" "One of the 4 guys that were arrested, 3 of them were represented by 1 guy, and the 4th was represented by someone else," Quinn guessed. At Grady's nod, he said, "That's not unusual. Maybe he has more money than the others or personally knows someone. There are a lot of reasons why they'd have different reps. And what about when that rep is Sebastian Devlin?" The voice in his ear was drowned out as Quinn took in the implications. What?
He's right in the middle of this shit, Grady said, and I want to know why.
So did Quinn, for a vastly different reason. When does it go to court? He asked. Whatever the date was, he would make sure there was some kind of security, because it had to be connected to this somehow.
Didn't.
What do you mean, it didn't?
I mean, it was settled out of court. I wonder why he didn't mention it.
He likely doesn't know it's connected. He works a lot of cases.
Are you trying to make excuses for him?
Don't be an asshole.
Grady scowled. It's not the only thing he didn't mention.
Great, Quinn muttered.
I had the rookie digging up any information he could find on Mason Delgrade, Grady said, ignoring him. He's a clever kid.
Doesn't that rookie have his own work? And his own partner, for that matter? Quinn said, frowning. He'd been seeing Henry following after Grady and Ange when Grady was busy with Quinn a lot lately.
You mean the waste of space that Greer is? Grady said dismissively. Have you seen him today? Because I sure as fuck haven't.
Quinn sighed and leaned back in his chair. Greer wasn't the mentor he would have chosen for a newbie like Henry, who, while he'd been on the force a number of years, had come from a country town so small it would have fit in one plaza downtown, and was still in a lot of ways very green. But the choices had been limited since Greer's old partner, Callum, had abruptly quit 6 months ago, and they'd scrambled to find a good enough replacement. What did he find? Quinn said. Grady dropped the file on Quinn's desk.
He was a bit of a loner. No family, no friends. Most of his financial transactions involved his dog, porn subscriptions, takeout, and what I strongly suspect is the residence of a woman he pays to give him personal lap dances.
His dog. Quinn had no idea what to do with Persephone. If Grady was right, and Delgrade had no friends or family, there was a chance no one was going to come forward and claim her. Quinn hadn't been in the market for a dog, but giving her up to the RSPCA seemed wrong as well. Another headache for him to deal with. You can get lap dances in a club, Quinn said. In the right kinds of clubs, anyway. The only time Quinn had ever been in one had been for an unfortunate case in his rookie days. The ladies were pleasant to talk to, but they hadn't been packing anything he'd been interested in, even if they'd looked at him like they were willing to offer something for free.
Guess he liked the delivery option.
How do you know it was only lap dances? Quinn asked. Did they put that on a receipt or something? He flipped open the file and started sifting through the impressive amount of information their rookie had managed to dig up.
They probably fucked, too. I'm trying not to think too in-depth about it. Lap dancing is more PG, and about all I want to stomach. What kind of lap dances have you been getting?
Ange said from her desk, laughing. I'd ask for your money back, Gideon said solemnly, nodding along with his partner.
Don't you two have work to do?
Grady said, giving them the finger. Ange just laughed harder while Gideon returned the gesture.
Stop interrupting me, Quinn. I'm trying to get to the point.
Any day now, Quinn said dryly.
His phone calls were pretty substandard.
Did he pay for sex hotlines? Quinn asked. He found the phone records and pulled them to the top, skimming over them.
How did you know?
Lucky guess. The guy had money, likely from the drug trafficking, and it seemed his activities were easy to decipher. Sex, booze, food that had enough cholesterol to clog the arteries, and enough dog supplies to sink a ship. There weren't many numbers on the list. A 1-800 number was there, almost like clockwork, every Tuesday at 9, so Quinn suspected that was the hotline. The others were random enough, and not frequent enough, to be of any interest.
I pulled his phone records going back 2 years, just in case.
In case of what?
He only became an informant a year ago, so I was interested to know who he might have been talking to before then.
Okay, that was clever. And? Quinn shuffled through until he found them. There was one number that was quite frequent. Who is this for?
You'll never guess.
I won't need to because my partner isn't about to waste my time making me run in circles, is he? Quinn said, raising an eyebrow at Grady.
You make everything boring.
Riley has your transfer papers already ready to go on his desk, Quinn said. Just say the word.
It's Sebastian Devlin's work number.
Quinn straightened in his chair, frowning. What?
Triple-checked it, just to make sure. But it is definitely my lucky day and definitely his number.
Quinn stared at the number, trying to sift through his thoughts. That's not his number. Not the one he used to have. Not the one he had now. Unless he had another in between those two, he supposed.
Funny you mention it. This particular number was hard to track down. Not a burner phone, but close. I'm still doing some digging.
He could have a separate work and personal number, Quinn said absently. Sebastian knew the man who was murdered. He knew, and he hadn't said a word to Quinn. He'd made his way back under Quinn's skin, into his bed. They'd shared Peyton and Will between them, and all that time he'd known. Why hadn't he said anything? Quinn closed his eyes in horror. No, this wasn't happening again. He'd made a mistake last time when he'd believed everyone except Sebastian. Every fantasy, every missed opportunity, every regret he'd felt when Sebastian had gone cold and never looked back came roaring back all at once. It had been Quinn's fault. He'd let his insecurities guide his thoughts, and he destroyed the relationship he and Sebastian had been building. There was no way history could be repeating itself, surely. It had to be a mistake this time, just like it had been last time. You're positive? Grady scowled at him.
Trying to rationalize this or ignore the facts isn't doing you any favors.
Do we know why they were having frequent contact?
Yeah.
Grady pulled out a clipped set of papers.
Delgrade was a client of his.
Not a random encounter, then.
Got him off intent to distribute. That's not easy. I say we need to ask him some questions.
Quinn wanted to say no. His first instinct was to keep denying, to say that nothing was what it seemed. But he couldn't argue with facts. Yeah, okay, he said, his heart sinking. Bring him in. This was going to be a clusterfuck of epic proportions.
No, we go to him, Grady said. I don't want him prepared for anything.
Quinn let out a slow breath. He's working from home today, he said, feeling like he just hammered a nail into his own coffin. He ran a hand down his face, feeling queasy and sick. What a goddamn mess. Chapter 10. Sebastian wondered if he could get away with muting the phone. Probably not.
Told us. How dare we have to find out from Jay that you got shot, you asshole!
Sebastian rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. I didn't get shot, he felt compelled to point out. He'd gotten shot at, but no bullets had gotten him. Not like the graze he'd gotten during the drive-by. He didn't think it would be smart to mention that incident, though. It sounded like Caleb, at least, hadn't told his siblings about it.
Don't you dare argue semantics with me right now, Charlotte, his younger sister, said. You should have called us.
What could you do? Sebastian protested. I wasn't hurt. A little white lie, but one he was more than happy to give if it would diffuse the situation. His sister was a nurse, and she knew how to make people feel bad about not looking after themselves. He didn't know if it was from being the middle child or his and Eli's tendencies to find themselves in tricky situations or her years as a nurse, but the guilt game was strong. And Sebastian wasn't in the mood.
That's hardly the point. Are you in some kind of trouble, Seb? Are the police helping? Do you need some form of protection? Eli and Jay have security contacts. Maybe we should...
No, Sebastian blurted out. Fuck no. The last thing he wanted was people following him around all day. No, he repeated softer. I promise you that everything is under control.
That is never true when you say it.
Well, this time it... He looked up and froze, his words catching in his throat. Hunter was standing in the doorway to his home office, and he looked more than ticked off. Fucking great.
Seb, what's wrong?
Sebastian jolted back to his phone call. Nothing. Look, I've got an important meeting. I'll call you back later, okay?
Fine. We're gonna talk about this more.
Can't wait. I have been trying to contact you all night, Hunter said the second Sebastian put his phone down. How did you get inside? Let me tell you how this goes, Hunter said, moving further into the room. He loomed over the desk, his palms pressed firmly against it. When I call, you answer. I was getting laid. You should think about doing the same thing. Jeez, fucking relax. Where were you? Don't you have me tracked or something? Sebastian asked, his brain still caught on Hunter's statement. If I'd had you tracked,
Then maybe I could have helped when someone tried to kill you. You should have told me what happened.
That seems to be going around. Sebastian leaned back in his chair. At what point did our agreement have anything to do with me keeping you informed of my whereabouts? You handed me a case and I finished it. Unless you have another case, we have nothing to talk about.
Keeping you alive is an important part of that agreement. How do I get anything out of you if you're nothing but a corpse?
You're all heart.
I'm putting someone on you until this is sorted.
No, Sebastian said immediately. I have more than enough protection.
You're a soldier and you're cop, Hunter said, scoffing. Both are impressive, but they have jobs and lives. The people I'll put on you won't ever look away.
That is super creepy. No thanks. I can look after myself. Still alive, see? Hunter sneered, and he looked like he was gearing up to say something Sebastian just knew he was going to take offense to, when a knock at his door made him pause. Christ, could he not get a break today? Hunter looked down at his watch and pressed something on it.
Cops. Detectives. He tapped again. Hughes and Donahue. They're on your case. You know them?
I got laid by one of them last night, Sebastian said dryly. Is that the kind of detail you're asking for? Hunter tilted his head.
Which one?
Fuck off, Hunter. Another knock, more urgent.
Better go answer, Hunter said.
For fuck's sake. When Sebastian swung the front door open, he faltered. Based on the look on Quinn's face and the fact Grady was standing beside him, Sebastian had a feeling this wasn't a social call. Detectives, he said warily in greeting. Quinn moved the edge of his jacket to show off the badge clipped to his belt. Sebastian didn't even get a chance to admire the curve of his hip or get caught up in the memories from last night and this morning and just what those hips could do before Quinn let his jacket fall back over it. We're here in an official capacity, Quinn said. We have some questions we need to ask. May we come in? Before Sebastian could open the door for him, Hunter appeared at his shoulder, staring them down. I think you were just leaving, Sebastian said. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
I wouldn't damage it, Hunter said. I'll call you.
Quinn and Grady wordlessly moved out of his way, though Quinn glanced back and Sebastian couldn't help the sinking feeling in his gut, or the anger that accompanied it at the look on Quinn's face. He thought they were past this, but it seemed not. Who is that? Quinn asked. A client, Sebastian lied curtly. He couldn't give a fuck what Quinn thought about it if they were going to so quickly return to where they'd once been. Another lie, Devlin? Grady said. His tone sounded like a dare, and Sebastian bristled. What the hell does that mean? We're here to talk about Mason Delgrade and your association with him. I already told you. Well, what you told us is a crock of shit, so why don't you try again? Grady drawled. Or you could lie to us some more. Hell, we got nothing better to do than sit and listen to you. Stop, Quinn said quietly. Let us in. Sebastian wordlessly opened the door. He bit back a curse as Grady shoved at his shoulder as he passed. He let them into his kitchen and flicked his coffee machine on because he had a feeling he was going to need a coffee for this. Quinn put a file on the counter and flipped it open. Mason Delgrade. 2 counts of intent to distribute. Case opened 16 months ago. Went to court 11 months ago. Prosecution lead was Renfrey Laurent. Defense lawyer was... I know what it says, Sebastian interrupted. He didn't turn around, didn't want to see Quinn's face. It was one case almost a year ago. We specifically asked you if you knew the victim, Quinn said. I know, and you said, Quinn interrupted, talking over him. No, you said you didn't know him. I have a formal police report that shows that you said that you didn't know him. Sebastian pursed his lips and turned around. I didn't remember straight away. Grady scoffed. Oh, fuck off, Devlin. Start telling the truth. Quinn put a hand on Grady's arm. When did you recognize him? He asked Sebastian. Sebastian glanced between them. It wasn't even the accusation in Quinn's eyes that bothered him. It was the hurt underlying it. The night we found him, he said with a sigh. Grady cursed, and Quinn's face dropped. You're a lying piece of shit,
Grady said angrily.
Like you're a paragon of perfection, Sebastian retorted. Detectives should look at you as what not to do to act like a professional.
Do you just enjoy making our lives as difficult as possible?
Sebastian fucking hated him. And he hated the way Quinn was looking at him. He wanted both of them to leave. Wanted this conversation to have never started. Yeah, I don't have anything better to do either. Running cops around is my favorite activity. It's right after finger painting, but before trail riding, because that takes more prep, you know? It's the details. This isn't some fucking joke, Quinn growled. This is your life, and you've been lying to us from the goddamn start. I was trying to figure out what was going on, Sebastian said, unable to control the way his voice rose. He gritted his teeth as he pursed his lips. That's our job, Quinn said in return, his own voice matching Sebastian's. My job. You should have trusted me to protect you. You should have told me. Because the police are so fucking friendly. I'm not just the police, Quinn said, deflating. He put a hand over his mouth as he took a deep breath and stared down at his files. Sebastian opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know how to fix it. He knew he'd fucked up, but it had been one white lie.
Is this how you get your rocks off? Grady asked, narrowing his eyes. Sleeping with one of the detectives on the case so that you can get away with obstructing justice? Just some fun for you on the side while you laugh as we run around in circles? You picked Quinn because he was an easy target. Got a little history. Getting him back in bed would be a snap, right? Maybe you thought Quinn wouldn't dig, that he'd lie down like a good fucking dog and let you walk all over him.
Sebastian's mouth dropped open. He turned to Quinn, but he still wasn't looking at Sebastian. You can't honestly believe that. It took Quinn a heartbeat too long to answer. No. Grady, can you give us a second, please? Grady looked like he wanted to protest, but he nodded and left the room. Don't break any of my stuff, Sebastian called after him. He rubbed his eyes and desperately wished he had a coffee. What are you doing, Seb? Well, you're the one that came here with all the answers, so why don't you tell me? I'm trying to trust you, and you're making it really hard for me. Because I lied about one thing? I've never given you a reason not to trust me. That was all in your head. Don't you dare fucking put me back in that box. You lied about knowing the victim. If we'd known you had a connection to him, we would have known you were the target from the start. You already knew that. I suspected. Can't follow leads just based on gut, Seb. I need evidence. You lied to my face. You were withholding information that could have helped. You put yourself and Will in danger by omitting the truth. Sebastian ran a hand through his hair and took off his glasses, putting them on the bench. Is it so easy for us to be back where we were? This is different. You deliberately lied to me about this case. For good reason. No, Quinn said. Not for good reason. Because you're stubborn and so sure that you have to go it alone, so sure that everyone will leave, and you'll be alone anyway. So you might as well do it all yourself. Get out of my house. Quinn ignored the order. Sebastian felt frozen in place as Quinn came closer. He didn't flinch when Quinn touched his face, but it was a close call. He couldn't do this again. Couldn't have Quinn question his every move again. I'm sorry that I didn't trust you back then, Quinn said softly. I'm sorry I didn't believe you, Seb. You haven't given me any reason to doubt you. I would take it back, but I can't. His fingers trailed down Sebastian's neck, and Sebastian wished that it didn't feel so good, wished that he didn't crave it so much. I'm sorry that you were alone so long, and that I wasn't there to show you that you had someone to lean on. I have people to lean on, Sebastian said stiffly. Quinn's smile was sad, and Sebastian refused to feel guilty. And I'm sorry that I'm not one of them. He gently carded his fingers through Sebastian's hair. The softness of the touch undid Sebastian. I'm sorry that you felt that you had to lie to protect yourself. I don't ever want you to think that you have to protect yourself from me. I did have to, Sebastian said. Seeing you was hard. Seeing you move on was agony. For me too, Quinn replied. He rested their foreheads together, and Sebastian's eyes fluttered closed. I want to keep you safe, and I can only do that if you're willing to help me. His kiss was so light
that Sebastian almost wondered if he'd imagined it, if he just conjured it because he wanted it so badly.
I need you to trust me. I need your trust in return.
It's all he'd ever wanted, and what he'd never had. Quinn had seen ghosts where there had been none, hadn't ever believed that Sebastian had been so in love with him that he hadn't even looked at anyone else, let alone any of the accusations that had been thrown at him.
Okay.
Okay, Sebastian said, rearing his head back.
It can't be that easy.
No, Quinn agreed.
But it's a start just to try. We're not who we were then. We've both grown. I want this to work, but we both need to be willing.
Sebastian surged forward, kissing him with a desperation he probably should have felt embarrassed about. He might have, if Quinn hadn't responded in kind. Quinn cradled the side of his head and took over the kiss. Sebastian relaxed into it, letting him, trying to trust him, wanting to trust him. He wanted to give Quinn everything that he wanted. He just needed more time. Maybe now, with a second chance, they had that time. Maybe, with Will and Peyton, this time they were ready.
Seriously? Did you guys turn 16 when I wasn't looking?
Quinn jerked away and turned, his eyes a little wide as he stared at his partner.
If you've mastered time travel, Sebastian said, you might want to patent that.
I'll get right on it, Grady said sarcastically.
Quinn cleared his throat. We do need to ask you some questions. Let me make some coffees and then I'll answer what I can, Sebastian said. Make yourselves at home.
They all settled in the lounge, and Sebastian sat next to Quinn, cradling his mug in his hand.
What do you need to know?
The case that you settled out of court the other day for the man who was found in the TOU drug raid, Quinn said.
Tell us about it.
Fuck. Sebastian hesitated.
I can't.
That was a great one to start on.
What does that have to do with Mason?
They worked for the same organization, Grady said. Delgrade turned informant shortly after you defended him. He was feeding 2 other detectives information about their drug operations. Nothing particularly useful. He wasn't that high on the food chain. But it's enough of a connection that, based on the recent attacks against you, it is of interest to us.
I didn't know that, Sebastian said. Mason disappeared after I had him acquitted.
He would have wanted to lie low for a while, Quinn said.
I can't tell you anything about the drug case, Sebastian said.
Of fucking course this had to do with Hunter's personal favor.
He should have known.
Why were you only defending one of the drug traffickers? Grady asked. Why not all of them?
I was given the case. Some I don't have a choice on.
Who gave it to you? Quinn asked.
I can't tell you. It's not the connection you're looking for, I promise. Hunter lived in the shadows, and Sebastian was sure his hands were far from clean, but he was equally sure he was a good person, and he was trying to find answers as well, the same as Quinn. Grady sent a what the fuck look to Quinn. Sebastian braced himself, expecting Quinn to turn on him again.
Okay, Quinn said simply. Did he give you any kind of information that could be a danger to you?
Like what? Sebastian asked, confused.
Insider information, something that could take down their entire operation. What they like to eat on Sundays, Grady said, sarcasm dripping from him. Things that a drug operation might not want to get out.
Sebastian searched his memory for anything Warren might have said that could have been incriminating. He hadn't really said much of anything. He'd had 2 conversations with the guy, and both times he'd felt like he was talking to himself. He was glad it hadn't gone to court, because he would have had to pull bullshit out of his ass. No, he didn't tell me anything. Tell us about Delgrade, Quinn said. Did anything happen during his case that stands out to you? Anything that might tell us why he ended up dead at your hookup's apartment?
My hookups? Sebastian asked, smirking.
Should I tell Will and Peyton you called them that?
It's what it is, isn't it? Quinn replied, looking down at his phone.
Sebastian peered over, and it just looked like boring notes. Answer the question and try to keep the sarcasm to a minimum. You're no fun in work mode, Quinn.
The corner of Quinn's mouth lifted, but he didn't look up.
Nothing stands out to you?
No,
I've had more cases than I want to admit, if only for the sake of my sanity, since then. I don't know why he was killed, and I don't know why I'm being targeted. I don't know what else I can tell you." Quinn sighed and then stood. "All right. We need to get going then. If you think of anything, I'll call you," Sebastian promised. He didn't let Quinn leave without giving him another kiss, because he could now, and he would take every opportunity. Quinn pulled up in the front of the small cottage-style house and hoped that the small white Tesla meant that the owner was home. "What the fuck is that?" Grady exclaimed. "I think it's an electric car," Quinn said as he stepped out of the car. "It's a Tesla. There's a significant price tag attached to this model, if I remember correctly." He fished out his phone and did a quick search. "Triple-digit price tag," he confirmed. Grady whistled. "Hate to know what the payment plan is." Quinn called the station and waited. He bit back a sigh when Greer answered with a terse, "What?" "Try to use your manners." "What do you want, Hughes?" "I was after the front reception." "Guess they don't know how to answer their phone. Call back later." "Wait. Fuck, what?" "I need you to run a number plate for me." Greer sighed loudly. "Do I look like your lapdog?" "I'm not in the mood to argue with you right now. Either transfer me or run the plates, and see if you can find registration and payment information." "Want me to fetch you a fucking coffee while I'm at it?" "Might be a bit cold by the time we get back." Grady raised a brow in question, and Quinn just shook his head. If Grady tried to take his phone, then he and Greer would get into it, and then he'd never get his information. "What's the number?" He hung up a few minutes later and shrugged. "No payment plan." "Stolen?" Grady asked, eyes lighting up. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but no, you can't arrest the old lady. The car is fully paid for. By Richard Burroughs." "The dead jogger?" Grady said, brows furrowing. "The fuck?" Quinn had no idea what was going on. He made his way up the front steps, glancing to the side when the curtains fluttered. Someone had been watching them. Quinn had known the woman was 76 based on the information they'd been able to find on her, but he hadn't quite expected someone so small and frail-looking. "Miss Gloria Pilla."
Yes?
She glanced warily between them.
Is this about my grandson? He was a good boy.
Grady cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, your grandson?"
Richard was a good boy,"
she repeated. Quinn shared a look with Grady. "Grandson?" "Ma'am, do you mind if we come in and ask you a few questions?"
Do you like peppermint tea?
Yes?" She nodded as though that decided it.
Come in, then.
"Would she have slammed the door in our faces if you'd said no?" Grady whispered as they followed her in and through to the small lounge. Quinn chuckled. He hoped not, but it was best not to risk it. Quinn looked over all the pictures on the wall. He felt like he'd traveled back in time, like she was living in a whole different era while the rest of the world carried on. He recognized Burroughs in some of the pictures. He wondered why the connection hadn't turned up in any of their searches. "Related by blood?" Grady asked as he settled on the floral armchair. He looked too big for it, and Quinn had to stifle a smile.
Richard? Oh, no. He's my daughter's stepson. Poor boy had a hard go of it. They divorced, but she got custody of him. He was a good boy.
"I'm sure he was," Quinn said, though he was sure that Richard Burroughs was far from a good boy and was involved in some bad things.
Richard was the only grandchild that visited me. I get so lonely, and he visited, and drank my tea. He fixed my sink, did you know?
Quinn made the appropriate noises as she spoke. Sometimes it was better to let them ramble. If there was something to note, he would pick it up, and they might not even realize they'd said something useful.
He even brought his friends to visit me. They brought flowers. Isn't that lovely? And they cleaned out the garage for me and painted the windows. So sweet.
"His friends?" Grady questioned.
Yes, 2 of them. They're just wonderful. Richard was a good boy. They bought my dolls, did you know?
Quinn paused. Your dolls? You make them?"
Oh, yes. And Richard and his friends bought so many. It keeps me busy. I don't get so lonely when I'm with them. They're my friends.
"The dolls?"
Quinn couldn't help but ask. He internally shuddered. Who needed enemies with friends like that? Could we take a look? Grady asked.
At my workshop? She asked,
her eyes brightening. She put her cup and saucer on the coffee table, her hand shaking.
Of course. Come through. It's a lovely room. Richard fitted it for me. Did you know?
What the fuck is going on? Grady murmured as she led them down a narrow hallway, still chatting happily away to them. No idea, Quinn replied. She wasn't the mastermind they were expecting to find. If a crime had been committed here, either she was a really fucking good actor, or she had no idea. Grady made a kind of gurgling sound the moment they stepped into the room. Quinn had to admit that bile was trying to rise from his stomach, too. There were doll limbs everywhere, hanging up and on shelf space. Some of the heads were half-painted, others just staring blankly. Doll clothes, props, and art supplies were spread out over every surface. It felt like they were in the heart of hell. You've got some real talent here, Quinn said. Grady made a choked-off noise, and Quinn shot him a look. If he couldn't behave, he needed to get the fuck out.
Spent my whole life making things. Richard likes buying me supplies, like to see what I could do with them, she said, giving him a bright smile. He was a good boy.
Quinn smiled back, an edge of sadness to it. It sounded like Richard was the only person that had cared about her, and it seemed like, in the end, he'd just been using her. You make them hollow? Grady asked, picking up a leg and peering into it.
I didn't used to, Gloria said. I've made some with rice for doorstops, and solid ones for display. But Richard, he really looks after me, you know?
We know, Quinn murmured.
He said that it would be cheaper to make them hollow. Fewer materials. Sweet boy. Always looking out for me.
Quinn's chest ached. Miss Pilla.
Call me Gloria, please.
Quinn smiled. Gloria, do you have the names of his friends? Any way we could contact them? Her smile faltered.
Oh, no. Sorry, dear.
She waved her hand.
Dane and Errol, those are their names. Just no number. They gave me a post box to post their orders to.
How often do they put in orders?
Lately, there's been a lot more.
She looked around at her workshop.
Busy. Not enough hours, you know.
Have you been sleeping? Quinn asked, unable to stop the question. She reminded him of his grandmother in a way. They were the complete opposites. Ethel was an absolute firecracker that was going to outlive them all, but there was still something about Gloria that pulled at Quinn's heartstrings.
Yes,
she said. Quinn wasn't convinced in the least.
Halloween and Christmas can be busy.
When did they start buying your dolls, Gloria? Grady asked. He shuddered at a half-painted head and kept moving around the room.
Just over a year ago. They came over and helped me with the cobwebs and mowed the lawn.
Quinn glanced outside to the backyard, where the lawn was almost at hip height. Not a great time of the year to have long grass. Snakes were becoming more and more abundant as the warm weather came through. And they were interested in your dolls?
Yes, I was making one, and they asked about it, and then they wanted me to make them some. It was a very lovely gesture. Some pocket money.
Pocket money. Christ. Thank you for your help, Gloria. We really appreciate you talking to us.
I have cookies. Would you like some?
They ended up spending another hour looking through old photos and learning more about Richard than they ever needed to know. But even Grady didn't try to hurry her up. Once they were back in the car, Quinn turned to Grady after doing his seatbelt up. Mal does landscaping, right? Sometimes. Why? Can you send him over here to give her a hand? Tell him to send me the bill. Grady shrugged. All right, I'll let him know. I really hope the warrant for the P.O. box comes through, he muttered. Right now, it was their only lead. All they kept getting were dead ends and more questions. Will stopped at the entrance to the bullpen and stared. Quinn was at his desk, with Grady leaning over him and pointing at something on his monitor. The moment that Quinn spotted him, the small smile on his face morphed into something bigger, something warmer. It made Will's heart rate pick up speed. He'd known Quinn a long time and had known that Peyton had a thing for him almost as long. He'd understood why, because Quinn was the epitome of male perfection. It wasn't even about his looks, though he was handsome, and those tattoos made Will ache to touch. It was about how he treated people. He was a protector, but he was kind. A warrior, but empathetic. Strong, but soft. Will just hadn't thought about it much beyond that. Now he couldn't think of anything else. It was strange to think that he knew what was hidden beneath that suit, that he knew what Quinn sounded like when he came, what his hands felt like, over every inch of his body, how he kissed. He hesitated as he approached Quinn, unsure what he was allowed. He didn't even really know what the four of them were doing, and whether Quinn, or any of them really, wanted it known what they were doing to each other. Quinn answered the question when he stood and gave Will a kiss in greeting. It was quick, a cursory glance of their lips against one another, but it warmed Will all the way to his toes. That he was willing to acknowledge Will like this meant that it meant something, that maybe it wasn't just Will who was getting caught up in all of them so thoroughly. "I brought food," Will said, holding up the bag in his hand. "My hero," Quinn murmured. Will turned to Grady, who was ignoring them in favor of aggressively typing on his keyboard. "Did you want some?" "No." A look passed between the partners that Will couldn't decipher. "I'll keep looking into this company." Quinn led him through to the break room, where one other person was sitting at the long table in the middle of the room. Will recognized Gideon. He hadn't worked with every detective in Sydney, but some made an impression. "Are you coloring?" Will asked, trying to see what Gideon was hunched over. He had a stack of coloring books beside himself and an impressive array of colored pencils. "It's good stress relief," Gideon said with a shrug, totally unfazed. All of Will's interactions with the man had taught him that unfazed was his default setting. He always had a smile at the ready. Quinn took the bag from him, and Will slid into the seat opposite Gideon. "Let me see." Gideon pushed the stack over to him, and Will searched through them. Most of them featured random animals. Only one of them was an adult one, and the number of tiny sections made Will want to scratch his eyes out, so it was a definite pass. He held it up in question. Gideon shuddered. "A gift. I couldn't bring myself to throw it out, but it's dead weight." Will nodded in understanding. Gifts were hard. Quinn handed Will a plate of the mishmash of food he'd picked up from a food court at the plaza nearby. Finger foods, hot chips, and fried rice. He hadn't really known what Quinn liked, so he'd grabbed a bit of everything, figuring he'd like at least one thing in the bag. Hopefully. Will pushed the plate between him and Gideon absently grabbed a mini spring roll as he switched a blue pencil for a purple. "Just put it on Greer's desk as a recycled gift. He'll dispose of it for you," Quinn said, settling in beside Will, their thighs pressed close together. Gideon snorted with laughter. "Damn, why didn't I think of that?" He snatched the coloring book and placed it beside himself, giving it a pat. "You and I have some plans later," he told it conspiratorially. "This is good," Will said, pointing at half the spring roll in his mouth. "Try it." He lifted the remaining half to Quinn's lips, and Quinn dutifully opened. His thumb slipped inside for a second, and Quinn gave the tip a small lick. Heat flared in Will's gut, and he had to grip his chair to stop himself from giving Quinn the kiss he really wanted to give him, one that wasn't appropriate with an audience. "Young love," Gideon sighed. "How dreamy." Quinn flung a chip at him. "You're younger than me, and you had your shot with Lucia." Alas, she realized she could have bigger and better things. "Literally or figuratively?" Will asked, laughing. "A man must keep some secrets," Gideon said. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I need to get up before Ange comes looking for me, but I can't be bothered." "She's busy with Henry," Quinn said helpfully. "You've probably got some leeway." Gideon shrugged, but it was tense and loaded with something Quinn couldn't quite get his finger on. Gideon packed up all of his books and the coloring pencils into a cupboard next to the fridge, all except the adult coloring book of death. He picked that one up on his way to the door. "Wish me luck?" "If he shoots you, I'm not getting involved," Quinn called to his back. Will scooped up some of the fried rice with a spoon and smiled at Quinn as he chewed. "So,
Do you have any hobbies? He asked curiously. Do you get out the coloring books with Gideon? It's okay, you can tell me.
Quinn shot him an amused look.
That hobby is all good. Grady tried it once, got upset, and threw his entire book in the trash. Gideon won't let him touch them anymore. I'm not sure whose side I should be on, because on the one hand, if it was like that adult coloring book, I would also throw it in the trash. But that dinosaur one I saw looked pretty fun. I'll leave the coloring to you and Gideon. How did he even get into coloring? He opened his mouth when Quinn returned the favor and gave him some of his spring roll. His kid, probably. Gideon has a kid? Yeah, a 6-year-old named Hudson. Good thing he takes after his mother. Will laughed. I can see him as a dad. He'd be the fun one. He pushed his plate away, feeling comfortably full. So if not coloring, then what do you do? I dabble in photography when I have time. Sometimes I try my hand at baking, but the results are less than favorable. And I've come to accept that my sweets game isn't going to win me any awards. You can't win everything, Will said consolingly. No, Quinn agreed with a small smirk. Luckily, there's a bakery around the corner that sells custard tarts that we're all positive are laced with something, so we're well supplied. With drugged baked goods? I'll bring some home tonight. You'll understand. Will was looking forward to it. He was enjoying the time he and Peyton were spending at Quinn's, though he missed his own bed. He didn't like the way this whole thing was making him look over his shoulder, or the way he was worried that next time, Sebastian would be alone, and no one would be around to help him. He wanted this over with, and the person responsible behind bars where they belonged. I like to bake. It was something my brothers and I did together as kids. Bread or sweets? Sweets, mostly. Cupcakes, cakes, cupcakes, cookies, cupcakes, slices. Mom helped us make stuff to put in lunches for school. I can just imagine you as a primary school kid, wide-eyed with your lunchbox ready for the day. Joke's on you. That was totally me. He pointed at his teeth. I even had buck teeth. I grew into them, a little bit. I like your teeth. Well, thanks. I like when you trace them with your tongue. Quinn chuckled. The light tinge of red that appeared on his cheeks was cute, too. So, photos. Will grinned wide. Ever taken nude photos? Quinn choked a little on his fried rice and had to clear his throat for a few seconds. No, sorry, William, he said, his voice a little hoarse. Shame. Are you offering to be my first? I think Peyton would be a better test subject. His body would make a nun turn from her duties. But I do have a great ass. You do, Quinn murmured, glancing appreciatively at the body part that Will was currently sitting on. Tasteful ass pictures? Will leaned forward into Quinn's space. Quinn always smelled so damn good. That's a thing, right? Quinn kissed the corner of Will's mouth. We can make it a thing. Will captured his mouth, unable to resist the lure. He hadn't expected the detective to get under his skin so quickly. Surely if they'd had a connection, it would have manifested before now. He'd known Quinn for years, even if mostly on his periphery. He had admired Quinn, but it had been at a professional level. And yet, in barely a week, he'd become someone more important to him, someone he craved. It wasn't with the same intensity as with Peyton, but the familiarity he had with Peyton was hard to compete against. It didn't feel like they were competing, though. Quinn and Peyton and Sebastian were settling together inside Will. The four of them twined together in a way that Will didn't want to let go of. There was a potential for something amazing. He just knew it, and he wanted to explore it, wanted to find out. Chapter 11. Peyton woke with a start, jerking into his sitting position. He twisted on Sebastian's couch, trying to assess his surroundings. They weren't as familiar to him since it was his first time there, but Sebastian's presence was something that was quickly becoming familiar to him. Easy, Sebastian said quietly. Just me. You okay? Shit. Peyton ran a hand through his hair. Sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. I might have been offended, but this court transcript would put anyone to sleep, Sebastian said, gesturing at his laptop. Peyton snorted as he swung his legs over the side. Right. He yawned and rubbed his stomach. Do you have any food in this place or just coffee? Coffee is a food group. It's right at the top, the most important section of the pyramid. I thought the most important part was the bottom, Peyton questioned. He stood and pulled Sebastian's laptop off his lap, closed it, and put it on the coffee table before taking its place. Sebastian's mouth lifted. Is it? Peyton forgot what they were talking about as he slowly unbuttoned the first few buttons on Sebastian's shirt. He slid a hand inside, feeling the warm skin of his chest. He thumbed his collarbone and then leaned down to take a taste. Sebastian ran his fingers through Peyton's hair and then gripped tight, keeping him in place. Peyton grinned and nipped gently. Sebastian pulled him up by his hair and kissed him. Peyton groaned and pushed down, his hardening dick straining against his pants. Sebastian tugged at the hem of his t-shirt, and Peyton lifted his arms, letting him pull it up and over his head. Sebastian circled his insignia with his tongue before biting down on a nipple. Peyton arched into it, cradling the back of his head. You need to get naked. So do you. Peyton went for his own belt as he bent and kissed Sebastian again, moaning loudly as the lust rose in his stomach. The door burst open, and Peyton rose instantly, instinct making him reach for a weapon that wasn't there on his front. His face hardened as he took in the two men pointing guns at them. What the fuck? Get up, now. One of them spat, jerking his gun at Sebastian. When Sebastian slowly rose from the couch, Peyton subtly stepped to the side, trying to shield him. Sebastian put a hand on the small of his back. It's polite to knock. Guest 101, he said acerbically. Peyton quickly assessed the threat level. The men weren't in any kind of assault gear. No bulk that suggested explosive weaponry or even bulletproof vests. They were wearing sneakers, for fuck's sake. But the guns meant business. Semi-auto Rugers, lethal at short and long ranges in the right hands. One shot could do enough damage at this range that even Felix, the combat medic in his former Army Commando team, and a close friend, would have trouble with it. Knock, knock, the one on the left sneered. At least introduce yourselves, Peyton said. They were too far away for him to get close enough without getting shot. They could try ducking behind the couch, but the bullets would just rip right through the back of it. Both of their phones were on the coffee table, but it would take too long to grab for one. By the time they did, they'd be dead. Even if the men were terrible shots, Peyton wasn't going to risk it. Even the worst shots got lucky. Hear that, Errol? He wants us to introduce ourselves, the same one mocked. Errol laughed darkly. This ain't no dinner special, kid, so sit the fuck down. We aren't here for you. No. Peyton glanced between them as he subtly stepped even further in front of Sebastian. They had no idea who he was, and clearly didn't recognize the tattoo on his chest. Their first and last mistake. Then you died too. Everyone I've sent has failed, but you know what they say. If you want something done, then do it yourself. So you're the one that orchestrated this, Peyton said darkly. Why does anyone have to die? Sebastian asked. Because you wouldn't do as you were told, Errol burst out. Excuse me? Sebastian said incredulously. Because we wouldn't do as we were told? What the hell does that mean? Peyton reached behind himself and squeezed Sebastian's arm, trying to silently tell him to shut the fuck up. The last thing they needed was a stray bullet being fired because someone got riled up. Not him, you. You wouldn't do as you were told, Errol said, waving his gun at Sebastian. Peyton tensed, keeping a close eye on his trigger finger. It was too close to the trigger for comfort. It didn't look like anyone had taught him gun safety. He was the kind of guy that Peyton would have watched during training with live rounds in case the idiot shot his foot off. Shut it. But Dane, I said shut it. Errol growled and aggressively pointed his weapon at Sebastian, as though it were his fault that he was getting a verbal dressing down. Watch your mouth, he told Sebastian angrily. A short fuse. Just what they needed. And he was too close to the trigger to risk going anywhere near him. Dane, however, was a little more relaxed, a little looser, a little too cocky. His reaction time would suffer because of it.
It's hard to follow an instruction when no instruction was given, Sebastian said dryly. A note or something would have been nice. We did send you a note, Dane said calmly. It was in the form of a former client of yours. Didn't you recognize him? Wait, you left that body as a warning? Sebastian said incredulously. That's not a note. How was I supposed to know it was even for me? How did you think I was going to figure that out? Because you defended him, Errol said, his voice elevating. He was getting too twitchy, and Peyton didn't like any of this. I defend a lot of people. It's kind of my job, Sebastian said. Them ending up dead at my feet doesn't tell me anything except that I should start shopping around for my own lawyer. Peyton decided that they were going to have a serious talk about how Sebastian should conduct himself during hostage situations. Spoiler alert, this wasn't it. You were supposed to stop poking your nose in it. You were supposed to let that traitor rot, not get him out. You really should have left a note. That's a lot to remember. What was the warning for? Peyton asked. He tilted his head a fraction, checking out the corner of the coffee table. With enough force, maybe he could bring it down and get the leg as a weapon. It looked too sturdy, though. Sebastian couldn't have bought cheap, shitty furniture to make it easier for him. Weren't you just listening? He got Warren out. That traitor sold us out. Whatever he told your friend is going to the grave with him. Sebastian burst out laughing. He didn't tell me anything. That's what this is about? You think I know something about what? You fucking moron. A muscle twitched in Peyton's jaw. If he died here, it would be all Sebastian's fault, and Peyton would haunt him. Even if he was a ghost too. Peyton was sure an exception about whether you could haunt a living or dead being could be modified. Anyone would take his side in this situation, he was sure. The easiest thing to do would be to make sure they both got out alive, he supposed. Sebastian made a weird noise and then said quietly, Oh my God, Grady was right. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little. Peyton could see it in Dane's eyes the second he decided he was done listening to any of this. Peyton hooked his ankle around Sebastian's and tripped him backward so that he was a harder target to hit if someone fired, and then he surged forward. Peyton grabbed the muzzle of the rifle and jerked it up as hard as he could, breaking Dane's nose with a satisfying crack. He wrenched the gun from Dane's slack hands and shot Errol point-blank in the forehead before the guy could recover from all the sudden movement. A heavy force slammed into him from the side, and he was tackled to the ground. The gun slipped from his hands, and he rose quickly, headbutting Dane. The responding outraged cry came right before something sharp cut across Peyton's cheek. Fuck. Peyton twisted, reaching for Dane's wrists and the blade he was trying to gut Peyton with. Dane pulled back violently as he tried to rise to his feet and get away. A red-hot pain lit up Peyton's arm, and the grip he had on Dane instantly weakened. Peyton ignored the pain as he pulled his knee up and then kicked Dane in the face with as much force as he could muster, making him fall backwards. Don't fucking move, Sebastian barked out. A terror that felt so much worse than the echoes of pain drifting up and down his arm went through Peyton when he saw that Sebastian had picked up the gun and was pointing it at Dane. Careful, Peyton said quietly. Guns weren't toys, and in an amateur's hands, they were far more dangerous to the person holding them than anyone else. Even if by some miracle Sebastian fired and hit his target, taking a life left a scar that never healed. Peyton refused to allow him to carry that. Dane's face was covered in blood, but there was a healthy dose of fear in his eyes, enough that Peyton felt confident in taking a moment to scramble to his feet. His left arm was basically useless at this point. He was sure he'd dislocated something. Not fully, but enough that the ache wouldn't go away unless he did something about it. And too much for him to hold any kind of rifle. Peyton bent and searched Errol, hoping that he had... There. A handgun. He pulled it from the ankle holster and checked. He wasn't surprised to find that it was loaded, and the safety was off. He didn't normally shoot with his right hand since he was left-handed, but at this close range he didn't need a shit ton of accuracy. Dane lifted his hands in surrender. No, don't shoot, please. I'll tell you everything you need to know. You told us plenty, Peyton said. He tightened his grip, sliding his finger down to the trigger. Peyton, wait. Sebastian's voice was far away and garbled, like he was underwater. Peyton shook his head. No. He couldn't let Sebastian take a life. And he couldn't let them get away. This man had targeted Sebastian on multiple occasions, had come here with the intention of putting him 6 feet under, and they had tried to take Will from him. There would be no surrender. Not today. Peyton fired 2 rounds into his chest. Dane's eyes widened, and he jerked backwards. Peyton fired again, hitting him square in the forehead as he went down. Moving targets were always easier. Put it down, Peyton said quietly, turning away from the bodies. He emptied the magazine one-handed and dropped both on the ground. What? The gun. Carefully. Point it away from yourself. He waited until Sebastian did what he asked, his eyes a little wide, before he said, I need you to help me put my shoulder back in. Sebastian's mouth dropped open. What little color was left in his face draining. I'm sorry, did you just say? It's fine, Peyton interrupted. Just do as I say and you'll be fine. The ache was dull, but it was the tingling up and down his arm that bothered Peyton more. The certainty that it would shift all the way out if he tried to do anything with it was worse. I need you to hold my forearm, okay? Sebastian nodded. His hands were trembling when he cupped Peyton's elbow in one hand and the underside of his forearm in the other, but his grip was firm. Peyton forced himself to exhale slowly. Okay, he said. So now you're going to turn my arm out, away from my body. Keep the elbow in tight. Go slow, and if I tell you to stop, just give me a minute. I would have flunked medical school, Sebastian said, his nose wrinkling slightly. But his hands were a bit steadier as he started rotating Peyton's arm outwards. My sister's a nurse, and I have no fucking idea how she does this kind of stuff every day. The real heroes, Peyton agreed shakily. He steadied himself for the next breath. When it gets to 30 or 40 degrees, it should slide back into place. That's going to hurt, right? Sebastian's thumb brushed against the inside of Peyton's wrist. The sensation was mostly numb, but the sentiment was clear. It'll feel better pretty much as soon as it's back in, Peyton said. That's what Felix had told him during their field medic training anyway, and what Peyton had told Aiden that time Felix had popped his shoulder back in, though he hadn't been sure he wasn't lying out of his ass. Aiden had deserved it. He willed the tension in his body away as the angle hit 20 degrees. Sebastian's thumb brushed across the inside of his wrist again as he kept turning Peyton's arm out. Almost there, Peyton said. Sebastian bit his bottom lip as he neared the 30-degree angle. Are you? Keep going, please. Peyton breathed out slowly. Just a bit more. The relief when it popped back into place was instant, like a flood of cool water down Peyton's entire right side. He exhaled and smiled at Sebastian, who was still holding onto his arm, pale and wide-eyed. Thank you, he murmured. We need to call Quinn. Tell him what happened. Sebastian visibly swallowed. And what do we tell him? The truth. Peyton, the truth, Peyton repeated firmly. Oh, that won't be necessary, a voice behind them drawled. Sebastian blinked at the man in the doorway. Hunter? What the hell was he doing here? Peyton moved, bending to pick up the gun that Sebastian had put down. Sebastian grabbed his good arm, squeezing gently. It's fine. I know him. We're friendlies, Hunter said, and we're unarmed. I wouldn't go that far, Sebastian muttered. Bullshit, Peyton said. If you're unarmed, I'm a goddamn alien. Hunter smiled, a predatory, dangerous thing. Maybe you are. Peyton's upper lip curled into a sneer. Maybe I'm not. A man needs some form of protection. Try anything and I'll fucking kill you, Peyton said, his voice wavering. It wasn't a waver of weariness, but one that set Sebastian's teeth on edge and the hairs on the back of his neck on end. Peyton was practically vibrating, something underneath that matched Hunter in a way Sebastian couldn't quite put his finger on. Of that, I have no doubt. But we want the same thing. And what is that? Sebastian put a reassuring hand on Peyton's good shoulder. hoping that the pain wasn't a 2-for-1 deal. He had no idea how dislocated shoulders worked, even partial ones, but he knew that Hunter wouldn't hurt him. There was no gain in him hurting Sebastian. He was of far more value on his side. Hunter raised an eyebrow. Sebastian? Breathing, of course. How do you know him? We work together. You're not a lawyer. Try again, Peyton said. No, Hunter agreed, but that doesn't change the fact that we work together. Wait, Sebastian said. We? Who's we? 3 men and a woman came in behind Hunter, bracketing him on both sides. One of them Sebastian recognized as Warren, the man he'd kept out of jail and the one who seemed to have been the catalyst for all of this bullshit. Dane and Errol had thought that Warren had told him something. What they thought he'd known, he had no idea. He would likely never know. It wasn't like he could ask them now. This is Moira, Six, Jericho, and Greer. Hunter gestured to each one. Jericho, Sebastian said flatly. Fucking knew Warren wasn't your real name. Can't say your real one is any better. Well, that hurts, Jericho said. He was working a case undercover for me, Hunter said. I should have known that you would find a way to put a target on your back. This is not my doing, Sebastian said. You put the target there, not me. An unfortunate mess that we would have cleaned up if your savior here hadn't done it for us. An unfortunate mess, Peyton said. That's what you call it? In my line of work, I call it a Tuesday, Hunter said. Jericho walked past Hunter, the backs of their hands brushing. He knelt beside Dane's body and whistled. Damn, that's beautiful. Try not to blow your load, Greer muttered. He unrolled the black bag he'd been holding and dumped it next to Dane's body. No promises, Jericho said. Jesus Christ, Sebastian said. What the hell was wrong with these people? I cannot believe there's more than one of you. No man is an island, Hunter said. Not even you, Sebastian. On 3, Jericho said, his hand slipping under Dane's shoulders. Use your knees, Hunter said. Hey, Mr. OH&S, go deal with your own shit, Jericho replied, an edge to his fake friendly voice. The men that work for Dane won't be a problem anymore, Hunter promised. They're being dealt with. Do we want to know what that means? Peyton asked, frowning. You might, Hunter said. Peyton tensed as Hunter approached him and pulled a card from his pocket. No, Sebastian said, trying to intercept. Peyton took the card tentatively with his right hand. What is this? Hunter flicked the card. A job offer. Peyton glanced at where they'd finished zipping up both Dane and Errol in black bags. I'm not into disposal. You're much better at creating the need for disposal, Hunter said. Peyton's gaze was pained as he stared down at the card. Sebastian hated seeing it. He's not a fucking weapon. You don't think so? I think you don't fully understand just how much he is, and how much the world needs it. I already said no. This isn't your choice, Sebastian. It is when it's my fault you ever saw him. We've had our eye on him for a while now, Hunter smirked. Not everything is about you. Sebastian's stomach dropped. You waited deliberately, he said. You were already here. You wanted to see how he would handle it. There had been a lot of times in all the years Sebastian had known Hunter that he'd known there was a darker side to not just the job Hunter did, but who he was. But until this moment, it had never made him feel sick like this. Hunter didn't respond, but he didn't have to. We're not toys for you to play with, Sebastian snarled, shoving him. Hunter didn't move, but Jericho and Six were suddenly flanking him, both looking thunderous. Hunter gestured with his fingers and they dispersed, though they shot Sebastian a dark look before they did. Sebastian glanced down to where Peyton had put a hand on his stomach. Even injured, he was still ready to defend. Think about it. What is it that you do? Peyton asked, a dark edge to his voice. We make the world a little bit safer. You're not safe. Who better to hunt the monsters than other monsters? Hunter said lightly. He glanced at Sebastian, but Sebastian didn't have a goddamn thing to say to him that didn't involve obscenities and suggestions of creative ways he could fuck himself. You might want to get stitches on your cheek.
We called the cops 15 minutes ago, so they should be here in roughly 4, Moira said, pointing to her watch. There are 2 patrols and 1 unmarked car on their way, registered to a Quinn Hughes. What do you want to do? We're leaving, Greer said, a body bag slung over his shoulder. Now. Hunter nodded. How do we explain the blood and no bodies? Sebastian said. There was no fucking way they were going to get left here to try and talk their way out of this. Self-defense. They attacked you. You fought back. They got away. You're a fucking idiot if you think they'll accept that. They have no reason not to. And if they do question it, you're good at talking, Sebastian. Use the skills you have. He glanced at the gun that Six was putting into a bag. It was the one that Sebastian had picked up when he'd been terrified that Dane was going to stab Peyton. He'd never been so terrified in his entire life. Get some training before you attempt that again. Get the fuck out of my house. Hunter inclined his head, and then in a matter of moments, the house was clear of anyone but Peyton and Sebastian. Sebastian let out a breath, his knees shaking. He tried to take the card from Peyton's hand. Give me that. Peyton held it out of reach. He gave it to me, not you. He's not to be trusted. You trust him. Until 5 minutes ago, Sebastian would have said yes, he trusted Hunter. Right now, he didn't know what to think. Hunter had waited while 2 men pointed guns at the both of them and hadn't done a fucking thing to stop it. He'd been so sure that Peyton could get them out of it. In the process, Peyton had been injured, and that outcome was unacceptable and not worth anything, not even Hunter's precious mission. Sebastian gingerly pressed above the cut on Peyton's cheek. The bleeding had slowed, but not stopped. He was at least right about that. Hope I get a good doctor, Peyton said. Otherwise it's going to scar my pretty face. Might make you more dashing. You think so? Sebastian pressed trembling lips to Peyton's temple. You fucking scared me. Why did you rush them like that? Because I needed to keep you safe, Peyton said. And keeping yourself safe? Sebastian asked. He would never want to be kept safe at the expense of someone else, especially not Peyton, a man who was becoming more than important to him. I had more chance of surviving that than you, Peyton pointed out. I'm trained to deal with high-risk situations. Sebastian wished he wasn't, because it meant being in Hunter's line of sight. He opened his mouth to reiterate that Hunter was not a man Peyton wanted to get in bed with, but the voice of their detective rang out, interrupting them. Sebastian! Peyton! Quinn came rushing into the room, gun out. He stopped short, his entire body deflating. Jesus, he said on a shaky breath. You're bleeding. Quinn glanced at the blood on Sebastian's carpet as he made his way over to them. Sebastian knew he'd have to replace it. There was no getting that out. Is that yours? Quinn asked. Probably some of it, Peyton said. My cheek. I can see your cheek, Quinn said dryly. He holstered his gun and checked them both over, his hands touching everywhere he could reach. What happened here? Can we explain on the way to the hospital? I need my shoulder looked at, and I'd like to stop bleeding. Maybe get me something to press against it. Shit. Sebastian got a clean tea towel from the kitchen drawer, uncaring which one it was and the fact it was essentially ruined as soon as it touched Peyton's face. What happened to your shoulder? Hospital, Quinn, Peyton prompted. Do you have a scarf? Quinn asked Sebastian. Sebastian frowned, confused. Bit hot for a scarf. For Peyton's shoulder, Quinn said patiently. Oh, right. Sebastian found one buried in his wardrobe. By the time he came out with it, Quinn had walked Peyton down to his car, and the 2 patrol cars that Moira had spoken about were gone. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what Quinn had said to them, or how they were going to explain this. Quinn made short work of creating a makeshift sling, and then he was helping Peyton settle into the back seat. I'll drive carefully. Don't put the seatbelt on. My life is in your hands, Peyton said lightly. Quinn kissed him softly. Both of you have so much fucking explaining to do. Will burst through the hospital doors, his heart in his throat as he searched the waiting room. He didn't recognize any of the startled faces, so he rushed to the receptionist's desk. The nurse behind it smiled widely. How can I help you? Peyton Sinclair. Sebastian Devlin. I'm not sure who's registered.
Oh, yes. They brought them in half an hour ago. They're in room 12, just down the hallway.
Will threw a hasty thank you to her as he tried not to bolt down the hall. He knocked clumsily on the door, and the relief he felt at Peyton's voice saying, "Come in," shouldn't have bowled him over quite so effectively. He fell through the door and gripped the door handle to stop himself from tumbling to the floor. Peyton was sitting on the bed at the far end of the room, Sebastian sitting beside him and Quinn standing watch over them. Peyton smiled at him, but all Will could see were the stitches on his cheek. The surrounding skin was red and angry, and whoever had cleaned the blood hadn't done a great job. He was wearing an ugly green hospital gown, his jeans peeking out below, and his shoulder was in a white cloth sling. Christ, what the fuck happened? I saved the day, Peyton said. Sorry to steal your thunder. Will swallowed down the lump in his throat as he came closer. Are you okay? I'm fine, I promise, Peyton said. Come here. Careful of the... Yeah, I can see, Will said. He cupped Peyton's good cheek and pressed their foreheads together. What have you done to yourself? I can't take credit for either of these things, Peyton said, or the blame. What did you do to your shoulder?
Partial dislocation,
someone said behind them. Will turned to see a doctor, Prescott, based on the tag, smiling brightly at them.
We're ready for you to get your CT scan done.
He tapped the wheelchair at his side.
And you'll be riding in style.
I can walk.
Hospital policy.
Peyton sighed and gingerly settled himself into the wheelchair. Will ran a hand through his hair and kissed the top of his head. What is the scan for? Sebastian asked.
We want to make sure there's no internal tearing or bleeding.
The doctor smiled at them, chart in his hand.
You're welcome to wait in here. We shouldn't keep him for more than half an hour.
Will turned on Sebastian the moment Peyton was wheeled out. Are you hurt? He crowded closer to him, taking in the tightness around his eyes and in his jaw. I'm fine. Sebastian worried at his bottom lip with his teeth. He saved my life. When he got hurt, He cut off, his voice choking a little. Will tugged Sebastian into his arms and wrapped him up, cradling his head against his chest. Sebastian fisted his hands in Will's shirt, and Will could feel the rapid beating of his heart. I still don't fully understand what happened, Quinn said. You were attacked. Peyton defended them off, and then they just ran off? But you won't let me put out an APB for armed and dangerous criminals. Sebastian's hands tightened for a fraction of a second before he pulled away from Will. Will, can you shut the door for me? Will glanced at him warily as he did as Sebastian asked. Closed-door policy was never a good thing. I want to trust you, Quinn, but I need you to trust me in return, Sebastian said. We already talked about this. This is different, and it involves Peyton. Quinn crossed his arms over his chest. What happened tonight, Seb? And don't lie to me again. You think I can't tell that you're lying? Peyton might have a great poker face, but you don't. And everything about this situation stinks. We didn't lie, Sebastian said stiffly. They did attack us, and Peyton did fend them off. They didn't leave on their own. They weren't there when I arrived, Quinn said. I have 2 eyes, and there were just the 2 of you. Peyton killed them, Sebastian said slowly, almost like he wasn't sure he believed the words. Will believed them. He knew what Peyton had done overseas, probably knew more than he was legally allowed. He knew what demons haunted him, and why he had trouble sleeping, why loud noises only bothered him in certain situations, and why he had avoided the gun range for almost an entire year despite the fact that guns had always been a love of his. Did you bury them out in the backyard? Quinn said, sounding frustrated. There weren't any bodies either, just blood. I was there, remember? I saw. I sometimes do work for a man who deals with unsavory situations. He held up a hand when Quinn opened his mouth. I can't give you more than that about him. I can't. Just know he's the one that gives me the cases that I can't turn away. The raid arrest. Warren, Quinn said. The reason that these 2 men targeted you in the first place.
Some ridiculous idea that you knew something that you didn't? He blew out a breath. We learned about those men yesterday. What we found, they're only newcomers in the drug world. A small amateur group trying to make some kind of traction in Sydney using hollowed-out, creepy dolls to distribute cocaine.
Would explain why the attempts were so sloppy, Will pointed out. Proper professionals would be more discreet, and likely would have gotten the job done.
This person that you can't tell me about, Quinn said stiffly. What does he have to do with what happened tonight? He took them. The bodies? For disposal. Jesus Christ, Sebastian, Quinn burst out. How the fuck did you get messed up with someone like that? He's on our side, Sebastian hesitated. I think. You think? I don't know what else to tell you right now. Quinn cradled Sebastian's face in his hands. You're going to give me gray hairs. They're distinguished. Gray beards are sexy, Sebastian murmured.
Quinn growled as he pulled him closer and kissed him. He held out a hand, and Will took it, assuming it was for him. No one else was in the room. It seemed a reasonable assumption. Quinn pulled him closer, and then he was kissing Will too. Sebastian kissed him next, and then he was feeling a little dazed, swaying on his feet. When Peyton gets back, I'm taking you all home, and we're going to discuss how little self-preservation you all have. Are you going to punish us? Sebastian asked. Will slid his hand under Sebastian's shirt, wanting to feel his warm skin beneath. It helped calm him, reassure him that he was fine. He glanced at the door. He hoped that Peyton came back soon. Why am I being included in this? One for all and all for one, Quinn said dryly. Will grinned. Like musketeers? There were only 3 of them, Sebastian said. There were 4, Will corrected. He'd seen the movie. Both of them. He was pretty sure he had. He might have fallen asleep halfway through one. D'Artagnan wasn't a musketeer. Did neither of you pay attention in history class? Quinn asked. There were hundreds of them. Wait, they're real? Quinn asked, blinking. Sebastian laughed, and Quinn pulled him in for another kiss. Peyton appeared in the door a moment later, smiling widely. Where's the wheelchair? Quinn asked. I escaped my jailer, he replied, pride beaming in his voice. Ready to go? Do we have to climb out the window to escape? Sebastian asked. I don't think you're going to be great at climbing right now. No one is escaping, Quinn said. We'll use the front doors. What's the verdict with your shoulder? Clean bill of health, relatively speaking. Peyton held up some paperwork. I have info you can read. Twice if you feel like it. Can we go home now, please? This place smells weird. Will kissed Peyton's temple. Come on, superhero. You earned some rest. He fingered the sling lightly and then frowned, a horrifying thought occurring to him. How is this going to work for sex? This concludes Catalyst by Aurora Crane. Narrated by J.F. Harding. Copyright 2022 by Aurora Crane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Aurora Crane and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.